Okie dokie, chat. Okie dokie, chat. Sheesh. What a way to start it off with a cough. All right. I think I've gotten everything on. I can pull up my chair. I think we're good. Morning, afternoon, good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? It is February 15, 2025. Yeah. Let's see if we can... Actually, I know what I need to do. Let's get 5 of these babies up, because we know we need to. And then we need to have... How do I want to do this? This, and that. Yeah, that looks about right. Probably. Put this on here, and I think we're good now. All right. So, we should be set up. We should be fine. We should be ready. Nice to see everyone in here as well. Evelyn with the tornado tracker, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. I have been stuck out west for a while. True facts. As I said, for those of you who are wondering where I've been, that's going to be an entire video that's going to come out whenever we don't have weather. So presumably at some point this coming week is when it'll happen. But yeah. Where's the music? I mean, I didn't have time to really do it. I was actually kind of pressed a little bit to get some more cameras on the map, so that way I may be able to look at some stuff. Like if I go over here and show you guys the camera map, right? There's a lot of stuff on the camera map. A lot of stuff, right? So I wanted to get a few more just so we can try and figure out if we could see some storms, if it's in a in a radar hole, if you will. And fortunately enough, hascams.com has some, so that's pretty cool. But we're just kind of rolling with it right now. We'll see how things go. We'll answer questions all the way throughout the stream. We'll also make it an engaging stream. I've got a few topics of discussion to make things a little interesting for you guys. Interact with chat and whatnot. But yeah. Leroy Jenkins. Oh, there it is. So, yeah, the best way I can put this for you all is, actually, I might as well go back to my, my radar over here. Best way I can put it for you all is this. The risk that we have for today is still a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. There is, I would say, a real small chance for things to veer in and out of that risk. So for instance, there's the chance that we could see nothing tonight. There's the chance that we could see everything tonight. And what I mean by that is I'm talking about the high-end extremes and the low-end extremes. We could get a little mix of all of it in some particular areas throughout this risk. But I think the big thing that we can take away from this is that it is still a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, and it covers a lot of area. I mean, that's the first thing you see when you look at this map, is that there's a lot of orange. There's even a lot of yellow as well, and extends from Texas all the way over into Georgia, as far north as Kentucky. So there's a lot of severe weather that is possible here. And let me get rid of this freaking super chat gold bar. Enough. Get rid of you. There's a lot of stuff all across the board here. So a big thing to make a note of for everyone is that the main risk for today, all right, regardless of what happens, is going to be winds. Gusty winds. We're talking strong damaging winds greater than 60 miles per hour that is possible in some of these areas. It may not be it may not happen for every single spot where a thunderstorm exists, but there's a very good chance in some certain areas that you could see it happen more often, or it is a lot more likely for it to happen than some areas that may not. And so I pull up the wind risk here, the probabilities for wind. The big thing that you guys just need to understand with these probabilities, especially for those who may not know what this is that as you start to ascend in colors, so like the more you get closer to the middle, then the higher the probabilities for you to see some strong, severe weather it looks to be possible. All right. Once again, it's probabilities. So, and by the way, chat, I still like the idea of someone naming whatever I do or having whatever it is the nadometer, but we'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a bit. But we do have a lot of very strong damaging winds that are definitely possible as far west as Little Rock to as far east as Birmingham and Dothan, Alabama, heading into Columbus, Georgia. And so it's definitely a widespread event. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. It's if we went back to the original scale here for just a bit, you could just see how widespread the colors exist. And the big thing to take away, beyond the fact that we just have our 1 out of 5 on the of the severe weather scale, 2, and then a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. I mean, it's all over the place. It really is all over the place. So definitely something to watch out for with that. But one thing that I want to mention here too is that back to these winds, our storms right now are currently existing along this line here, and then of course some major flooding that is ongoing, into portions of Tennessee and Kentucky. And we mentioned it in yesterday's video, all right? There's going to be a lot of rain, all right? If I could edit some text to show up in front of your face to say a lot of rain, I would, but I can't do that on a live stream, so that sucks. I mean, I can. It would just be very, very difficult. And by the time I finally get it done, the storms might already be, happening. We might already have some strong storms already, so that'll take too long. But back over here, right, here's where our storms are at, and the general trajectory is that it's moving further and further east. So why are these storms not expected to be big wind makers over here, say in like Memphis and Shreveport compared to over here into places like extreme eastern Mississippi into southwestern Alabama? The big reason, as I blind everyone, unfortunately, is we have this massive cold front that is going to start to move on through. You can kind of already see it, honestly. See this little area of snow back over here, extending from Wichita into Oklahoma City? This is a big cold front that is going to start to move on through, and by the time it gets over to our main risk for severe weather, it's going to create a lot of wind, as usually wind is associated with a lot of cold fronts, and it's going to kind of slam everything together and nudge this line of storms further and further east. And so by the time we get to about, when that happens, it's going to start to become a lot more widespread as to where the significant activity could be, and that's when things could just really take over, if you will. So the big thing here, as I said, the main threat tonight is going to be the strong damaging winds. We can't shy away from the tornado risk, of course. That's why everyone is here as well, is to watch out for the strong tornadoes that are definitely possible. You can see pretty much everywhere here within this brown or this yellow. That's where you could really see a good chance of tornadoes. In my opinion, if you were to ask me as to where the specific tornadoes could be or where the strongest ones could be, I really am liking the idea of somewhere over here in extreme eastern Arkansas, northern portions of Mississippi, into western portions of Tennessee. I really think that is going to be a very interesting area for some sustained storms to occur. I mentioned it a little bit earlier yesterday as to why, but for people who have watched my video yesterday, and of course there's still a lot of time for people to do so, so if you want to, I recommend you do so as well. But the event has actually shifted, or at least expanded, I should say, not shifted, expanded further north into portions of western Tennessee as well. So it's not just areas that are over here in southwestern Tennessee, it's also western Tennessee too. So definitely the folks that are over there are going to need to be mindful of this system as this progresses into the overnight hours. And, you know, that's something that I haven't mentioned quite yet in the stream. There's going to be a very real nocturnal threat for tornadoes. There's going to be a lot of instances to where these storms occur, and it's going to be in the middle of the night for a lot of these people. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, make sure you let them know ahead of time so that way they have ways of getting these warnings. You know, it's really important. It's very important. I can't tell you how many times I've seen strong thunderstorms in general, whether they produced tornadoes, whether they created some dangerous flash flooding, or whether it is just, you know, whatever, that they have been way more impactful to people because half of the time these people are sleeping. And it's not to say that they shouldn't, you know, they're not allowed to sleep, but a lot of these people are unaware of these storms, you know, even before they get into this area. They could be, you know, given a tornado watch well out ahead of time, and, you know, they still wouldn't bat an eye. So it is important, as I said, for a lot of these people to know what is going on. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, please let them know. The best way that you guys can help us spread this information is we're going to be on this event pretty much all day into early tomorrow morning. Is for you guys to share this live stream with as many people as possible. You can put it on social media like Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, you know, TikTok, all sorts of stuff like that. You can send it through a text message, or if you guys don't really have a whole lot of people to share that with, you could always hit that thumbs up button down below. That is the quick way for us to get onto the YouTube algorithm, so that way we may be able to get onto more people's recommended feeds. And I'm assuming the reason why most of you guys are here, or how you guys got here in the first place, is through the algorithm that YouTube has pushed on to y'all. They have pushed out a great agenda to people who have hit that thumbs up button down below. So it is a great service to me, and hopefully it is a great service to other people who might be watching who are in the path of these storms. But yes, very strong tornadoes are definitely possible here across much of this area. Now, the one thing that is different from last night is you can clearly see they've expanded the 10% chance for tornadoes further south and east. This is fully dependent upon two things. Number one is if there's any storms that could form over here past the dusk hours, and if they do, they are able to probably become significant, might be able to try and produce tornadoes. But it also is fully dependent upon if the line, all right, this line to where the cold front mashes in with a bunch of these other storms and it starts to become a lot more significant, is when the line combines with those storms, it is possible for some of these to be able to change trajectory, and the change of trajectory in some of these storms could actually help aid the chances for tornadoes to potentially increase. So something to make a note of as well with that as we continue to monitor these storms into the overnight hours. Not really a big hail threat. If you guys are going to be asking about hail, of course, no one really asks about hail a whole lot. I've been doing this for 5.5 years. I took a break for about 8 months last May up until this February. But there's one thing that has been pretty consistent, and that is people only care about hail when it's big enough to go through windows. I'll tell you right now, there's not really going to be a huge chance for hail to go through windows tonight. So don't really need to worry about that all too much. It's more of just a wind and a tornado maker as this goes from a main, just a singular cell, supercell type stuff, to a QLCS with embedded tornadoes in and along the line all the way throughout the night. Let's take a look at chat, see how you guys are doing here real quickly. As I said, I appreciate you guys for sharing this live stream to as many people as possible. Yeah, Nadeometer. I really need to figure out how to implement that into the stream or into my videos or something like that, because that's such a good idea. That really is such a good idea. Thank you, Paula. I appreciate that. Infinity, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Crystal, thank you so much for supporting this stream as well. Did I see the Helicity map that Reed Timmer posted? Not a good scenario. A little worried for tonight, but alert. I did. The big thing about Helicity, in general, at least Helicity tracks, is that Helicity tracks are only as good as they look. And in theory, it doesn't really tell the whole story. It just kind of tells where updrafts are usually at. Updrafts don't always equate to tornadoes. It's mainly just equating to where the storms could be. So on one hand, you know there's going to be a lot of storms. Okay. On the other hand, there isn't really going to be a whole lot of context as to what that could mean, if you will. There's a flash flood emergency right now? Absolutely there is. Look at that. Look at this here, chat. You can see this pop up on screen here. This is southwest of Pikeville. No, it's southeast of Pikeville over here in Virginia. A lot of flooding reports over here. I'll tell you what. I know Ryan Hall. He streams out of Pikeville. So I kind of hope that there isn't a whole lot of issues with him. That'd be pretty terrible. I'm not gonna lie. Chris, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. I appreciate that, Dustin. Thank you for being with us for as long as we have been. Does the nadometer indicate chance of live stream? Am I missing something? It's really just some random thing that someone said in chat that I was like, oh my goodness, I need to use it for something, and I still haven't figured out what that something is. Dixie already starting the year off with bad behavior. Dixie always has bad behavior. Whether it's bad behavior to chasers or bad behavior to people, it's just bad. It really is just bad. Now that is some great context, Crystal. From 0 being meh to 10 being woof. How about that for a throwback? Right now, the only major thing that is occurring is the big significant flooding. The big significant flooding is something that we talked about in our previous videos. We've posted 2 videos ever since Wednesday. We had one on Thursday night. We had one on Friday night. Which, by the way, for the folks that watched the video on Friday night, I really do appreciate you guys. Like, you guys absolutely blew stuff out of the water. Usually, when streamers and content creators take long breaks, a lot of the analytics go significantly down. And our video, in the past 10 videos that we have made, which goes back into the early stages of 2024, it was ranked number 4 out of 10. And right now, I think we're, somewhere near 1,000, or not 1,000, 3,000 views on it. Now, I know that's kind of like rookie numbers because we've gotten way higher than that in a lot of our videos. But just for reference, we've taken a long break, and you guys have showed up and showed out on that video in particular. So for all the people who supported it, whether you hit the thumbs up button, you commented, at the end of the video, it said comment Nader if you were still watching at the end. There's going to be all sorts of little fun stuff for you guys to be able to see. Might even have questions of the day in videos as well. So all you guys, I really do appreciate. I really do. Trying to survive. What's up? Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Jessica. What's up, Sam? Nice to see you. Welcome back. What's up, Norfolk? Quick off-topic question. When do I think I'll be doing another moderator application? Love to have the opportunity to moderate. That's a pretty good question. I'll be honest with you, I haven't really thought too much about it. There's right now my main priority over the past few days has been try and get consistent with uploading, starting a uploads schedule or streaming and stuff like that. So moderator applications has been a little bit interesting. I think what I may do is instead of just doing applications, it'll be just going to people who have been constantly uh, viewing the stream and have been there for a while. So pretty much anyone who's been here for a good bit, it doesn't even money. It doesn't even go into it. It's just anyone who's gone into it, gone and taken their time, put time and effort into the stream, interacting with others, which a lot of you guys do. That's a pretty cool thing about my chat as well, is that you guys interact a lot. Anyone can be pretty much a candidate to be a moderator. So what I think I may do is I may just go over the people who may be in my streams over the next, I don't know, few streams. Try and recollect as to the same people who may have been in those streams in the past, like last year, the year before, or maybe even, if I just remember people who have been with me for the longest, and, just randomly give moderator experience. So. But yeah, that's a good question, Gabe. Dark Dragon of the Never. Thank you so much for becoming a tornado tracker. Long time tornado tracker right there. I really do appreciate you. Those cells haven't fully organized into a line yet, but the cyclogenesis is occurring currently right now. Yeah, so that's also another thing too. I'm gonna have to move this over here to the side so that way I can pull this up. Mesoanalysis. I need to zoom in. There we go. We have zoomed in. So if we remember what we said on our video yesterday, all right, we want to look at bulk shear first, which is basically viewing the entire environment in a vacuum. I'm just kidding. It's basically saying whether or not thunderstorms could be able to sustain. And the big thing here to note is that if you have really anything in the 40 to 50 knot range, that's where you could potentially see supercells that could sustain themselves and potentially become significant. So here's the 40 knot line right here. Here's the 50 knot line. And we saw in those models that it still has room to intensify further. So we're still right now in the beginning stages of this. And we're kind of just taking it in an hour-by-hour time frame. But I also want to mention here, the convective available potential energy is higher than anticipated. It absolutely is a bit higher than anticipated. We have 1,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE over here in the triple point, which is basically where the pseudo cold front, which is what this just big line is, over here doing. It's being a weird version of a cold front. And the warm front meets, and usually right in that area is where the prime conditions usually are at, usually where they're present. So we do have a good abundance of CAPE over there in that area. If that sticks around, or if that even gets higher, there's the potential for some real strong storms to exist, not only in that environment, but further upstream into portions of western Tennessee too. So definitely something to note with that. Are we getting 16 inches of snow for Pennsylvania next week, Nate? I still don't know. I think it's becoming a lot more certain that we are going to get a nor'easter that will occur in the mid stages of next week. It is becoming all the more certain. And I'll get into it more in tomorrow's video. We might have a little bit late data because I have a hockey game at 5:30. So I'll be making my video before then, and it will still upload at 8, which, by the way, for those of you who may be back in the thick of things of watching my content, we're going to have daily uploads when we are not streaming, and it will be uploaded at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. So folks that may be interested in what I may need to say about meteorology or weather in general, that is going to be a time that you guys are going to be very familiar with. I'll tell you what. Southern PA, Maryland, we get a nor'easter or blizzard next week. Have to travel Tuesday, but you're worried about the weather. It's very interesting. I'm not sure if it's going to be a blizzard. It'll be very hard to say until probably tomorrow as to whether or not we could be realistically seeing a blizzard, because I still think we're a little too far out to be able to say the big time specifics. Like total snowfall amounts as well as the conditions with it as well. Those are my opinions on Dothan. Dothan's really going to want to watch out for severe weather in the extreme overnight hours. We're talking very, very early tomorrow morning. It'll be pretty strong winds, maybe even some tornadoes as possible in and around that area. Maybe not, on top of Dothan, but it would be somewhere in and around that general area as well. Oh, gotcha, J-Rex. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. We have a lot of people in here. I am Agent. What's up? Nice to see you. Been a bit. Look over the winter storm in central Kansas. Are we talking about the one that's occurring right now, or are we talking about the one that's going to happen sometime on Tuesday? Because there is definitely going to be a nice little winter storm. Probably, I would say 3 to 6 inches of snow. Could be more, could be less, but it will primarily be a southern Kansas event. So. We have another flash flood emergency that is ongoing over in southern West Virginia, I believe. That is pretty crazy. I'll tell you what here, chat. What we can do with our radar is we can look at the total amount of precipitation that has fallen over the past 12 hours. And oh my goodness. I mean, look at that. I kind of wish I had a, here. Real quickly, chat. Let me just... That's unfortunate. I can't do that. I just dropped something. Let me copy this. Let me paste. Yes, I know we have some weird stuff going on. I am currently editing that might be good. All right, and then we just move this all the way down here. And there we are. So now we have a little scale on the left-hand side. Pretty cool. So we have a lot of rain here. Let's get that out of the way. About 4 to 5 inches of rain. It's hard to see on the cursor. So I'll just basically tell you guys. Over here in Clarksville, I'm seeing 4.8 inches of rain. Over here, just to the east of Clarksville, I see, what is this, 5.6 inches? 5.9 inches, almost 6 inches of rain northeast of Clarksville. So a lot of aerial flooding over here. We probably could look through cameras and see if we can find some. Chris the Hurricane Tracker with the Spout Spotter. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's a new tornado watch that has been issued. So we're going to finally be able to change our watches and stuff. So let me do that real quickly. Because yes, I know the scroller is not correct. So we will fix that. While we do this here, chat, Let's do the probs game. It's been a while since we've done that, right? So, the probs game, for those of you who are new, the National Weather Service issues probabilities of seeing a tornado within that particular tornado watch for every tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch, realistically. So, what we do is we guess the probabilities, which are divisible by 10 most often, except for the one time into which it's at the higher end of the scale or at the lower end of the scale. So there's two different probabilities. There's one for a tornado to occur, or I should say two or more tornadoes to occur within that watch. And then there's another one to which there is one or more strong tornadoes that could occur in that watch. So a lot of people will probably be putting in stuff like 70-40, so 70% chance of producing two or more tornadoes, and then a 40% chance of producing one or more strong tornadoes. Some other people I see are doing 60-40, 70-30, 50-20. So all sorts of different stuff that you can do, but if you would like to participate, feel free to do so. As I fix our scroll ticker here. And yes, this is manually updated. Wow, Nathan doing work for once? Very strange. File, save. That should be good now. And it looks like it is good. So there we are. All right. Let's pull up the probabilities. It is 60-30. 60-30. Did anyone get that in chat? Joseph Dawson was the first to get that with Jessica Boggs. So there you go. Congratulations to you two on getting that. Unfortunately, I don't have a prize for you. But that's pretty cool. Good job. Becca, what's up? Nice to see you in chat. Nice to see you. Where have I been? That'll be coming out in a video to explain where I've been. It's a lot. It is a lot, but if I take too much time to talk about it here in chat, I might miss some stuff, or it might get a little weird. So Montgomery, Alabama, they'll probably get stuff overnight tonight, so definitely something to watch out for as well. I'm going to fix this here. I have a lot of people in chat, I'll tell you what. A lot of people in chat. That's still crazy that they have 2 flash flood emergencies over there. Prize is an imaginary dancing chicken. Seems legit. And I don't have enough money to, to get that for countless people. So wouldn't be able to do that. Let's see. I get that, Infinity Girl. I'm trying to go through as many people as I possibly can as well. So if I miss someone, I'm sorry. What's up, Marilyn? What's up, Shell? It's nice to see you. Sonia, nice to see you as well. Oh, hey, Chaya. Nice to see you. Mahalo. Is this mostly going to be a night risk? Yes, this is mostly going to be a night risk. What model do I prefer for winter weather? The RDPS and the Euro. The RDPS is one of the only Canadian models that actually kind of get it right. So, but you kind of figure that because Canada usually gets a lot of winter weather. So, thank you, Daniel. It's good to be back. I appreciate that, Holiday Way. What could kill off the tornado event? Lack of lapse rates and some inversion, but it's probably not going to be a whole lot of that. How's schooling going? So schooling's been in and out for me. Um, one semester I may be doing really well. Another semester, my mental capacity just falls off like a cliff. So I've been slowly making my way through things. And I also have to consider this too. So with the government, and I'm not going to get political because it fully is dependent upon what they do, but with the government potentially cutting spending to meteorology, um, in a workforce that already needs people and needs funding, and we're getting cut with both, it's it's a very strange predicament that all of us college students are currently in. What's up, OH? Becca, that's not something you should try. You should be admitting that you're doing that right now. Oh boy. My Discord invite is invalid. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to fix that. A lot of the invites have been nuked ever since I took a break. All right, I think I have surprisingly caught up with chat because there is not too much. I'm kind of surprised. There's a bunch of people talking, and I've somehow managed to catch back up with chat. And is Morgan and I still going strong? Yeah. What was it, last night? No. It was Thursday night was when we played Rocket League together. Me, Morgan, and Tristan. So we talked. We're probably going to be playing Rocket League tomorrow night, assuming things go well. But it also fully depends upon if I could be potentially occupied tomorrow night, which I won't know until tomorrow. I'll have my my hockey game that I have to play at 5:30. Video upload comes out at 8, of course. That'll be recorded beforehand. See, my the funny thing about it is that I'm doing this YouTube stuff to try and see if I can make this as a potential meteorology job or position. I just have to make sure, of course, that I continue to stay disciplined. But on the other hand, it might also be possible for me to try and get into sports broadcasting because I really like sports, and it's just it's kind of interesting thing to think about. Let's do us all a solid. Let's start looking at some cameras. Where could some activity could be? What is the weather for Georgia? Georgia today should be all right. Tomorrow is when you can really start to get some stuff, and it'll be primarily strong damaging winds. Nice haircut, thank you. I'm partially going bald. I've been wearing too many hats, so now my I definitely need to be. We want to talk about discipline. I need to start putting in my hair care products. Something wrong with me. Tell you what. Yeah, right now I'm still in Penn State, but I've been taking a break these past 2 semesters to get a full-time job. I've been doing both now. I'm doing both now. full-time YouTube and full-time my other job, which makes $22.50 an hour, something like that. Now, that is just kind of that's not a long-term solution. It's a filler job, if you will, to try and allow me to just get money, so that way I don't, simpler terms, don't go into debt. That would be, wonderful to not go into debt. So we're just trying to save up a bunch of money, pay for college, do the usual things, right? Sports broadcast vet, don't do it. Was it strange to get back into the swing of things after 8 months off? Yeah, it still is kind of crazy. Emergency management definitely is a good alternative. I'll have to see. Same thing with FEMA, but once again, a lot of stuff is just all uncertain. I do remember Yazoo City. I do. Right now, we're looking live in Greenwood, Mississippi. This is going to be one of the main areas to where we could see some significant weather eventually. So don't be surprised if we come back to this camera. Don't be surprised if we do that. This view might be something that we have to use. It's actually a really good view too. It's up pretty high. So we have some good visibility from range. All right, I think I have partially caught up to chat. Maybe. As I said, a lot of people are talking. I'm trying to juggle all sorts of things here. And for those of you who are wondering as to what's happening with the weather right now, mainly what we're doing is we're waiting for the storms to start to form and fire off, if you will. But if we wanted to really get into some other nitty gritty, there's some pretty significant flooding that is occurring in southern West Virginia and southwestern Virginia, where we have 2 flash flood emergencies. If I may read, emergency management reported flash flooding across the Warren area. Between 2 and I'll say 4 inches of rain have fallen, and an additional inch is possible. Now, the reason why some of these flash flood emergencies are being issued in these areas is runoff. All right. So when you have a lot of terrain in some of these areas, we can potentially see runoff, and it could all kind of just sit together. All that rain starts to combine and build up in low-lying flood-prone areas. So folks that kind of live near creeks and streams always get the short straw with that. And if you are in any of these flash flood warnings, make sure you take time out of your life to go to a higher ground area. It is very important for you to be able to stay away from these flood prone areas, because there is the very real chance that if you get stuck in a flooded roadway, or if you get stuck in a flood in general, I mean, fast rushing water is pretty life threatening. So you want to be able to try and stay safe if you can. At least from what the models have shown, cold front is moving slower than was forecasted, which people are saying could open the window for discrete supercells to form. Yeah, that window was already there, but it was a lot smaller before. So now, since you have a little bit of a larger window, things might start to kind of open up longer, which is not great. So I was up there with Ryan Hall at one point. Yeah, I mean, I started before Ryan Hall. But yeah. Center Texas, slight rotation. Texas? I'll have to look at that. Works as broadcast for ESPN. Firstly, tell you that if you are willing to be broke for a while and work for free, go for it. Otherwise, you have a better chance at weather than go to sports. I'm not sure if a lot of people know about Charles Barkley and what he does on NBA on TNT. But he made this comment that was really funny the one time. It was talking about how, or at least him and his guy that's working at the desk as well, Kenny, the Jet. He was like, "We'll trade you to ESPN instead." Charles Barkley said, "You're not gonna work me like a dog and not pay me." And that just set me off. That's what that reminds me of. I do remember you, Spider. I remember a handful of people before uh, whether YouTube took off. Let's move to another camera that is not. Let's go to Rolling Fork. Hey, that's a pretty popular name that a lot of people know on this channel, Rolling Fork. So let's take a look at Rolling Fork as well. I'm going to take a look at Center, Texas as well for you guys, because you guys really are trying to point me into this storm. Oh, Center, Texas does have a little bit of rotation. You can see right above me, right here. Center, Texas is right here. And there's just a couple areas of rotation up and down the line in general. All I did was take a nap, and this is what I wake up to? I mean, what can I say? I'm gonna need new water. My water bottle's running out. Are those empty plots still? Are we talking about like the circles all across the board on that map? Like if I exit out of this, are you talking about like these empty areas? Because if you're talking about these empty areas, then yes. But every single icon that is on here has a camera, a link to a camera, or it tells you that an application has a camera. Now, I have not updated Radar Omega in 9 months. So I can't say that this is all completely accurate. Mainly because, you'd think in 9 months they'd add more cameras. But, I mean, look, we've tried to fill in the gaps as best as we possibly can. And, I want to see if I can continue to find more cameras across the board so that way we may be able to, help when the time is right. But we'll pull up Rolling Fork one more time. That way people can kind of see what's going on out there. I could, but the one thing about small town meteorologists is they don't get paid that well. It's like 40K a year salary, if that. And if I were to continue to work at my other full-time job that I'm working at right now, I would be making a little under, if not around 60K a year. Which I'm not going to be doing that, but update my stuff. What? Oh, yeah. It's been a while. It's been a little bit. Do not head to a major city for a job. Pigeonholed. Doing overnights. With the engineer running the board. What's up, Finch Fight? Or Finch Flight, I should say. Jeesh. I'm reading chat so quick. Seems legit, Daniel. Yeah, by the time I actually get to main campus, if I do go there, you probably would have been graduated. There is also the chance that I could transfer over to SUNY Brockport, State University of New York in Brockport. They have a weather program over there, and it's close to, well, I'll keep that part to myself. But I might transfer over there. I don't know, Dan. I'm not sure if James Spann went from sport to meteorology. I'm not really knowledgeable on his past. What is it supposed to look like for Barnstall, Oklahoma? Um, I would say there's a good chance for you guys to see some, you know, snow soon. There's also the chance that on Tuesday you guys could also see some snow as well. Pretty hefty amount of snow too. Wanted to look or type something out to someone. Someone sent me stuff over Discord. Weird stuff. Can the O's please beat Boston? It's hard to say because we realistically speaking haven't done anything with ourselves. Another flash flood emergency? Crazy. It's just a lot of rain. I mean, we said it last night. Millersville University has a great meteorology program, plus it's closer to my Bears. That is true, but as I said, there's a big reason why there's only two colleges that I'm thinking about right now. Penn State, number one, because I have the most experience going to state college, and then the other reason is for SUNY Brockport is let's just say I feel like it might be a better opportunity for me to enjoy myself. All right, look through this stuff. I got sent a DM and now my heart's racing. It's that trauma is still definitely there, but it's not my server anymore. Now I just only support it. Seems legit, Kaylee. Seems legit. Been hunting for online meteorology classes. I don't have time to do them in person. I recommend the meteorology certificate program from Penn State for weather forecasting. It only has 4 classes, but it gives you a certificate, and it's also pretty cool. Teaches you a lot about weather. Tell you what. Let's go take a look. Sorry, guys. It's just real quickly. All right. Darren, what's up? Welcome to stream. Nice to see you. When will the event eventually start, or really start? Well, there is a good chance that it could start an hour from now, 2 hours from now, maybe even a little bit less than that. It's possible. Funny enough, originally, all right, I was really, oh, that's interesting. Got some storms trying to form out in front of the pseudo cold front. We'll put on, by the way, a new camera while I talk, but I was thinking about, when I could potentially stream, whether that be an hour from now or 2 hours from now, as we have a new look at a new camera here from Mabin, Mississippi. But, I started thinking a little bit more. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to use this time to try and talk to chat, try and make things a little bit more personable, all sorts of stuff like that. Go into real estate. I mean, I'll tell you what. All right, I hate to pat myself on the back, but I am a little convincing here on YouTube with the way I try to convince people about these storms. So I might be able to convince someone to buy a house. I might. I just might. I got you, Connor. Don't worry about it. I appreciate the recommendation too. I know some good people that are over there in Millersville. As I said, we're looking live out of, this is Mabin, Mississippi. You know, what I might actually do, well, I don't know. Actually, I think it's good that we have this here where we can go full screen. Ayo. Most of the time when we look at stuff that's full screen, make it a little smaller. So that's what we'll do. That's kind of good enough, right? That way we can kind of see where it's from, all sorts of stuff. Is Ruston, Louisiana going to be bad? I think you guys could see some strong storms. I don't think it's going to be the worst in the world. But I do think you guys could see some stronger storms that could move on into your area in the overnight hours. Well, it may not even be overnight. It may just be in the evening hours. I'll think about it, Holiday Way. I'll think about it. If this weather gig doesn't work out. Have I seen the Huxley, Louisiana storm? No, but I am currently looking at this storm that's over near Kingston. But Huxley... I don't know where Huxley is. Oh, we have a camera over in DeRidder. Let's go take a look at that real quick. Hold up. This is... We don't have a camera in DeRidder. Not that one, at least. We might have this one. We do indeed have that one. This is DeRidder. And I can't really see a whole lot with that little thunderstorm. Nate is the OG of using traffic cameras. To the point to where I've made a map. Yes. It is quite crazy. Quite crazy how much time Huxley, Texas. Was it the one that was near center? And if not, the answer is probably no. Oh, that's the one in Huxley. Yeah, I've seen that. That was near center. I mean, it's okay. It's just more of a spin up. The map still exists. Yeah, the camera map's always going to exist. I'm going to add more cameras to it, and then I'm going to create my own website for it. It'd be pretty cool. I'm going to eventually stream on Twitch again like I did before. Yeah, eventually I will. It's just the problem is that my computer couldn't handle both platforms. So when I get my priorities aligned with that, I'll be able to get both. Yep, I'll definitely keep an eye on those areas for you, Helen. Try and make sure I speak my mind as much as I possibly can. I think these storms will push to Nashville later on. Yes, I definitely do. It'll probably be more of a damaging wind and spin up tornado maker. Well, maybe not spin up is the right word, but tornado maker. So, yeah, that is, someone mentioned in chat, that is a second, or not a second, a third flash flood emergency. So we have a lot of flooding. I mean, we talked about how much rain there was going to be in our video yesterday. There's definitely a lot of rain, a lot of water. What are my PC specs that I have right now? I have a 24-core Threadripper and a RTX 2060. So I still have that. I didn't actually upgrade my PC. But I have a crap ton of money now, and when I am able to, first things first, before I even upgrade anything, I got to do that giveaway. I have to do that giveaway. We're talking, what was it? 5 weather radios and 5 anemometers. So I think what we're going to do is when we actually get our how to read radar video up and running, because we're almost done with that script, so then we just have to start going into the editing phase of that. When we get into that, when that video comes out, and that'll be a multi-video series, so when the first video comes out, we'll then talk about doing the giveaway right around that same time. What in the heck? I'm gonna turn off my notifications for right now. Because knowing me, I'll get a text in the middle and it'll be a giant ding. And it'll just... It's right under my microphone. My microphone is right on top of my phone almost. So... Has anything changed from earlier? We're starting to get more and more flooding stuff, so... Yeah, we have thousands of cameras on that site. It's actually kind of crazy. Let's pull up another camera. What would be... I think now might be a decent time for us to pull out Radar Omega and their cameras. If we can find any. So that's looking out into Memphis. Tabletop Geek with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, how's Wilmington, North Carolina for tomorrow? Well, tomorrow, if I pull this up here, I'll pull it up, I'll pull it up, I'll pull it up. Okay, pivotal weather models. There we go. So for tomorrow, all right, Wilmington, North Carolina is the bottom part of your screen. They're probably going to see some scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight. It's definitely possible. You guys can see that. And then as you start to head into the noon hours tomorrow, so once again, time is up here so you guys can kind of see. The noon hours tomorrow, it could be some strong gusty winds that'll move on through the area, and then it should be accompanied with some cold temperatures, some cold air. And by the time you get into 4 p.m., 5 p.m., the thunderstorm activity should start to deteriorate. April, what's up? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. It's been a good bit. Glad to see that you're back. The whole gang's back together. There we go. Oh boy. But yeah, that's basically the general gist for Wilmington, North Carolina. You see, I told you, my phone's just going to start going off if I start getting texts or notifications. There's something... Why did I get something from DoorDash? I didn't even... Oh, I didn't even buy anything. Oh. It's a notification from Rochester. It's funny. I didn't even buy anything. It just gave me a random notification from Rochester. Rochester, New York. Oh boy. Yeah, as I said, this is a live look at Memphis, Tennessee, where they could potentially be seeing some strong weather overnight tonight as well. Or got DoorDash dinner. I did not get DoorDashed anything. I haven't had food, period. Welcome. I sent you 6 pizzas. I don't live in Rochester. Not yet. Yeah, I wonder why. I want some. Listen, that's nice, but no thank you. I will pass for right now. I appreciate that, Logenbach. I appreciate that. That's pretty funny. We all try to do the same exact thing. We try to help people. We try to give our own side to how things are going, but text me next time so I know you're on. All right, I will. I will, April. Yeah, DoorDash literally just sent me a notification. It said, satisfy your... Here, let me read it specifically for everyone. It says, hi, Nate. Satisfy your Cajun cravings with the popular potato mozzarella. Order now on DoorDash. And then it sent me a potato emoji. Is that telling me that I love potatoes? They're partially not wrong, because French fries, and then I'll tell you what, golden potatoes are just to die for. I know they're a bit more expensive, but I just kind of hate the bitter taste to some potatoes. Yes, this is a random thing that we're talking about here on a weather live stream. I apologize. But that's what it said. That's what it said. Apparently I'm a potato man. Don't start calling me Nate the Potato Head. You know, Mr. Potato Man or something like that. I like some sweet potatoes as well. Someone said in chat, sweet potato. I like some. I don't know. For whatever reason, I'm a really picky eater. I wish I wasn't, but that storm that people were mentioning earlier about Center and Huxley seems to be the only storm that's trying to do something right now, besides maybe this vorticity area, or this area of vorticity over here near Kingston. So we have a couple areas of spin over here in northwestern Louisiana. Ponado? Are you serious? Chat! What have you guys done? Yes, this is a live look at Memphis, Tennessee, where I am being called a ponado. Oh boy, it's times like this where I wish I could edit parts of my stream and make it as, like, you know, funny moments. Goodness gracious. There is oh boy. What am I gonna do? April with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Oh boy. I missed you so much. Glad to see you unpack. Yeah, it's been a little bit. It's been 9 months. I said earlier, I'll say this again. At some point this week when we don't have significant weather, so probably before the next storm system, so maybe on Monday, I'm gonna upload a video explaining why it's been so long. And I'm gonna show you guys a picture that I've never shown anyone. I've never shown this picture to anyone, not even my closest people that are to me, besides my family, because my family took this picture. Oh, glad to see you back. Oh, it seems legit. I get what you mean. But for those of you who know, it's a picture of me on the train going from London, England, to Scotland, and it was in the beginning of June. And every time I look at that picture, it just kind of it hurts a little bit. So. No content. It's nice to see that everyone loves a ponado. Ever chasing Northeast Oklahoma? There's an amazing sushi place called Mosa Sushi and Hibachi that crew should try. I mean, everyone knows I like my hibachi. Japanese hibachi is really good. It's the best way I can put it. It is really good. There's this camera over here that is south of Jonesboro that's out, so that's not very helpful. Do we have another camera, or do we have any cameras that are over here? No, we do have a couple of special weather statements that have been issued. Thank you, Misty. It's good to see you as well. For the fantasy group chat meetup, we absolutely need to go get hibachi. That probably means I'm paying for half of people's tabs. True facts. I'm okay with spoiling people. I mean, someone I know very well, I spoil the crap out of them sometimes. But Yeah. Hibachi can be pretty expensive sometimes too. That's the only thing. That's the only reason why I don't like getting hibachi as much. Like I will absolutely consume, you know. I will consume hibachi like there's no tomorrow. You give me their fried rice, you give me chicken and shrimp, maybe some noodles, and several cups of lemonade. I might go to the world uh, hibachi eating championship. Andrew. Oh boy. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. Someone said something about Rogersville, Tennessee at some point. I'm gonna search it up. I'm gonna look it up as I. That was strange. Google Maps on the side, please. Rogersville, Tennessee. Uh, there might be chance for thunderstorms. They probably wouldn't be too strong. Tornadoes, not really. Rudders or sheets, which has better food? I haven't been Rudders enough for me to make a statement on either or, and that's very funny to say because there's quite a few Rudders around here. But sell near Bienville, Louisiana might be starting to materialize. Not sure though. Bienville would probably be this complex. It's hard to say for right now, honestly. What I can do is I can go to Fort Polk's radar. There's some stuff that are just up and down in general. I don't really see too much to be able to say for certain as to these storms in central Louisiana, what they could do. I have a different background. Yeah, I moved to a different place. I'm now in my own little living space now. It's a nice little area. Pretty large office too. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of space in here. Someone started a series on Nate with no context. Oh goodness gracious. Oh boy, I've got a bunch of characters behind the scenes. I've got a bunch of characters. Does Eldorado seem good right now? Eldorado, I believe, is in Arkansas. Yeah. Let me pull up the radar for that here as I want that. And I want the Shreveport radar. You guys are gonna see a couple of thunderstorms and probably over the next hour or two. That's probably gonna be pretty consistent. So, for right now, you guys are okay, just based off of what I'm looking at. I can't really say for certain though if that will continue to stay the same. There is the good chance that there could be some flooding in your area as well. So if you're in a flood-prone area, I would consider getting into a not so flood-prone area. Oh, I absolutely understand that, April. Anything and everything that is outside during a storm is susceptible to something happening. What about Ruston, Louisiana? Right now, you guys are okay, but probably in about an hour or two, storms are going to start to move off into your area, and then there probably could be a chance for some flash flooding as well. Someone said something about Four Nations. I unfortunately will not be watching U.S. play Canada tonight, but I did watch parts of Finland and Sweden, and my goodness, did the National Hockey League need this? Best on best, hockey on hockey. Oh, I love that. If there's no weather going on right now, or at the time of puck drop, which is at 8 Eastern, I'm jealous of the people who are watching that, because that's some good hockey. If there's nothing that happens tonight, I'll be jealous of the people that watch that game. But I also like being on here too. I'm not sure people would be jealous of me streaming on here if they're just nothing but hockey fans. But that's the one thing about Nate Snyder. I'm weird in that sense to where I like hockey and I like the weather. I appreciate everyone who's been here so far. I know it's been an hour and a half and not too much has happened. We've just been socializing with chat, trying to make sure that everyone's okay. We're getting some information out to people. Stuff is going to start happening though. All right, trust me when I say it's going to happen. It's going to be an overnight threat. There's a good chance that some folks might be seeing some of these storms while they sleep. So it's important that if you guys know anyone who lives within any of these areas, and I might as well pull this back up as well. If you know anyone that lives over here in this orange color, there is a very good chance that you guys could be seeing some strong severe weather tonight. So please watch out for that. If you're not in the orange, let's say you're in the yellow, there's a good chance for some of the remnants of those storms to be moving through your area. There is still a good chance that you guys might see something. It just may not be on the scale or the magnitude of what is going to happen in the orange. So folks that may be in like Western Tennessee, I know that was said earlier. Northwestern Arkansas, the Carolinas. Yeah, tonight into tomorrow, this weather is not expected to move into your area. Now tomorrow, like tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow morning, that might be a different story. But we're talking about at least for right here and right now. Now the one thing I will say, folks that may be over here in Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, Tennessee, Northern Tennessee, all these giant green boxes that you're seeing on screen, they're popping in and out. There's going to be a lot of flooding. There's a very good chance that there's going to be a lot of flooded roadways, or creeks and streams might go over their banks. If you live in a flood-prone area, I mentioned this earlier with a viewer who was in southern Arkansas. If you see a flooded roadway, or if you live in an area that's near flooded, flooded roads, flooded streams, flooded creeks, flood-prone area, I definitely recommend that you get into some place that is not flood-prone, some place that is of higher elevation if you can, or a taller building. That way it may be able to just, be safe. I've seen so many videos of people getting stuck in flood waters for things that not turn out great. So I think London, Kentucky could be bad with a severe risk. You said London, Kentucky. London, Kentucky. I don't think you guys could have too much or that crazy of a risk. What in the world? Okay, that's way better. I'll tell you what. Yeah, you guys are right on the edge of it. I don't think you guys are going to be seeing too crazy stuff. Hardeman City. Or county, not city. County. CTY. County, Tennessee. Oh, Bolivar. Yeah, you guys definitely could see some stuff tonight. You're definitely going to want to watch out. Grandma lives near Dothan. Do I know around which time the tornado risk is going to be near her? I'll check that here in a second. Crazy thing, by the way, we have a camera over here in Bolivar, but the quality is not the greatest. So we'll have to see how things go from there. Someone asked about Bolivar. No, Dothan. That's right, Dothan. Dothan could probably start to see stuff around 4 to 5 a.m. Central. So I would definitely watch out for that if you guys can. You guys can see this on here as well. Up here is the time in Central. Whenever we're on pivotal weather, make sure to look at the top left-hand side. Good chance you'll be able to see when the time will move on through. So yeah, sometime around 5 a.m. seems pretty realistic. I appreciate that, Mio. Yeah, just in general here, when we look at this, the line of storms is really going to start to move off into Mississippi starting at 8 p.m. Central. And that's when things can start to really march its way further and further east. So there's something that is guaranteed to happen around 6 to 7 Central, which I know sounds like that's, still a little ways away. We're talking about an hour from now, still technically. But it'll continue to march on through. It'll continue to move off even into the late overnight hours. I mean, there's a very good chance that we could be up, until like 3 a.m. There's a very good chance that could happen. Aiden with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what's up, Nate? Glad to see you back. Haven't been in chat in a really long time. I definitely get that. I mean, life happens. Life happens. And, I really appreciate when people come out in general. Your guys' support mean a lot. You guys, are here. You guys talk. All sorts of stuff. So, as I said, I really do appreciate you guys in general. See, lately, because of my job, I'm usually up until say 10, maybe 11, 11:30 at the latest if I'm just like on my phone watching YouTube. Because I feel like that's what everyone does before they go to sleep. They just watch YouTube. Or they watch TV or something like that and they fall asleep. But I'll pull up the live stream here for Kosciuszko, Mississippi. More than likely another camera that we're going to use tonight. More than likely. Am I still living in the same area? Yep, I sure am. You're in the orange there in Tennessee? Well, I'll try and keep you as well informed as you possibly can get. The only thing I recommend though is that if you know anyone who lives in those oranges, just send them a text. Just say, hey, listen, there's a good chance that we could be seeing some gnarly weather tonight. Don't be surprised if X, Y, and Z could happen. Not saying it will happen, but just be prepared. Better safe than sorry. That's the best way I can put it. Stepsister is in Ironton, Ohio. It's a flood risk for them tonight. You said Ironton, Ohio. That is along the Ohio River. So yeah, there's a decent chance for some flooding. As long as you're not along the Ohio River, though, you should be okay. You should be okay. Do I have any thoughts about tonight? The major takeaways that I have is that the line is going to be pretty prevalent once you get to a certain point. A lot of wind, probably a few tornadoes along the line, but any storm that can try and spin up out in front, maybe some discrete storms, there's a good chance those could produce your strongest tornadoes of the day. So that's my Cliff Notes version of what could happen tonight. I believe there was one weather stream where Nate accidentally fell asleep on stream. That would be my Easter stream, and that was at the latter hours of it. I was live for about 36 hours straight, and it took my mom to come in the middle of the night and say, Nate, go to bed. She forced me to get off. And I was like, no, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep streaming. And I missed a couple of EF4s that night too. That was the sad thing. I should have just got coffee and just stayed awake. But yeah. What about the Ohio River up into Pittsburgh? You guys are fine. There's not really going to be a whole lot of snow melt that reached to that point. You guys are going to be okay. Should be okay. How does Tishomingo and Itawamba County look in Mississippi? You guys are definitely going to be seeing some strong gusty winds overnight. I'll tell you what. It will definitely happen. It will definitely happen. Jasmine, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. It has been a long time. Congrats on your Dodgers, by the way. Frickin' now they're just buying up everything. It's good to be a Dodgers fan. It's bad to be a Dodgers fan. It's bad to not be a Dodgers fan because we're all mad about unlimited amounts of money. But oh well. My Mayfield stream wasn't too long, was it? It was 12 hours. And I had to cut it off at 12 because I wanted to make sure that the stream would be recorded so that way I'd have it for after the fact. Because YouTube doesn't like it when you go past 12 hours for whatever reason. Or specifically 11 hours and like 50 some odd minutes. So. Yep. Yeah, no problem, Abigail. I'm happy to have happy to help in situations like that. Doesn't take too long for me to do it. It's just if I can find when people do it in chat. That's when I can help out. Sometimes there's just so many people that just say, "Hey, what about this town? What about this town?" that it's a little difficult to try and get everyone. Severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana. My guess is it's probably the northwestern portions of Louisiana. Yes, it is. It's for that cell in Mansfield. Ooh. All right, chat. Well, as we shift over here, do we have a camera over in Mansfield? Question mark. It'd be cool if we did. We don't. We unfortunately don't have a camera even anywhere near it. So we won't be able to see what's happening with this storm on the ground. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for DeSoto Parish, as well as Bienville, Bossier, or actually it's Bossier, not Bossier. See, I got to remember some of these town names and these county or parish names. So Bossier Parish, Caddo Parish, DeSoto, Red River, Webster Parish. I said DeSoto already. So that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and a tornado possible on that, of course, as we kind of already knew. We do have some rotation on it. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So right in the middle, right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be. It'll be heading into the Carmel areas, as well as the Westdale area, and eventually into Ninook, Woodardville, and Ringgold. Shame. I just got a message. Shame. Shame. Yeah, this really seems to be the only cell that's kind of doing it. Play the loop here, the velocities kind of shows to what's been happening with this. Becca, you and I just had the same reaction to that comment, and I think you know what I'm talking about. That's crazy. Owens Riverhouse, what's up? Welcome to the stream. You know what might be funny? Center that, because that also might be funny too. Storm potentially south of Alexandria. Ooh. Take a look at that as well. Oh, this line of stuff. Yeah, that's... Right now it's not doing too much. It'll be a bit for it to get its act together here. That's funny. Oh my god. Jeez. Joe with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, hey Nate, great to see you. It was 45 when I went to bed here in Oxford, Kansas. Now it's 28 and the snow is on the ground. Yeah, that cold front kind of came through and just absolutely went ham. So, how much snow is on the ground over there, Joe? Out of curiosity. Make Google form, and when you're busy, people can write what towns they need checked. That's not a bad idea, Kaylee. I'm not gonna lie. It takes a lot of time for people to do it, but it's not a bad idea. You actually got a notification for once, Krunk? See, YouTube does work when it wants to. It doesn't always. As I said, a lot of flood warnings over here. 3 flash flood emergencies over here along the border of West Virginia and Virginia. Is this the, this is the Bluestone River and the Clinch River. So that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of flooding over here. There's just a lot of green boxes. A lot of green boxes across the board. I'm gonna move this radar over to Columbus Air Force Base. That would have your mods do it. Be careful. Careful. Ask and you shall receive. New severe thunderstorm warning over here in extreme eastern Arkansas. The line is starting to, well, become a line. Starting to get windier and windier. Why am I already yawning? I feel like it's not a Nate stream, a Nate Snyder stream without a yawn. Happens all too often now. Yeah, there doesn't really seem to be too much analysis to be put on this storm besides it's just pretty windy. It's pretty windy. That's I wonder if there is room in the meteorology world for an oversimplified meteorologist. Like he just goes up on TV, he looks at a storm, and then he says, you know, that storm right there is going to be moving into this area, and it's going to get windy. And, you know, that storm right next to it, you know, that one right there is going to move into this area. And you know what? It'll be less windy, but it'll be rainy. It'll be pretty rainy. And then, that storm right there. That storm right there. That storm right there looks dangerous. And then just leave it at that. No context. I wonder if there's room in the meteorology world for that to happen. I feel like I should apply. April with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Just because I'm so happy to see you back. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Nate stream checklist. Talk of food, weather, plus name puns, yawning, pronunciation corrections in chat. Yeah, that does happen. Happens way too often. But that is a usual Nate Snyder stream. You haven't experienced that? I don't know what you I don't know where you've been. Wow. Sheesh. Hear about the SBC possibly introducing a 5 hatched in the future? I did. I think it's a good idea. Why is there a tornado vortex signature for this cell over here in Tipton County? That doesn't make any sense. The algorithm will algorithm. Oh, jeez. When it's getting windy. Yeah. Yeah. Best way I can put it. Looks like the storm that was over here in Westdale and Carmel that came from Mansfield is starting to go outflow dominant. So a little bit more gusty. I think we can attribute a lot of this to the winds coming from the southwest. So a lot of this wind shear here from like the surface all the way up to 1 kilometer is pretty unidirectional. You need a lot more veering in order to get that done, get that out of the way. What? Oh, you know what I probably should do? Realistically speaking. Ignore this for a second, April. There you go. You have that. Now you're good. Ignore this for a second, Squishy. There you go. Now you are good. All right, cool. We have that. That works. Had to do some moderation shenanigans. I really think this is primarily a wind event. I'd have to agree with you, honestly. But there's going to be a lot of spin-ups in and along all that as well, too. So, Tupelo with eyes. Yeah, there's Tupelo right there. Yeah. The best way best thing I can say is that these storms right here and those ones out in front all have something to watch. All right, Becca, what the heck? Okay. You know what? Fine. Fine. You know, chat, if I can make one statement, it is there is someone in my chat who is really close to me, who is really pushy, but it's a fun type of pushy. So, do I think there should be a hatch risk for the 45 wind? I would say no, because I don't think the cold front, because it is lagging back behind, I don't think the winds and the lack of dry air aloft would support a significant risk for wind. So, is the low-level jet kicking in right now? I mean, it should be kicking in soon. I did not mean to do that. No, no, no. I don't want your help, Copilot. Were you supposed to ignore that? I think you know exactly who I'm talking about, but in a roundabout way, April. It's not you. It's the other person who may be a moderator in chat who has been with me for a really long time and is messaging me on Twitter saying, because I said so. The things I would do for you drive me crazy. I will send her this message, which is follows. You kill me. It's not annoying to me, Logan. Trust me when I say she can be pushy all she wants around me. But my goodness, she knows she can get away with pretty much anything and everything. Is this a derecho event? It possibly could be, now that I think about it. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Kaylee. Becca really wanted you as a part of the mod team. So that's what I was talking about. She was pushing. She was pushing for you. She's like, I really think she should be a mod. And I know that's gonna embarrass her. But this is my revenge for being pushy. You get a nice little shout out for being a good noodle. That means you should probably re-download Discord now. So the funny thing about it, I know my Nightbot says it's my server. It's actually not my server anymore. That will go part into my video for why I've been gone, but I've handed it off to people who are motivated and people who have time to be able to put good new ideas into the server. People who are willing to put time and effort into engaging with community and stuff like that. It'd be really difficult for me to do so in my current state. So I gave it, well, technically I sold it, but I won't say anything beyond that. I'm going to try and get a link for the server so that way people can still join the server. Try and fix Nightbot that way. That'll probably be here. You know what I can do? What I do now is I get little sticky notes and I write down things that I need to do. So, get Nightbot new link. So I have other things that I need to do on this sticky note. I need to fix my green screen issue, which means that I need to get a microphone somehow. On my Stream Deck, I need to get or transfer my recording scenes from one to another. Ow, my ankle. My ankle hurts now. I've got sound panels that should dampen noise in here, so I got to put those up. Oh, I need to put my rope lights up on my entranceway, so I have lighting. Not in my office, because I don't want it in my office. I need to add more cameras to the camera map. That's pretty self-explanatory. And now I've just added to the list, get Nightbot a new invite link. Is Ruston okay? I see some storms coming. For right now, Ruston should be fine, but they could get some stuff a little bit later on. It won't be anything super significant at the moment, or at the very beginning. At least it doesn't look like it will be, but sounds good, Connor. Good luck with that. Poor lapse rates and deconstructive mergers are stumping the threat. I mean, yeah, that is a typical Dixie event, isn't it? That's as Dixie as you can get. Let's take a look and see what cameras we may have over here out of Arkansas. Did they add a bunch of cameras? They added a bunch of cameras, chat. I really am gonna have to update the cameras in Arkansas, aren't I? Alright. Well, you already know. I will not complain. Oh, what the heck is this? Now that's pretty ominous. That's west of Memphis in Arkansas. April with the 20. Thank you so much once again. I really appreciate it. It says put this towards the stuff you need. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely will do that. That's pretty ominous. What other cameras do we have here? This is looking east, so that's not helping. It's looking east. Oh, what the heck is that? That looks pretty gnarly. Hey, pretty soon I will be getting some more water. Oh, Becca, you make an absolutely valid point. It arrived at the distribution center though, so it might. It said it'll be there by 9 p.m. So it may be there. It just may be there when you get back. Wait a second. No. Hold up. Time out. I gotta send you a message. That's what I have to say. Let's go back to radar. Storms out in front still are not doing too much. But this cell over here in Tipton County and Lauderdale County in Tennessee, trying to spin up. It's trying in its own way. It does have rotation, so those would be the storms to watch. It's just doesn't look like it's strong enough to do so. What map do I use for the cameras? My own camera map that I have personally created. True facts. That is a tornado vortex signature. Yeah, Ripley, Henning, Halls, Falks, and Dyersburg might be something we need to watch out for. But is there, what type of stuff are we talking about still over here? Let's look at this camera in Jenna, Louisiana, and see what's happening there. And honestly, it doesn't look like a whole lot. Natchitoches might be an option later on. What is this stuff down here? Ah, cool. Listen, all I gotta say is we're gonna have a lot of cameras tonight. We're gonna have a lot of really good cameras. What are the CAPE values? That's also a good question. Let me pull that up here for you. All right, well, here's how much CAPE we have. Wait, where did my Epic Pen go? There it is. So we have some CAPE. 1,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE near Memphis. And then back here, this part of the line in Louisiana and Texas, probably about 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, give or take. So there's some. It'll likely continue to be at this level here, maybe a little bit higher. 3 Cape and 4. There's a good amount of 3 Cape over here in central Mississippi. That'll advect north. But it's still... Lower level lapse rates are pretty garbage. They will probably continue to stay garbage. Let's go take a look at a camera in Alexandria. Look at how fast the winds are moving over there as well. There's a storm that's near Alexandria. I'll tell you what, pretty soon I'm going to figure out where these cameras are, and then I'll be able to figure out what directions they're looking at. That is interesting. I really do think that this severe storm here that is approaching Ringgold, Louisiana, has a decent area of rotation. There's also another cell over here near Pelican in Louisiana. Another cell all the way down here near Many, which I think we have a camera for as well. And we do indeed have that camera in Many, Louisiana. So we'll keep this on here as well as that storm goes right by it. Why did I just get a text message from my hockey? In the 4 o'clock game? No, I'm not. No. I'm playing in the 5:30 game. I'm not playing in the 4 o'clock game. You cannot convince me otherwise. Yeah, that cell that's over in Pelican is starting to uptick just a little bit. They're probably going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that as well. At least I would think that's what they would do. I'm going to ignore that comment, and I think she knows which one she made. Oh boy. All right, keep that open over here on the side. Cool. Bro with the multitasking. I'm trying to do all sorts of stuff here. Leonard, what's up? Welcome to the stream. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that we pretty much, you know, said would have one. So Coshada, Ashland, Martin, Hall Summit. There's a very good chance that you guys could be seeing some damaging winds and maybe even a chance for a spin up. Look at the wafts. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do I have a wafts thing on here? No. So I'm just going to have to do a full screen of the wafts. Severe, relevant severe, wafts. View forecast. What is the wafts? Wafts is a model. As our camera is now shifted, it's trying to see if there's any rotation on that particular storm. So that's kind of interesting. We'll come back to that camera here in a second, but I want to look at radar. WAFS members. Let's just do WAFS 1 and just roll with it. And then we'll go, how do we want to do this? Meso? Meso looks good, actually. That looks pretty good. I'll take that. What? Oh. So basically, storms form out in front of the line in Arkansas. And then it becomes a pretty windy event. Okay. What about some of these prefrontals? These prefrontals don't do a whole lot, actually. Just from the looks of it. What is that? That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, the WAFS is basically an experimental model. It's pretty accurate, actually. At least for the most part. A lot of data that gets put into it. I mean, it's pretty accurate based off of what I thought of what's going to happen. It's basically, we're on similar wavelengths. There might be some things that might be a little different, such as I'm not too sure about a bow echo that is going to try and move through Greenville, Mississippi, but you know, what do I know? What do I know? All right, we'll go full again. We'll go back to the radar that is for Coshada. Storm still looks like it's spinning up. I'm not gonna meme the WAFs. The WAFs is a good model. I like the WAFs. So I shall not be mean to the WAFs. One of your professors started and led the development of the WAFs for some time at NSSL. Wow, that's pretty cool. That would make sense, though. Penn State has a lot of good. That's a tornado warning.
Tornado warning
Red River.
For northwestern Crockett County in West Tennessee, eastern Dyer County in West Tennessee, northwestern Gibson County in West Tennessee, northeastern Lauderdale County in West Tennessee.
They warned this cell? Ripley cell? That's another tornado warning too.
Tornado warning for northeastern St. Francis County in eastern Arkansas, south central Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, northern Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern Tipton County in West Tennessee, northern Shelby County in West Tennessee.
Well, we did say that the Ripley cell would eventually become something, and lo and behold, there you are. I mean, we definitely do have that. So, folks that are over here heading into Dyersburg, Friendship, Halls, Gates, Falks, Roe Ellen, you guys need to watch out the potential of something tornadic that could occur in your area over here. There's also this tornado warning cell that is over here in Jeanette, Clarkdale, Marion, heading into Millington as well. This is going to be heading north of Memphis. So if you live basically here along the border of Tennessee and Arkansas, you guys need to definitely watch out, take your proper precautions if you haven't already. If you live in any of those counties that were just called out by the automated message, then please get into your safe space. That's the best way I can put it. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And that is another tornado warning, so my goodness.
Tornado warning for Lee County in eastern Arkansas, eastern St. Francis County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi.
So that is another tornado warning. By the way, someone just mentioned in chat that we have a camera in Millington. And that new warning just got issued for an area southwest of Memphis over here. I believe this is the Haynes cell. Yeah, so this is the Haynes and Mariana cell. So a couple tornado warnings here. A couple tornado warnings here that the National Weather Service has issued. I think the biggest one for me right now that we should pay attention to definitely has to be this Halls cell. Heading into Halls, Falks, Friendship, Roe Ellen, Dyer, and Yorkville. This is a very strong storm that could potentially move on through, and could even eventually head over into Kenton, Rutherford, Dyer, as I mentioned. This is Trimble, Sharon, Greenfield, and Martin. So please watch out if you haven't already. This is a pretty strong storm right here. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't be surprised if this cell that's just south of Dyersburg could try to spin up pretty quickly. We have a camera over in Kenton. So once that storm gets closer, we will definitely watch out and see what's going on with that. I think this camera in Memphis, wow. Look at this camera that is in Memphis right now. Hmm. 3D of the Hall storm? I don't think we'd see a whole lot by doing a 3D of the Hall storm, to be honest with you. The storm is pretty messy in its own right. I'll be honest with you. Just had to send that just because. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy shelf cloud that's off to the north. That's also a pretty crazy hook as well. Could you put up the members link? Thought you were a member already. I think Nate's distracted. I can say. Oh boy. You're funny. You're funny. I'm going to change this camera back to this looking Millington. I'll tell you what, this tornado warning storm is definitely going to head into Millington. It definitely looks like it. Andrew, what's up? Welcome to the stream. The CC drop on the Hall storm or contamination? Probably contamination. Let me take a look. Contamination. More than anything, it's the inflow notch. Boy, be flustered. Yeah, I wonder why. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have 3 tornado warnings. 3. In portions of western Tennessee. Trying to look here on Twitter to see if there's anything on this as well. I don't see a whole lot. Let's go back to the radar, go over what's happening with this storm, or with these storms, and then we'll go back to that cell that's in Coshada. I'm really curious as to what could be happening with that. I don't see a whole lot of rotation on this cell that is in Lee County, Arkansas. If you go up and tilt, you do see that there is a little bit of it. Oh my gosh. Real quickly, chat. I'll do something on the side while I'm talking about these storms. This cell that's in Millington, once again, don't see a whole lot of rotation with this. If you look up and tilt, there is definitely some there. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. So you do have some counterclockwise spin. My other computer is suffering, I'll tell you what. New mesoscale discussion. Some concern for prefrontal supercells in northern Louisiana. So that's very interesting. By the way, we're also 6 subscribers away from hitting 51,000 subscribers again. So that's pretty cool. Thank you guys a lot for doing that. Let's go back to the cell that is all the way up here in Halls. Still a good bit of rotation. Hopefully you can copy that. I want to go back to the cell in Kashada. Well, the rotation kind of died a little bit, so that's interesting. New severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's heading south of El Dorado in Arkansas, or El Dorado. El Dorado's not going to be impacted directly, fortunately enough, but did I hear about the Gulf of Mexico has been changed into the Gulf of America? I have. And I'm a little mixed about it. So I think in order to... Oh my goodness gracious. Um... There we go. Mark, what's up? Nice to see you. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to ever appease both sides. So I think for right now, I'm just going to call it the Gulf. Because everyone knows what the Gulf means. New severe thunderstorm warning for Sabine County and Parish, as well as Natchitoches Parish. I really am interested about these prefrontals that they're talking about. Oh, they're talking about this. They're talking about these storms. Okay, so if I go to the mesoscale discussion then. Prefrontal supercells may mature over the next few hours as they track across northeast Louisiana into west central Mississippi. Tornado risk will increase if this occurs. We'll continue to monitor for possible tornado watch immediately downstream into Mississippi. I don't think they were ready for that, chat. Okay, I can get out of that. What's up, Anish? Let's go back to the tornado warnings up north. Get a checkup on these. Mariana cell isn't really translating down the ground. This Millington cell, I feel like we could just check on the camera and just see what Millington is doing. Is this cell in Dyersburg and Falks kind of dying out a little bit? It looks like it. It looks like the mesocyclone in itself, because this is where the rotation was supposed to be, right here. It looks like it just kind of died out. If that trajectory continues, that storm might not be as tornadic a little bit later on. Yeah, this shifts it over to the side a little bit more. This should be a better view. Right now we're looking at tornado warning storm in Millington. Millington, Tennessee. Got a nice little shelf cloud, but I don't see anything organized. If there is really anything with this storm, it would probably be a spin up or two. They just updated that tornado warning. What are these storms over here in Alexandria doing? Not a whole lot. I'm just trying to check up in general with a lot of these storms while we look at the live view. It might be good for us to pull this camera from Memphis as well real quick. Yeah, look at that view from Memphis. I'll tell you what, that's some low clouds. That's some very ominous clouds. Oh, you know what I just realized? You know what I just realized, chat? I could just do that. Does that impact this? No, not really. Okay, cool. All right, we're good. We're good on our setup. Yep, things are starting to get kind of juicy, just a little bit. Based on live data, weak storm development, warm struggle, multiple warm noses. Even with heating, it'll take until 20Z. What is 0Z right now, according to my clock? It's doing stuff right now. Yeah, that's a crazy shelf cloud. That is very crazy. Go back to the shelf that's over here in Millington. Folks that might be wondering as to where this storm in Millington is heading, it's going to head to Atoka, Brighton, Rosemark, Covington, Mason, and Braden. So if you're in those areas, I recommend you get into a safe space. There's also another tornado warning that is just to the east of Dyersburg. It'll be heading out to the Yorkville, Rutherford, Dyer, and Kenton areas. Did I get a new setup? Yep. I am living in a new place now, pretty much. Look at that cell developing west of Alexandria. Has a kidney bean to it. Yeah, I saw it earlier. It definitely does. It definitely needs to get into a little bit better environment in order for it to do stuff. But yeah, it is definitely looking a little gnarly. I still don't know what this other tornado warning storm in Mariana is doing all too much. What is this Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium view? Looks like it's looking southwest. So that doesn't really help a whole lot. Or northwest. Well, the Memphis, Tennessee camera went dark. So now we're just fighting for our lives with our camera shots, our camera views. Still have 3 flash flood emergencies. That's really crazy. Lot of flooding. A whole lot of water. If you watched my video last night, whole lot of water. Which of the 2 storms near Memphis have the greatest potential to produce? Well, give me a second. I'll answer that after this.
Tornado warning for West Central Muhlenberg County in South Central Kentucky, Southeastern Hopkins County in Northwestern Kentucky.
What? Excuse me? What? Excuse me? What? Okay, no, enough. This radar is bugged. We are not using ZDR for this system. That is something. That is very surface-based. But that is what definitely looks like could be a spin-up trying to form. So folks that are in Graham, Powderly, Greenville, and Drakesboro, as well as areas near Central City and south of Central City, in Kentucky, guys need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That is interesting. That is indeed interesting. So this would be just to the east of Dawson Springs. Be just to the south and east of Madisonville. Well to the north of Hopkinsville. Definitely the chance for a spin up to occur over here. Let's go back to our camera. This is in Memphis, so we are definitely starting to get more activity here. I think this is starting to get close to the Millington, Tennessee. Yeah, look at that. Is that a power flash that we just witnessed? Because light doesn't just sit there. It has to, like... Wow. Is that another power flash? I think we are getting some power flashes here. Am I live on Twitch, or am I still trying to figure it out? I'm still trying to figure it out. Had to watch Bill Nye in class the other day, and it said consider the following. Yep. Definitely does indeed do that. Consider the following. Let's go back to the Memphis radar. It looks like, first off, we are getting quite a few. It looks like, I'm not too certain as to what that bright light is, but if I had to guess, could be something along the lines of Power flash. Why does it... I don't know why it keeps flashing like that. It's hard to tell. Doesn't really seem to be a whole lot of rotation on this Millington cell, though. Looks like a lot of strong damaging winds. So I do not see too much with it. Airport lights? That's a good point. Could that be an airport? It could be. Yeah, it could be airport lights. It looks like that storm has really shifted off far to the north. Broke power pole arc? Could be. But the one thing I noticed is that those lights are just... they're not the exact same. Sometimes it goes in and out, sometimes it goes... yeah. CC drop on that Kentucky cell? I don't see anything that's indicative of a tornado. Not at the moment, at least. Looks like a beacon spinning at an airport. It might. It very well could be. Lights are directional and steady. The only problem is, don't airport lights project outwards and not up? That's the reason why I'm like, huh. I'm gonna go over to Dyersburg real quick. Just to inform everyone that this storm still looks like it is trying to spin. But it's also looking really messy. That tornado warning that was for Hughes and Mariana has been canceled, by the way, so that is one thing to note. Where someone's signaling Batman. Batman, come stop these storms. That's funny. That's funny. Check out Alexandria cell. Oh, so the prefrontals that are trying to develop. That cell over in Kashada still looks like it's gonna try and do stuff eventually. Yeah, the cell in Alexandria is definitely a baby cell. I'll tell you what. It is definitely a baby cell. You know, that brings up a valid point here, real quickly, as I pull up Mesoanalysis. Our bulk shear from 0 to 6 kilometers has started to increase. So some of these storms could sustain supercell activity. There's a camera in Kenton, Tennessee, not far from Dyersburg. I know there's also another camera right here. Yeah, there's a camera right here. Yeah, there's Kenton. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of lightning. I'll keep an eye on that, see what's going on. The tornado warning here, if I go back, it has now been updated so that it excludes Millington. So now it is just Atoka. And then if this were to continue, if there's another tornado warning, it would head towards Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Covington, and Henning. Let's go back to that tornado warning in Kentucky. I still don't see anything that screams tornado on the ground to me. There very well could have been a spin up. I'm not, excluding that possibility. I just don't see any evidence from the radar that supports that theory. But regardless, the storm could definitely try to spin up. And if it were to do so, it would be near Greenville, Powderly, Central City, South Carrollton, and Graham here in Kentucky. Main reason why I say that is because we do have some rotation. We have some greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So this counterclockwise spin here on the leading edge. That's why I'm watching. But there's definitely something that's out there. I'll tell you what, guys. I'm not sure if anyone's paying attention right now. There is. I just saw the new mesoscale discussion. Just got issued. There is 17 flash flood warnings, 14 flash flood warnings with considerable damage possible, and 3 flash flood emergencies. That's a lot. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of flooding. That's pretty crazy. All right, new mesoscale discussion. As the Weather Channel now spams high wind watch and winter weather advisory. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tornado threat continues within Weather Watch 8. Threat will continue downstream into portions of Middle Tennessee and Western Kentucky. Given the progress of the main line, maintenance of individual cells ahead of the line will be difficult. Deep layer shear will continue to support embedded mesocyclones, which would support winds, damaging winds, and tornadoes. They're saying they will probably need to add a tornado watch. So that's interesting. So we could potentially have 2 new tornado watches that are issued eventually here soon. It could potentially happen. We're also a half hour away from the next Storm Prediction Center day 1 outlook. So that's another thing to note. Is this another... The cell near Cadiz, Cobb, Gracie, and Hopkinsville in Kentucky might need to be watched at some point. Potential of maybe something tornadic if it can spin up in the right way. It looks like the storm that was near Atoka and Gilt Edge is now starting to move outside of the tornado warning. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning to compensate for that, meaning that this is likely not as tornadic as it once was. So that's, of course, some good news. And it looks like they just canceled the tornado warning as well. Still watching this other tornado warning here in Dyersburg. Dyersburg is fine for right now. They are in the tornado warning, but the storm that originally was the reason for it has moved out of the area. It is now moving into the Kenton, the Rutherford areas. Dyer is okay. Dyer is okay. The storm in itself is moving to the north of Dyer, so you guys are good. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm. If they do, it'll be for portions of Weakley County as well as Obion County or Obion County. If you haven't already, please be sure to help spread the information with as many people as possible by hitting that thumbs up button down below and sharing this with friends and family and on social media. That's the best way for us to get this information out to people who could potentially need it. Is that another storm that's heading into Millington here soon? Yes, it's the cell that was in Memphis. Ooh. Look at how gnarly that looks. Now that right there, chat, is a shelf cloud. All right? That is a shelf cloud. Woof. And that's pretty crazy, too, because you can see the skyline of Memphis, and you can see... Camera's also now shaking and baking, too. Man, oh man. Now, what's honestly interesting to me, chat, and this is what we're probably going to have to look at as this shelf cloud moves on through, is this going to be the type of whale's mouth shelf cloud that can appear in some outflow dominant storms? Or is this just a regular embedded supercell type of shelf cloud? But this is live in Memphis, Tennessee. And we've got as ominous of a storm as you can probably get, and it's heading into a major population area. So folks over here in Memphis and the surrounding areas should probably get indoors and not be outside. The one thing that I can say is that though I do see some cars out in the roadway, I don't see too many of them. And I don't see a whole lot of people walking on the sidewalks either. I think most people know that there are storms heading into this area. I mean, to be honest with you, how couldn't? You got a bunch of lightning, you have a bunch of thunder everywhere. So, we'll be here with you as this continues to move on, but we'll keep this on the side screen. We'll look at our radar. As I said, this storm is starting to really get close to the Memphis area. It did have a tornado warning in the past. Right now, it is not tornado warned. There's not a whole lot of rotation within this cell, at least based off of what radar can tell us. Still, a lot of pretty strong damaging winds is likely possible. And that also goes for the other cell that was tornado warned, that was over near Covington, Henning, and Ripley, that is now going to head into Trenton, likely portions near Humboldt and Alamo. Halls, maybe Dyer. We'll have to see about Dyer, though. It'll depend upon if it can shift a little bit further north or south. We'll have to see. But folks over there definitely need to watch out. And wow, this is getting all too close to the camera now. This is, as I said, a live look in Memphis, Tennessee. While we are looking at this video here, I'm going to check. Excuse me. You guys are seeing my Aurora pictures. I'm going to check our storms that are down here in Louisiana. See if I need to report on that yet. I don't think we do. I'll tell you what as well. This is really intriguing to watch. You have some clouds that are moving this way and some that are moving this way. I mean, how crazy is that? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to check on our cell that is no longer tornado warned, that was heading into Central City. Folks need to understand that if you're also in northern Tennessee, central and southern Kentucky, as well as portions of southern West Virginia and western Virginia, you guys need to be aware that there is going to be some significant amounts of flooding in flood-prone areas. So it is important for you guys to be able to get to higher ground if you can. If you see a flooded roadway, I always say this, all right? This is a jingle that I always say. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. That's the best way I can put it. So, if you're just tuning in here right now, we're looking live at Memphis, Tennessee. Now, I asked this question about 5 minutes earlier about whether or not this is a whale's mouth type of shelf cloud, or if this is just an embedded MCS, an embedded supercell type shelf cloud. And this is a whale's mouth type of shelf cloud. So we had our shelf cloud pass over. What happens now is the clouds actually dip back over, just like this. So you have a lot of clouds, and then it goes up, and then it flattens out. And what that usually tells us here, chat, is it separates the warm air that's out in front and the cold air that is back behind it. Meaning that you have our outflow boundary that is stretching out in front, and it is keeping a lot of the warm, moist air from getting into the thunderstorms. So this tells me that this is predominantly wind, and this is also kind of being forced out into being more of a wind maker There's a lot of backing of some sort back in behind this. You're using GR2 Analyst free trial, but my radar does not look as good as mine. Any help? There is. One day I probably should just add. I should just like make a website. So what I have is color tables. You can search up color tables on the internet and you can download them as long as they are .pal files. All right, make sure that they are .pal files. I have added in my own color tables. I've even customized some of my own in the past as well. So if there's anything I recommend, go get yourself some color tables. Go customize your radar however way you may like. Look at the Simmons Bank camera. Man, I'll tell you what. This is east of Memphis. You can clearly see the city out in the distance over here. But this shelf cloud just looks really, really gnarly. I might be tempted to go get like a little bowl. I got for Valentine's Day, some sweet tarts. I have like 2 bags of these. No, I did not get them from a significant other. Why would my significant other get me anything for Valentine's Day? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, my family got me some candy. I was like, oh, cool. So, I'm half tempted to put them in a bowl and just have them up here. Just something to munch on. They are moving this camera to try and see if there's anything out in front, but I really don't think they're going to have any luck doing it. There's also... So, we mentioned earlier that some of the storms out in front could try and form and become significant. It's currently struggling right now. We'll go full screen here on the radar for you guys to see. There's a lot of these little storms that are out in front, and they are nowhere near as strong or well sustained as the counterparts to the west. So, it's the waiting game right now. Can we get any of these storms to do it? The National Weather Service right now is watching a couple of areas that are really interesting right now, that are trying to be those storms that can form out in front of the line. And it just so happens to be this area right here. These storms right here. Really, it's just these storms right here. So back over here is the lines, the end of the line. There's some storms that are forming out in front just like that. Just had an interesting thought. Oh, what in the heck? We have a little mini supercell that's rotating over here near Dry Creek and Sugartown, as well as Grant, Louisiana. That's kind of interesting. Just a little dude. Look at this little dude. There is definitely a little bit of rotation. Sounds good, April. Take your time. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. There definitely is a little bit of spin right there. There definitely is a little bit. I want to take a look back at this storm that was over here now in Jonesboro, Louisiana. A little bit of rotation. A little bit of rotation over here. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle would be where the rotation would be. Per sources, there is a new tornado watch out. whenever I see the tornado watch on my GR2 screen, we'll play the prob game, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. We'll hold out for a little bit. Might be a rotating cell in Fountain Hill, Arkansas. We'll go in and watch that here in a second. We'll go look at it. Oh, that isn't a radar hole. I'll tell you what. There probably is something rotating there, but good luck to us for trying to see it. But there is absolutely something there. If you know anyone that lives in Dermont, Reed, Arkansas City, I would watch out if you're over here in Arkansas. I would definitely watch out. If you guys would like to help us spread this information and support the channel by trying to help us get this out to as many people as possible, please be sure to just copy the link to this live stream, send it to as many people as possible. There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Drew County in southeastern Arkansas.
Well, there you go. What would be the closest radar to this? It wouldn't be Little Rock. Would it be Little Rock? I don't know. 13. Oh, no, it would be Little Rock. Yeah, there is absolutely a little bit of spin here. Absolutely. Liddell, Collins, Dermott, McGehee. And there is some good rotation with this, too. I'll tell you what. Greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So there's definitely some spin here. And that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Crockett County in West Tennessee, southern Gibson County in West Tennessee, east central Lauderdale County in West Tennessee, southwestern Carroll County in West Tennessee, north central Haywood County in West Tennessee.
So they did issue that new tornado warning. I'm going to see, I do believe we have a camera over here in it's Alamo. We might have something in Humboldt too, just so we can just have this. It looks like they are looking at the storm, so we'll keep that there. But new tornado warning. This is for Crockett, Gibson, Lauderdale, Carroll, and Haywood County. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. It is only 041Z. Interesting. Friendship, Trenton, Milan, Atwood, Humboldt, Alamo. Guys should be able to get into your safe space right now if you can. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. It looks like our... Oh yeah, there is absolutely an outflow boundary. Look at that here, chat. Remember what we were talking about with whale's mouth and outflow boundary and preventing moisture from getting into the storm? We definitely have that right in here. If you look very, very closely, there's just a confined line right in that area. I'll actually zoom in to make it a little bit more revealing. But we have this pretty well pronounced outflow boundary. And that's kind of the reason why this storm that is over north of Memphis isn't really that tornadic. This outflow boundary is just cold pooling a lot of that stuff. So a lot of wind in that. But this cell over here that is just to the north and west of Jackson, Tennessee, This is definitely a cell to watch out for. I'm going to just actually put the camera back over here at this cell in Alamo. It does have a little bit of a curly Q, but it also is kind of bowing a little bit on the southern side. I wonder if this storm is also going to try and become outflow dominant. Regardless, there is a good chance that we could see a spin up on the leading edge over here. It's almost right over 412, Highway 412, just to the south of Friendship. But we do have a little bit of rotation right within that area there. See ya, Marshall. Thanks for coming out. If you would like to help us get this out to more people on YouTube, please be sure to spread this live stream with folks who may be in the path of this or just on social media in general. Put this on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That would be greatly appreciated. Man, I really think this cell that is over in Arkansas is... It's looking pretty strong. It is looking pretty strong. So if you're in Collins, McGehee, do we have any cameras over in that area? Out of curiosity. Why? Why does it always do this? I hate this. Do we have any cameras over in this area? We have one in Dumas, which is north of this. We have one in Lake Village, which is southeast of this. So the answer is no, we don't have a camera in this area. But still, if you live south of Monticello, Collins, State Highway 35, US Highway 278, this, in my opinion here, is a very strong storm that is going to be heading into this area. Very strong storm. Just double check here some of these cameras. I don't see anything interesting for right now. What radar am I using? This is GR2 Analyst. One of the best radars you can use on a computer. I'm going to go back to over here in Shreveport with that radar, as the storm that is now heading into Ruston, Louisiana, is now severe warned. The good news for the folks that are over there in Ruston and Calhoun, as well as Chowdhury, Quitman, Downsville, and Sterlington. This storm doesn't seem to be too tornadic at the moment. It seems to be more of a gusty wind maker in itself. So we'll watch out for that. Just stay indoors, stay away from windows. You guys should be good. Which radar has the best view of that tornado warning? My experience, based off of what's happening right now, I've used only two to, look at it. Best one that I've seen has been Little Rock, but I still have to find out if Jackson has a good view. I doubt it. All right, so about, what was it, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, there was a new tornado watch. 7 minutes ago. So, prob game. Anyone want to take any guesses? Remember, if you're new to the prob game, the National Weather Service, when they have tornado watches, issue two different types of probabilities. The first probability, which is almost always bigger than the second, is the probability of two or more tornadoes. And the second probability is the probability of one or more strong tornadoes. That's EF2 or greater. So some people might put in something like what the other tornado watch earlier was 60-30. So I've seen 70-40. I've seen 30-20. I've seen 95-95, which is one of the rarest tornado watches that can be issued. I think my mic is cutting out again. That would be not the greatest. Let me unplug it and replug it in. Is that better? Maybe. All right, let's play the prob game. Probabilities are 50-20. 50-20. So the first people I have seen on here put up 50-20. Tommy Wilson, Caden Ruzika, Norfolk, Dan Wilson, Connor Woods, congratulations. As I said, I would give you guys like a little prize or a little cookie, but I definitely don't have that. Sup, Sean? Nice to see you. Lily got it good as well. Good stuff. I love playing stuff like that, like the prob game. It's pretty inclusive in chat, huh? New severe thunderstorm warning. Hey, you know what? We have a camera for that area. That's the first thing I realized based off of looking at that severe thunderstorm warning. We got a camera in that area. My mic is still going in and out. Really? Scared of the upcoming hurricane season? Honestly, there's just going to be... You can't really avoid whether or not there's hurricanes. You just got to prepare for them. Trust me when I say, though, if you do get prepared, you're usually in a pretty good situation. Usually. So. Yeah, I don't know where this camera in Jenna is looking at. I'm going to pull up the full screen here. So that way we would be able to see. Yeah, I don't really see too much. We'll keep that camera up just in case we can see something, because there is a little bit of rotation on this cell. There is indeed a little bit of rotation on that cell. Just a little bit, though. Camera is also in and out. The camera's fine. I think my stream just is streaming. This is a typical Nate Snyder live stream. So right now we have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings. I want to go back to that tornado warning that is Actually, hold up. Is Jackson a decent view? The answer is no. So Little Rock is the best view for that tornado warning. It is east of Monticello. Man, can I just say, I really would not be surprised. Now, wait a minute, chat. Now, wait a minute, chat. Listen, chat. This might... no. No. And the reason why I'm going to say no is because that's south, not north. That is... I tried to take a hit against the grain because regardless of contamination, you might be able to see fanning aloft, but the winds would be moving northeast, not southeast. So it's found or not. One thing I can say for certain is that we do have some strong rotation here still. This is going to get very close to McGehee. If you're in McGehee, Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space. One fatality due to flooding in Clay County, Kentucky. Sheesh. This could be a lot of rain, as I said. And unfortunately, it is going to potentially impact people. So if you are near a flood-prone area, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. They can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So please, please, please. Natchitoches cell is materializing. The answer is not really, but it is definitely a part of that back end that we are going to have to watch out for. Okay, this Gina cell is, at least the camera is not doing anything. Pick something, huh? Did I accidentally go live yesterday? Yes, and funny story about that, I wasn't even near Streamlabs, and my stream, it wasn't even on. I was actually restarting my computer because I had to do updates. So it was just kind of like, it was stupid. Someone's saying Lake Providence cell. I'll do you one better. Delhi cell and Tallulah cell. My goodness, this is isolated. This might be one of those cells. If it can try and get out by itself completely, oh boy. We're probably talking about... No, not again. We're probably talking about this cell heading off into the general vicinity of Sondheimer, Transylvania, onward, Cary, Valley Park, Holly Bluff, Rolling Fork. So we're going to have to really watch out for these. Oh my good lord, what did I just see? I'm going in and out again. Man. I wonder if that could fix it. We'll see. That also could be because I wasn't talking directly into the microphone. That could also be a possibility. I don't know what to believe now. Chat, I don't even know. Yeah, this cell right here is definitely going to be something we're going to want to watch. I'll tell you what. This is something. Let me pull up something on the side here. I want to multitask and I want to try and be able to watch as many things as I can. Nagadish Cam's getting hammered right now. Sheesh. Yeah, man. That cell is in Delhi and Tallulah is just it's still going strong. It's still trucking. I would not be surprised if we saw something from this soon. I really would not be surprised if we saw something from this soon. Kind of surprised we haven't seen I think they're probably seeing it as quickly as we are. We might see, or at least we should see a warning, a severe thunderstorm warning to start out with. Possible rotation near Winchester, Arkansas. First off, that rotation that was out near McGee looks like it has died out a little bit aloft. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. Likely has a tornado possible tag on it. No, it does not. But that... Chat, I really do think that this thing is starting to spin up. There is a very good chance that this cell that is over here in Tyndall is spinning up. We might see a tornado warning here very soon, and this might be a strong tornado. I saw there was elevated rotation in this Lake Village cell. It's heading towards Greenville, so if we really wanted to look at it, we would be able to see what's happening through the camera. It's in a radar hole. There's the rotation that someone said there could be over in Winchester. It definitely is there. Some greens moving towards reds moving away. So it definitely is there. Sheesh. Dang. Dang. Cutting bad? You know what, chat? Here, hold up. I got an idea. I have an idea, chat. It's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Desha County in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Drew County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Arkansas County in southeastern Arkansas.
I think I partially see what you mean, Keith. I think people who see the cutting, it's valid, because I just saw there was like a cut, like a 2-second cut But did you miss anything on the ground? No, not as of right now, but you did get back at the right time, as there's likely going to be a strong tornado to occur in the next 15 minutes. I guess I'll have to refresh my phone. My stream is lagging, not your audio. See, that's what I thought. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southern Weakley County in West Tennessee, Central Gibson County in West Tennessee, Northern Benton County in West Tennessee, Northern Carroll County in West Tennessee, Henry County in West Tennessee.
So that's a new tornado warning. Oh, so it's this cell right here. It's this Dyer, Trenton, and Bradford cell. So it was originally tornado warned, and then it veered off a little bit further to the north. And now it's heading into that Bradford area. It's my least useful radar at the moment. Sorry, Little Rock. You're going to start to be pretty useless here soon. New tornado warning, again.
Tornado warning for southeastern East Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern Issaquena County in west central Mississippi, southern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
I can't say we didn't know this, because this is as simple as it is. New tornado warning for the cell that we've been watching for like 5 years. Tyndall cell has gone tornado warn. Transylvania, Alsatia, Sonheimer, Onward, Rolling Fork, Cary, Holly Bluff. Need to get in your safe space immediately. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Welcome back, April. Best timing. We're probably going to see a strong tornado in the next 15 minutes. So glad to have you guys back for damage control. That is a new tornado warning. Again.
Tornado warning for northeastern Weakley County in West Tennessee, northwestern Henry County in West Tennessee.
Okay, well, that is woof. We are getting a lot of tornado warnings here right now. What does the 0Z outlook look like? Nothing has changed, really. Oh, no. Never mind. Scratch that. A lot of things have changed. Best way I can put it is the 10% has been extended further northeast. However, the SIG risk has been completely destroyed on the northern end of the risk. So northern Mississippi and Tennessee, as well as Kentucky, have no SIG risk. But it is central Mississippi, northeastern Louisiana, and southwestern Alabama that has the SIG risk. So it's just basically they found out that there's not going to be any supercells to develop in front of the line. And now they see the supercells that are developing in Louisiana, and they're saying it's probably that. So yeah, let's just show you guys here real quickly just the general gist of it. Here is the new outlook. Big orange area, huge orange area. Here's the wind risk. So they did not SIG the wind. This is not a moderate. It is still a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. A lot of the main significant winds are going to be localized in east central Mississippi, west central Alabama, southwestern Alabama, and southern portions of Alabama as well. And then here's the SIG risk that I mentioned earlier. They chopped it off So the top, their window for seeing significant tornadoes is below 10%. But it is down here into portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, extreme southeastern Arkansas, though that's going to be short-lived, and as well as portions of Alabama and the surrounding areas. There is going to be the potential for some of that. So we'll watch out. Let's get our camera and rolling fork up and running. Do we have any cameras that are in the northern portions? We have some stuff in Clarksville. We don't. Martin's too far north. Clarksville's still a ways away. So yeah, let's stick with our rolling fork camera here as we hold that on the top. Several new tornado warnings have been issued. If you live in Bradford, you need to get in your safe space immediately. There is a very good chance that this storm could be trying to produce a tornado here soon. Very well-defined Bound-A-Week ecoregion. I'll tell you what, this thing has a pretty good donut hole on it. What that basically means is you have rain wrapping around completely from top to bottom. So your tornado, if there was one, it would be right in the middle of that where there isn't any rain. A new tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for southern Callaway County in western Kentucky.
So that is a new tornado warning. It's an extension for this cell that we're going to talk about here in a second. But this right now probably is the best chance of producing a tornado here within the short term over the next 5 minutes. So if you know anyone that lives here near Bradford, Greenfield, Gleason, McKenzie, and Henry, as well as Paris in Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space immediately. If you have a basement, I recommend going into that. Otherwise, the lowest innermost part of your building could be a bathroom, could be a closet. Just make sure it has no windows. And if you don't have that, then just find a way to get into the innermost part of your building. You can put mattresses and pillows up against each other, even couches, any sort of furniture. Just try and build as many walls as you can. If you're in a mobile home, it's not recommended that you're in that. If you're pretty far out away from it, so like let's say you are in McKenzie. McKenzie, you have enough time for yourself to be able to go south or go to a place to where it may be sturdier, such as a convenience store or a shopping center, something like that. If you're in Bradford, though, you need to just get into your safe space immediately. Find the safest place for yourself at that moment and just get into it. It looks like the rotation for the cell in Crockett, at least from this radar, doesn't look like it's doing too much. Crockett County. It is heading into Milan, so if you're in Milan, Tennessee, you need to be able to get in your safe space as well. And then we also have this storm over here in Puryear. This is Puryear, Tennessee, right on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, heading into Hazel and New Concord. There is definitely some rotation with this. I'll tell you what. Blues moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. So right in the middle, right about there, is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is kind of back behind where some of the rain is. So I wonder if there could be an outflow boundary over there. I wonder if there could be. That is a new scan. Okay, it's definitely not behind the outflow boundary. That is definitely some pretty strong damaging winds and maybe even the chance for a tornado to be possible. That is absolutely valid for them to put up that tornado warning. Absolutely valid. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information to people who might need it. If you know anyone who lives in these areas that I am calling out, I'm going to just continue to call it out all the way up until these storms die out. That might be very late in the morning, or very early in the morning, I should say, tomorrow. but we're going to be doing it for as long as we possibly can. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, feel free to share the stream, copy the link to the live stream, and just say, hey, listen, this dude is going to be covering this for a while. I'll be able to answer any questions if I can get to it as well. Is this a powerful tornado? Well, it's not on the ground right now, but it could potentially try to be if it does. Let's go back to that tornado warning down south in northern Louisiana. The rotation kind of died out a little bit. It was a lot stronger in the past as it went close to Tyndall. And as it starts to head into Sonheimer and Alsatia, it's kind of just been meandering about. I'm not giving up on this cell quite yet, though. This is probably as discreet as you can get it. This is probably as discreet as you can get a storm. So I really do believe that that could potentially be an issue later on. We shall indeed watch out for that. 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 tornado warnings. And then, of course, we also have another flash flood emergency. There's now 4 flash flood emergencies. That one, I believe, is for portions of McDowell County in West Virginia. Here it is. Gauges report 2.5 and 3 inches of rain has fallen. So the reason why they issue flash flood emergency for that is because West Virginia, I mean, they call it the mountain state for a reason. And so what comes with mountains in storms is you get a lot of runoff from areas that accumulate a lot of rain, especially in the higher elevations, that flows down into low-hanging areas, and you start to get a lot of accumulation with rain that eventually turn into flash floods. So if you see any flooding, please turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. I've seen too many people get stuck in flooded roadways because they think they can make it through, but floods just so happen to make it seem like it's a lot shallower than it actually is. It's almost, it's very tempting to drive through it. If you'd like to help us get this out to the YouTube algorithm helps us spread this information to people who might be needing this information on YouTube. Then please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That definitely helps us out. This storm over here, southwest of Alexandria, is a little mini supercell. I'm going to watch this very closely because it is rotating. What is this environment looking like real quickly as I pull this up? I'm going to just... Well, bulk shear is increasing, so that's one thing to note. Surface to 3 kilometer lapse rate is not good enough, but mixed layer cape. So what is that? 3 cape, basically? Yeah, that's a lot of 3 cape near the area. There is a little bit of vorticity on that Alexandria cell, but not enough. Huh. Well, that environment could try and do stuff a little bit later on, but it's a little too difficult to say for right now. Excited Pats fan with the spout spotter. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Pretty sure there's a camera in Greenville. Yeah, there is, and it's currently experiencing a severe thunderstorm warning. There's several cameras in Greenville, if I remember correctly. Yes, there is. Isn't there a camera in Greenville through this? Or no? Yes, there is. Never mind. We're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. Let's take a look at that live view in Greenville, Mississippi, as a storm starts to move through the area. There is a little bit of rotation with this storm. We are pretty far away from the radar to be able to say for certain. But definitely something to watch out for if you're in Metcalfe, Heads, Shaw, Cleveland, portions of Sunflower County. We'll watch out for that. April with the Tornado Tracker. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. It's a lot of dedication to get that high-risk badge. Did it just go down? Are we talking about, what, the stream or the camera? Oh, the camera. Gotcha, gotcha. Welcome back, Agent. Welcome back, Agent 48. Let's go back to the tornado warnings that are back up in Tennessee. We're kind of going back and forth between these two. The tornado warning that is currently impacting areas near Milan isn't really doing too much. That is the good news, but I can anticipate some strong damaging winds that could be associated with that. So folks in Milan, Tennessee are definitely still going to want to watch out. Still some pretty strong rotation with this cell that is just to the west of McKenzie, Tennessee. It is not on the ground as of this time, but it is still something to watch out for. This is probably as classic of an embedded supercell as you can get. I mean, look at the hook and look at the bird wings, the dog leg that is starting to get, swirled up into the main area of circulation, which is located right there, right next to the tornado vortex signature. Rotation is as good a rotation as you're probably going to get for right now. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So definitely something to watch out for if you live in those areas here. It does look like the camera, as you guys have been watching, is starting to get impacted in Greenville, Mississippi. I didn't see anything significant on the camera, though, which is the good news. Although, as soon as I say that, it starts to get a little bit crazier. It does look like the rotation just went right over the area almost. Don't worry about it, Kaylee. Trust me, no one has to give me money. Like, I appreciate the support here. The best support that you can give is just hitting the like button, letting people know that I exist. That is pretty much all that I've been here for since the dawn of time. Still a lack of rotation with this cell in Sondheimer. Let's go back over to this cell. It seems northern portions of Henry County, so this is north of Paris, so like Puryear, is out of the tornado risk as of this moment with this particular storm. Over here in New Concord, Hazel, and Midway, though, what a very strong rotation embedded within this line. This is definitely an embedded supercell. You can clearly see there's this hook on the inside, or at least it is trying to curl off just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning here soon. And that would be for portions of Callaway County, Trigg County. It might be possible that Stewart County in Tennessee might also need it. Actually, I think it'll be more Callaway County and Stewart County. Trigg might not get it as much. Look at that left flank velocity enhancement. I know that's big words for some people that might not know. Basically, that's just a streamlined of air. It's like an air current, similar to like a water current in the ocean. That's an air current flowing directly towards where the rotation is. That is absolutely an embedded supercell. That is kind of crazy. That cell near McKenzie is absolutely... I think there's two areas of rotation that the radar is trying to figure out. Are you kidding me? I think both of those areas of rotation is valid. And you know what? I think that southern rotation might actually try to produce a tornado because of the Fujiwara effect. If you're in Mackenzie, you might want to get in your safe space immediately. Your time is now up for safety. I don't own the Discord anymore, but I need to put a new link in because I support the server. I'm still an admin on it. That was the one thing that we agreed to when I sold the server. Because it'll still be a place for you all to chat. I still want you guys to be able to chat and stuff like that. It's just I'm not going to be running the server. I don't have enough time to do it, and I have a lot of bad experiences with what happened last year, which is part of the reason why I've been gone for so long. So, just not into it. And I'm not afraid to be transparent about that. I won't name drop anyone in the video that I'm going to make it either. So, those people who might be interested about that or might be quick to try and defend me, trust me. I don't need defending. It's been 8 months. It's been a while. Oh, yeah, there we go. Here, actually, I might be able to fix it right now. While I'm doing this on the side, it's important that everyone knows that if you're in the tornado warning, please be sure to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. There's a good chance that a tornado is possible within your area. As James Spann once said, who is a meteorologist that covered probably one of the most prolific tornado events ever in recorded history, which means years upon years of data. Respect the polygon. If you're in a tornado warning, don't just treat it like it's nothing. Treat it like it's something now. Let's go back over here. All right, let me fix that real quickly for you all. Get on the Nightbot. Fix that link. All right, I think I've fixed that. It should now be the correct link for people who may want to join the Discord. Sonia, with the spout spotter, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. It really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. James. Per Gibson County Public Safety feed, there were houses damaged and a tree on top of a house. Gibson County is where? That in Tennessee, I'm assuming. I'm going to go back to... looks like the camera in Greenville is back online, so we'll keep that up there. But you said Gibson County. I'm assuming... Yeah, that's Trenton. And Dyer and Milan. So it's possible that either this had a tornado or we had some really strong damaging winds associated with it. Regardless of that matter, it's still definitely there. No, I think that the two rotations, I think it actually occluded. I think that Gleason, the northern rotation occluded and went to the north and died off. And now your main one is the one that was heading into Mackenzie, which is exactly what we just said about 5 minutes ago. So hopefully, you guys took that seriously. Hopefully, it is not. Hopefully, I'm incorrect about it trying to produce a tornado, though. Hopefully, I am incorrect about that. If there is anything that I will be told I was wrong for, it was trying to make sure people are safe and telling them the tornado wasn't on the ground. It is starting to bow out, though, I will say. This is a little bit more of a damaging wind maker. Look at that bow echo there, chat. You have a rear inflow jet and everything. So usually on the top part of the bow, that's where the strongest winds are at because all the rain just kind of gets flowed to the outside part. So it kind of just goes in different directions here. Do I think these storms will head off to Chatham County? I do think so eventually. It may not be as strong as what it is right now, though. But I do think it will eventually. Will Hutton with the 34 months. Oh my gosh. 34 months. Woo. Now that is crazy. I'll tell you what. 34 months of continued support. I appreciate you oh so much. I'm not, it looks like they issued a severe thunderstorm warning to counter the potential tornado warning with this cell in New Concord. I'm not sure if they're going to be issuing a new tornado warning for Stewart County. Join when the derecho came through Ohio in 2021. Now that right there is a throwback. I'll tell you what. That right there is a throwback. Yeesh. Glad you've stayed throughout all that time. Let's check back up on this cell that's heading into Onward. And it's not... What's wrong with this thing? Why is it I know why it's struggling. I know why it's struggling. It's splitting several times. Huh. Well, that's one way to kill off a storm, or at least nullify it. So if it can continue to do that, that's probably the best of both worlds. That is some random storms that are forming in notches. You know what, chat? That's also pretty discreet. Watch out for this cell here, chat, especially as it gets close to areas like Port Gibson, Fayette, and Hazelhurst. Utica and Crystal Springs. It'll be getting into a really good environment for tornadoes. At least for the most part. Well, it seems the cell that is over in Rapides County, or Rapides Parish, I should say, in Louisiana, it is continuing to rotate, but it has cycled a couple of times. So this is south of Alexandria. So I guess we'll still have to watch out for that as that continues to move on through. Look at this line that's forming back over here. This is your wind maker, chat. This is why there is so much wind in the forecast here. Because we're expected to get a line just like that, except for several hundred more miles. This is such a classic 10 sig Dixie event. It really is. It's this grunge, how to not fail, try not to fail challenge. But if it does actually win the challenge, it's like one of the worst case scenarios ever. Dixie in a nutshell. Grunge and trees. I saw that, Kaylee, before you deleted that. That's pretty funny. You're inside the big red box. You don't like it? Well, please continue to stay inside your structure. Do not go outside for any reason whatsoever. I know that might seem a little bit of a duh statement, but trust me, you don't want to do it. Man, this cell. Well, the rotation has passed Mackenzie, so Mackenzie is now, for right now, just temporarily. Actually, Mackenzie's not in the clear, chat. I lied. I didn't intentionally lie. But there is another rotation that is just barely right behind it. But there is some pretty strong rotation out in front of it, right over Oh boy. I have no idea if that is side lobe. Might be some side lobe contamination. It is definitely possible. But that is some pretty strong rotation too. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible by hitting that thumbs up button down below. Helps us get onto the YouTube algorithm so that we may be able to get this out to people who may need it. People definitely do go onto social media to find their information, and ask people in chat. Definitely helps. When the weather's not going bonkers, you're going to make that Google form, send it to Becca, then have her get it to you. Gotcha. Y'all probably have your little girlies group chat. You, April, and Becca. The mod group chat. Partially a joke, by the way. Partially. That is a ZDR arc. That's not really a good sign. It means the storm is starting to get stronger. If you're in Paris, Big Sandy, Dover, Cumberland City over here in Tennessee, I recommend you get in your safe space. I mean, this is definitely a storm that could try to put down one. Mackenzie, continue to stay in your safe space. There is another area of rotation that's heading right over you. Not yet, but we will. Oh, I know you got Becca on speed text. I know that from experience. I know that from experience. What do I get on the paid version of GR2 that you don't get in the free trial? The free trial, you can only use it for 20 days, I believe. And then you can't use it anymore. So. She doesn't use Snap. Trust me when I say that. She'll explain why, but she doesn't use Snap. I barely use Snap. Well, it looks like the link for the Discord server has been officially updated, so that's good. Only 2 tornado warnings right now, but 8 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Tornado warning for southeastern Weakley County in West Tennessee, northern Benton County in West Tennessee, northern Carroll County in West Tennessee, Henry County in West Tennessee.
3 tornado warnings. Extension. Extension for that Tennessee cell in Paris. I think they saw that there was another area of rotation back near Atwood. Yeah, why did they do this? Why did they make this so large of a warning? Oh, because the other warning was about to expire. Okay, that makes sense because they were trying to just get it out. I get it. Any mobile radar app is usually not worth it. Worst case scenario, if you want something that's decent quality, go Radar Scope. Radar Omega has had a lot of buffering issues while out in the field. I know a lot of people, are sponsored by that and stuff like that. And it's got a lot of really good, user-friendly functions. It gives you more options and stuff like that. But if you want efficient radar data, Scope is pretty good, especially as a storm chaser. A lot of storm chasers still use Radar Scope rather than Radar Omega. Okay, we are going to move this all the way over. Very good. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, Coahoma County in northwestern Mississippi, Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi, southwestern Tate County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Quitman County in northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Panola County in northwestern Mississippi.
There's a rotation here somewhere. The best way I can say it. Best way I can put it. They're doing the Clarksdale cell. That's interesting. All right. I think that might have been a little too late. But yeah. Either that or I don't have a really good look at this. Well, you know what? I don't think I'm using Shreveport anymore. I'll put that over in Little Rock. Hello, Deborah. Welcome to the stream. And that's the one thing I will say. Some people do have really good experiences with Radar Omega. I just know that a lot of people have had a lot more bad experiences with it than Radar Scope had bad. If I want to preach, safety, I got to go with efficiency over, fun. We have not done any 3Ds because a whole lot of the storms haven't really blessed us with something to 3D. Some storms have been close to the radar, but it's ugly. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we do actually have a little bit of rotation here with the storm. Just a little bit of it. So that'll be heading into Friars Point and Helena, Lula, Dubs. Do we have cameras over there? I just want to double check. I don't think we do. We do. Hold up. We have one in Lula. We have 2 of them. We have 3 of them. Might be good for us to keep that camera around. That one in Lula. Even though we can't really see a whole lot, it is... Okay, we're going to just do that camera then. We have a couple of good views here of the bridge that's on Highway 49. But I will apologize ahead of time to people who are expecting a lot. It is a little rainy there, so it's hard to kind of see everything of what's going on, but there is some stuff. Okay, the supercell continues to look good, but not do well. It's trying to wrap around. I wonder if that could change. This trend could change soon. Let me double check. Our next decent camera that is out ahead of this, we don't have one. It's going to be splitting almost every single camera. Well, that's convenient. Let's go back over to the cells. Someone's asking about Oak Grove and Clarksville. There probably could be a warning for you guys eventually. But we're probably talking about that happening, I'd say, 30 minutes from now. So a half an hour from now. And this storm in itself won't be able to actually get near that area until at least 45 minutes from now. So you do have a little bit of time, but we still do have a tornado warning over here for Paris. Does have some good rotation with it. No debris signature from what I see. So I don't see this on the ground right now. We do have a camera in Clarksville too, so we could use that to our ability. See what's going on at the ground level of the storm. Everything else that is north of it, like the cell in Cadiz and Hopkinsville, it's not spinning enough to try and be tornadic at the moment. But there are some areas of interest that could try to. So I'll definitely have to watch out for that. There's also another area of rotation south of Paris, just to the east of Mackenzie. That's what we were talking about earlier, and it's kind of the reason I'm assuming why they issued as large of a tornado warning as they did earlier. So we kind of have 2 supercells. We have this one right here, and then we have another one which is right here that's not as strong. Man, this cell near Paris just looks really... I'm honestly really surprised that this does not produce a tornado, because this is a well-defined supercell. I mean, this might be one of the best defined storms of the night. We're talking at that level of definition. Both these storms have ZDR arcs too. Both of these storms have ZDR arcs. So this is an embedded supercell in the line, in the QLCS. Oh, you didn't miss much? Oh, you're heading to your senior formal. Gotcha. Don't worry about it. I'll let you know of what all stuff happens. It looks like they are starting to issue several severe thunderstorm warnings for the line back in Louisiana. Things are starting to now get pretty gusty with that. Man, this cell over here near Enterprise and Extension, just to the east of the town that Morgan and I like, Kelly Clarkson, here in Louisiana, is starting to rotate a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning on this. I'm going to be honest with you. This cell over here near Extension, Winsboro, Gilbert, Wisner, Franklin Parish in Louisiana definitely needs to watch out. This is definitely a storm. This is definitely a storm that could try to become significant. Will the tornado watch be expanded east in Tennessee? It is possible, and if it's not expanded, there'll be a new tornado watch. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Henderson County in West Tennessee, southeastern Gibson County in West Tennessee, northwestern Hardeman County in West Tennessee, southwestern Carroll County in West Tennessee, southeastern Haywood County in West Tennessee, Madison County in West Tennessee.
It's kind of strange. We do have a new we do have a new tornado warning here for Jackson, Tennessee. I pulled up a camera on the side to see if we can find anything. Where's the rotation located? Near Mercer. So that's all the way back here. Okay. Well, then it might be best for us to get our camera here. Hopefully that gives us an idea as to what's going on. But if you live in Jackson, Melissus, Beach Bluff, as well as areas along I-40 from Jackson and east of Jackson to Parker Crossroads, you need to get in your safe space as well, as the potential for a tornado is possible within your area. Rather be safe than sorry. I've never been to a prom or a homecoming, Kaylee. Never in my life. I've only danced with one girl in my life, and that was back in middle school. And that she asked me because there was only 7 boys in my grade. It's a very small class. So I haven't really experienced a whole lot of that stuff. And I don't know, I kind of regret it, but I kind of don't at the same time. There just wasn't really a whole lot there for me. What do you mean that makes you sad? Is that a sad, like, as in I'm pitiful? I'm just joking. But yeah. Ugh. I don't know. I just really didn't relate with a lot of people in my high school. I went to a high school in West Virginia. How am I going to relate with people who don't care about ice hockey and don't care about weather? And that's why I waited. It looks like the storm that is over in Holly Bluff is starting to move out of the warning, but it might be starting to tighten up again. We could be talking about this thing potentially getting a new tornado warning. If it did, it would head into Luis, Carter, areas west of Yazoo City, of course, Holly Bluff, Silver City, Thornton, and Chula. You were also a COVID kid? Well, I graduated the year of COVID. If there was anything that I feel bad about is not being able to walk down and get my diploma. I have my diploma, of course, but not walking down and having it handed to me. My third principal in 4 years of high school. Talk about a merry-go-round. He's not even there anymore. There's a new principal there. That high school that I went to has shuffled through so many principals. It's not even funny. Chris Hall posted an image on Twitter of a possible tornado near Trenton, Tennessee. Interesting. So that was back over here.
Tornado warning for northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southern Humphreys County in central Mississippi, east central Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
So they still like that extension. Can I just say, that's a lot of rain in Jackson, Tennessee. It's a lot of rain. We're talking like next to no visibility. Yeah, that is... Sheesh. I'm going to go back to the Memphis, Tennessee radar here. I want to see if there's a better view of this storm, and there isn't. So, not really a whole lot with that right now. A little bit of spin over there near Cleveland and Glendora. That might be something to watch. Still, for very valid reason, new tornado warning heading into Luis, Midnight, Silver City, Carter, and Holly Bluff. So one of our discrete supercells is definitely trying to do stuff. We also have this cell. I was talking about these storms that were over here in Natchez. We have one of them that is going to try and be discrete to an extent. Need to watch out for that. I'll tell you what, if that cell that is over in Fayette really gets, out there, starts to intensify, we could be talking about issues for folks that are in Tillman, Carpenter, Crystal Springs, Terry. Storm track takes it, to Carpenter, Utica. It might actually even go straight for Jackson, depending upon where it goes. So we'll really need to watch out for that. And then this other storm that is over here in Winnsboro. I really do think that this is going to be a storm that we're going to have to watch out for. This will eventually head just to the west of Vicksburg into the Chula or Tallulah area, I should say, not Chula, the Tallulah area. And we'll have to focus on this storm as well. So definitely something to watch. Definitely something to watch. But once again, we've got a couple of these storms that are trying to get discrete and trying to be supercells. Here and here. Good news for a lot of the folks over here in northwestern Arkansas is this is it. This line right here is the end of the storms. You might get rain afterwards, but it is not going to be anything more than that. That's it. This is the end of the risk here for Shreveport, Mansfield, Natchitoches, Jonesboro, Ruston. Y'all are good. Like, you can go to sleep if you really wanted to. I know it is only 8 p.m., but if you really wanted to go to sleep, you could. You could. Off topic, there's a bunch of fights on the ice at the US-Canada hockey game. That's not too surprising. It's the best on best, and Canada would have benefited in having Tom Wilson. But no, they won't. They won't, for whatever reason. Back to Tennessee we go. You know what? A tornado occurred. I think that might be a debris signature. Chat, I think a tornado may have occurred over here, just to the north and east of Paris. Oh, it absolutely did occur. Holy crap. At least I think it did. If not, it did some side lobe contamination crap. But that kind of looks like either hail or maybe... But there's still rotation there. Look at that. It looks like it occluded north. It absolutely did occur. I think we had a tornado. It's still in the tornado warning. I think we did have a tornado, though. It's hard to tell because we had some side lobe, but the residual debris and the curl to the north with the occlusion tells me that I think we had a tornado that paralleled US Highway 79. Oh, Kaylee, before you go to bed, that solo leveling episode, first off, solo leveling is dope as hell. It is so great, and I read the manga / manhwa before. Manhwa is absolutely amazing. Recommend the read. But this episode today, there's a couple of parts that's pretty good. There's a couple of parts. It's not like the super, crazy episode that we got last week, but it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good. Next week's going to be a dope episode. So, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I definitely think we had a tornado here. The date for the video is wrong. Oh, you're absolutely right, it is. Let me fix it. Update. Boom. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Is there a whole lot of people that live in that area? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, if you guys refresh, the date will be fixed, but it's not imperative to refresh it, honestly. Unless if you want to update how recent you're hearing me talk. Yeah, I really do believe this was a tornado. I do believe it was a tornado. Thank goodness it was already, tornado warned. But I do think it was a tornado that hit the northeastern side of Paris. Just based off of the debris signature and how it occluded north. It still is going. The rotation still is going and occluding north. It still is going. So, Kaylee, your husband has great taste. Let me just say that. Great taste. It's pretty. Solo level is pretty good. I'm not the type of guy to watch any or read anything that has like long history of episodes. Like I don't watch Naruto, I don't watch Dragon Ball or One Piece or One Punch. I don't have time for that. But some shows like Solo Leveling, oh yeah, it's tough. All right, the last time I said this, we had a couple of tornado warnings, so I'm not gonna say it, but you guys know exactly what what I'm thinking right now. At least hopefully you are. That way I don't have to that way I don't have to jinx myself. Interesting. Will Morgan be joining me for streams anytime soon? I don't know. I don't think he will. He's got a lot of stuff going on in his life in Oklahoma. But of course, he always knows that he's welcomed back on the stream whenever he wants to. I know we talk pretty frequently, honestly. So, still looks like the storm that's over in Luis, Midnight, Carter, and Silver City is still there. It's not as strong as it once was when it was over in Holly Bluff. And that's partly because it went outflow dominant. You can see it kind of bowed out just a little bit, so we have some strong damaging winds associated with this storm. Yeah. Be very, very widespread. Selling Winsboro still is rotating. There's also something down there that I want to investigate. What is happening in Colfax? Nothing too much. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that cell in Winsboro is rotating, so that might be something to watch out later on. What about this one over here in Walters? I mean, it's kind of rotating. Not really rotating enough. Still have these two supercells that are ongoing. It looks like the new supercell, or the southern supercell that was over in Mackenzie, that was behind the Paris cell, has now become the dominant one out of the two. The second one is just kind of reeling from its previous tornado. Because as I said, I do believe that it produced a tornado. I do believe that it did. It was right along Highway 79, or just a little bit south of 79, and it paralleled it up to the north and east. But If you haven't already, please be sure to help spread the information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream and send it out to as many people as you can. April, you can tap out for a few if you want to. I'll be able to cover if I am the only one here. Alright, what I'm gonna do. I could not care less about that, and I could not care less about that. There we are. Alright, fixed all those. Sounds good, April. Yeah, it still is. It still is, Daniel. Trust me when I say I still do not tolerate. I have friends that live in mobile homes in White County, Tennessee. Should they leave? I would say no. I think you guys are good. White County is still really far away. So I think you guys might be good. Yeah, that new supercell is starting to track out closer to Clarksville. Absolutely is starting to. If you're in Clarksville, I definitely think you should start planning ahead to figure out where you can go if there is a tornado warning issued for your area. I definitely think it is possible that you guys could get some stuff. Someone said earlier that there was reports of damage in Trenton, and someone took a picture of a possible tornado. Here's some of the official reports from the National Weather Service. Many trees were knocked down along Thetford Road in Trenton. There was also reports of damage in Fruitland and Bradford. And there was also at least one home that was damaged with several people trapped in a closet in an area 5 miles southeast of Bradford along US Highway 45 East. So once again, potential tornado over there as well. So I think it's going to hit Huntington. Huntington's currently in some thunderstorms right now, but not anything that's really tornadic. It's just a lot of strong gusty winds and maybe some spotty hail. So you should be fine as long as you stay indoors and stay away from windows. Like, don't go running outside, you know. Even later tonight. Well, later tonight, I do think you guys could be seeing some gusty winds, but it would be towards the latter stages of the event. Yeah, you guys are like right on the border of barely anything. So I think you guys should be good, for later on tonight. I'll double check with the models. It doesn't hurt to do so. It does not hurt to do so indeed. Oh, we have the 0Z run as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be some gusty winds overnight. The crazy thing about it is it might snow tomorrow morning by the time they get up, which is kind of funny. So, how about that for a 360? All right, well, the model thinks that there is definitely a chance for some supercells to try and merge with the line. That'll continue to be the case all the way until 2 or 3 in the morning central. So it looks like we might be up for a good bit. Any idea what Franklin, Tennessee might get? Franklin. I remember Franklin, Kentucky. Let me see if I can find a Franklin, Tennessee. Franklin, Tennessee. Oh, they're south of Nashville. Yeah, you guys are going to definitely see some gusty winds tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if there is also some a chance for a spin up. But wow, that supercell just is not. You know what, chat? I'm gonna take a look at Mesoanalysis here. Well, I think I know the reason why the environment isn't great. Little to no cape, and lapse rates are poor. Now that's a little bit better. It's actually warmer the further north you go along the line than it is out in front of the storm, which is kind of crazy to think about. Is this threat mostly for the southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, or is it Huntsville area? Are they in the risk as well? Huntsville is definitely in the risk for some strong damaging winds, and it'll be the overnight threat for them. So if I pull this up here, so a little bit past midnight, line of storms will definitely be trucking on through. It might not be as much of a tornado risk by the time it gets to you. It'll be just mainly a lot of wind, but it will still get to your area and still be severe. Yeah, I'd have to agree, Mark. And we can look over the models one more time so you can just see. It kind of just, it looks like it isn't as strong as it gets to western Tennessee. And once again, there's the snow, the potential for snow right after it. You had the chance for tornadoes literally, 8 hours before. Would Baltimore get any severe weather tomorrow? Doubt it. Well, you know what? No. There's a chance. Very minuscule chance. It'd be at 3 p.m. If anyone tells me to go chase this, I'm not. 11 a.m. also is possible, too. I'm not chasing this, chat. I'm not going to do it. You can't make me. I got a hockey game, and I got to upload a video for you guys tomorrow. Silver City Rock gone. Yeah. What about Thorsby, Alabama? Yeah, you guys are definitely in the risk for some strong damaging winds. And even maybe a tornado or two is possible in and around that general vicinity. Looking on Twitter to see if there's anything interesting with this. Oh. Well, that's pleasant. That's a pleasant surprise. Off to bed since you have work. Night and be safe. Yep, absolutely. Night. Let's go back to our radar here. Honestly, we're just going to kind of be waiting for stuff to materialize a little bit more. It's been going off and on. For those of you that pay attention to the Four Nations face-off, USA and Canada is tied at 1. Do I see the line bowing more with time? Honestly, no, I don't. Unless if you're maybe in the southern portions of Mississippi, central to south central. But it should stay pretty linear, if I'm being honest with you. It should, at least. Go back to the storms over here in Tennessee as they move out of the tornado warning as that gets canceled and towards Clarksville. If you're in Clarksville, please, please, please watch out. Sheesh. You're in Laurel, Mississippi. Do you need to prepare? You still have a good bit of time before the storms do get into your area, but I would definitely monitor these storms. Here's the models for you. They start to get into your area at around midnight. So you still got a good bit of time, but yeah, you guys can kind of see what I mean by a little bit of bowing in the southern Mississippi. There's also a little bit of bowing in northwestern Alabama as well, but that's kind of strange in my opinion. Southern Mississippi and Alabama might be interesting, depending upon what these storms that come off the coast do. Could try and merge with some. So now, alright, I'm going to say this after I check every single storm. Even though we have 0 tornado warnings at this time, there probably could be one. It would be this storm heading into Holiday, Camden, Waverly, here in Tennessee. It would be Benton, Humphreys, northern Decatur, northern Perry County, northeastern Henderson County. It'd be basically along I-40 and north of I-40. So it'd be this storm right here. This one that looks pretty much as much of a supercell as you can get. Just live outside Birmingham. Some places had 5 to 6 inches of rain last week. Pretty good chance there'd be a lot of trees blown down. Yeah, that is true. There's definitely, and I'll tell you what, there's a good chance that this could be a widespread flash flooding risk in general. I mean, there's just been so much rain up north as well. I mean, we do have 4 flash flood emergencies in southern West Virginia and western Virginia. And we just have a bunch of flash flood warnings in general over here in portions of Kentucky and Tennessee as well. So do not be surprised. Six severe thunderstorm warnings as of this moment. I'm going to go back to the Memphis radar. I really want to see if this storm in Clarksburg could have anything interesting. I don't see anything with that. Do we have any cameras that could be near here? The answer seems to be no. Yeah, the answer seems to be no. You're so cooked if there is one. Hopefully there isn't. Hopefully there isn't. As I said, if there was going to be a tornado warned storm, it would be this one that's near Clarksburg. I'll go back to, it might actually be good for us to have KHPX's radar now. Have that going for us. How far east does the tornado risk go? So the best way I can put it for you all is with this. So if we're talking about Tennessee, it goes probably as far east as Lebanon, Smithville, Woodbury, McMinnville, areas just to the west of Chattanooga. So basically where this brown area ends. The green area is not really that crazy looking, to be honest with you. But if we go further down south, well, that's when things change. As it can go as far east as Peachtree City, Rome, Thomaston, Americus, Dawson, maybe even as close as Albany and Bainbridge in portions of Georgia. So there's still definitely a lot of risk left, but the further north you go, the less of a window of opportunity there is. Nursing home in Red Boiling Springs was evacuated hours ago for rising water. Sheesh. Trenton, Tennessee, hit by tornado, lots of damage. Yeah, there's been quite a few reports of damage over there. There's a good chance that Paris, or at least the area northeast of Paris, also had a tornado as well. 1-1 on the hockey game. Yeah, I did see that. Apparently there was a bunch of fighting in the beginning of the game too. Kinda wish I watched this too, but Oh well, oh well. I'm doing both. I'm calling both games. There you go, Lisa. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, this Clarksburg cell still is rotating. Still is going. Look at the radar presentation on this, honestly. I'll pull this up here for you. And then I'll get a camera. What camera should we have on in the background? Just in general. Actually, hold up. Radar MRMS. I could just do that so I can. Hey, that definitely does help. Decatur County EMS. Probably the best, or for the best. We could also keep this camera that's up here in Jackson in the background. Probably will still have some shenanigans, but look at this, man. This is a certified supercell. Honest reaction to this year's NFL season? We're talking about with the Eagles winning. I wish the meteor hit the earth. Reaction is, as a Ravens fan, why do we keep shooting ourselves in the foot? There. That is it. Is there still residual debris falling near Frankfort, Kentucky? Now, that's a good question. To be quite honest with you, I doubt it. I think Frankfort is, well, a little too far northeast. I was considering as to whether or not it could be possible in some other areas, but it doesn't seem like it. Alright, it just looks like this camera might not work. Ah, my neck. Could there be other cameras that are functional and dealing with stuff at the moment? Is Rolling Fork dealing with weather? Yes. Yes, they are. Rolling Fork it is. Rolling Spoon. Forking Spoon. Well, it does look like one of the supercells that is just to the north and west of Natchez that went from Walters to Jonesville is starting to get a little bit more interesting. The Tallulah cell, or there's now a Tallulah cell. It's combined with all sorts of shenanigans. Oh yeah, the Chula cell definitely should have a tornado warning here soon, to be honest with you. That absolutely blew up. I'm curious to see. It's in a pretty porous environment for 3 Cape. Not gonna lie. And there is some inversion apparently in that. Actually, the inversion is just to the south of it. So it might be able to. It might be able to get her done. It's riding a very fine line, though. Close that. Let's actually keep the Greenville camera up, and then we'll go back to this Chula cell that continues to just looks absolutely insane, to be honest with you. The thinking here is that if it can just wrap around, it probably will be able to produce. But the only problem with that thinking is it might try to gust out. It might try to bow out. I don't know what just happened to my arm.
Tornado warning for northwestern Holmes County in central Mississippi, central Carroll County in north central Mississippi, east central Humphreys County in central Mississippi.
Well, good thing we were on it. Excuse me. A lot of, oh my goodness. It's doing that again. A lot of good rotation on this cell right here. This will be heading into Blackhawk, Coila, Carrollton. If you live in those areas, please, please, please watch out. And it'll be crossing over US Highway 49 East very soon. If there was going to be a tornado, it would be right near Chula. And then State Highway 17 definitely is going to want to watch out as well, as that continues to march its way off further northeast. Nate yawn strikes again. Yeah, you can't have a Nate stream without me yawning. Can't do it. Can't do it. Speaking of yawning. So once again, new tornado warning here. Over the past few scans, it has been looking more and more impressive. I think it might be trying to consolidate just a little bit more right into that area. A lot of bright pinks moving away from the radar, a lot of greens moving towards. And then as soon as I say that, the rotation starts to shift off a little bit further towards the north. Starts to head towards, or in between Kruger and Blackhawk. So maybe not as much activity, but yeah. Haven't had a Weiss joke or consider the following yet either. Yeah, it's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. Also looks like the cell that was in Utica is not really doing too well. This cell here in Clayton, though. This cell right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, near Clayton and Natchez and Waterproof. This looks to be a little bit of a stronger storm. We're going to have to watch to see if that attempts to try and be a little bit more significant. If it does, Rodney, St. Joseph, Grand Gulf, Port Gibson. It's basically just this general area right here that is in between, or not in between, but is right along the Mississippi River. Is where that's at. No to Mississippi, but you have 3 back. March 24th, 2023. I think we were live for that one too. I think we were. Uppers are getting so much better. Yeah, but the only thing about that is that energy isn't. It's either staying the same or it's getting lower. And so now you have a double-edged sword. Does it do a windy.com and just be, well, wind? Or are we able to get sustained supercells? We could just see mesocyclones within the line, though. So, is the tornadoes over with in Tennessee? It depends upon where you are in Tennessee, but if I remember correctly, you were a bit further west. I can't remember specifically where you were. If you are west of Jackson, Tennessee, you're good. Done. Over. Everything is fine for you. Basically, if you are west of this line, you're going to see still a good bit of rain, but you're good. You're good. In Franklin, Louisiana, definitely getting rougher. Yeah, I definitely see that. Things are just starting to march its way through, period. All the way here from Forest and Terry, Lake Providence, all the way down to Tallulah, Delhi, Winnsboro, Clayton, all the way down to Marksville. And then you just have some storms that are off and on further downstream, but yeah, Huntington, I think, might be all right. Yeah, you guys are good. You're just barely behind the storms, but you are behind them. So, you can go to sleep and get your rest if you need to. New severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this one cell. Not a tornado possible tag associated with it, though. Very interesting. Oh, so it was the Rolling Fork Day. Gotcha. Gotcha. When would the Florida Peninsula get hit? Well, that's a good question. Let us find out. Florida Peninsula. All right. Pay attention to the time up here. It is in central, right there. Cool. All right. Zoom over here. Extreme western portions of the Florida Peninsula could get their action at around 3 a.m. It'll pass through Pensacola at around 4, and it'll continue to march its way through even after that. That is unfortunate, just slightly. There we go. Storms will continue to move even over into Tallahassee. And it'll be an early morning threat tomorrow for you. Do I think it'll get bad in southwestern Georgia? I think it'll get pretty gusty. We'll get a lot of gusty winds. Might be a chance for a spin-up tornado as well tomorrow morning, but I don't think it'll be too crazy. Nice to see you again, by the way, Marja. It's been a while. To be fair, it's been a while for me too, but stop it with this stuff. I need to figure out how to fix that. Stream Deck is just being stupid. I'm half tempted to just uninstall it and reinstall. Half tempted. Chula and Blackhawk still trying to rotate. Still trying to. Give me a sec, chat. I'm going to run over here, get this thing. There it is. bowl, chat. I got myself a bowl. Why did I get myself a bowl? So I can have sweet tarts. I got them from my family. Yeah, as I said, genuinely the worst. Stream Deck just makes me want to just lose it. That is a new mesoscale discussion. New tornado watch will be issued across the central Gulf states by 3:30 Z. That is in 45 minutes, chat. I just had a lot of dust that shot out into the sky, and that just made me want to cough. Thanks, sweet tarts. It just shot out again. How bad do I think it'll get in Clarksville, Tennessee? I don't think it'll get too bad, but I do think it will get pretty gusty. Maybe some thunder and lightning. I don't think it'll be to the extent of tornadoes, though. And if it does, it'll not be too... Oh, wait, Clarksville. Not... Duh. Well, it's still technically the same thing. You guys right now are getting a lot of gusty winds. I don't think it'll be to the extent of tornadoes. Now, if you asked me about 45 minutes ago, I would have said maybe the potential for tornadoes. But right now, if there is a tornado, it'll be basically like a really strong gust of wind. Like a little spin. A little spin up. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of wind. What I can do is I can also pull up a camera from Clarksville. That hopefully works. Yeah, audio does kind of come in choppy. I was a little far away from the mic. Just a little. I'm coming closer. Clarksville, Tennessee. Please give me something to watch. Some people might know where this is. And the video isn't synced? Really? I'm definitely buffering, I can tell. And the video isn't synced? Really? I don't know why. It doesn't say that I'm... definitely buffering, I can tell. That's very strange. I don't know why. It doesn't say that I'm... Oh, now it's fixing itself. So it just does it randomly. Aw. That's unfortunate. If that is true, that 2 fatalities have been reported, you know, it's pretty unfortunate. Look at Jackson Storm. We talking like Tennessee? One that's heading into Waverly and McEwen? Yeah, that's... I'm getting 10% drop frames. I think I might know why. I think I might know why, chat. But it's not something I can really fix right now until I get an upgrade. And 2 things. And I can pay for them both. I have enough money for both. Yeah, that's just... Nate always has stream issues. I think I know why it is happening, though. Man, that cell near Clayton still is trying to do stuff. Lamau. I think the storms will make it to Somerset, Kentucky. I think you guys might actually be a little too far east. Might be possible. Yeah, I think you guys are a little too far east. Back in May when he had a hard time getting a stream out. Yeah. Yep, that was definitely... Now, it didn't help that I was multi-streaming. So I had to pick and choose between what platform I wanted to stream on. But... yeah. I'm going to do this. I always seem to lean over to the right like this. Vicksburg camera looking spectacular. Vicksburg, what do you got for me? Stream vertical at one point at the end of April. That sounds about right. What do you mean it's not available? Are these cameras down? Oh well, we'll keep this here. A lot of gusty winds that are hitting Clarksville at the moment. Let's take a look and see what's actually hitting Clarksville, though. We'll keep this on here until visibility starts to plummet. Still some severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for Humphreys County heading into Waverly. That storm did look like it could potentially try to be tornadic earlier, but it seems to have just kind of turned into a gusty wind maker, honestly. I think the storm might have even tried to die out, too. This other severe thunderstorm warning for areas near Clarksville, Trenton, Guthrie, Allensville, Oak Grove, and Elkton. The main area of where this is at is within this bow echo. So at the leading edge of this bow echo is where the strongest winds are going to be at. So if we take the motion of this storm, it's heading kind of east-northeast almost. It's also splitting. So we're going to have some storms over here in Guthrie and Allensville, and then we're going to have some decent-sized hail over here in like Pembroke. Stuff like that too. But we definitely have some strong damaging winds associated with all of them, so. Watch out for that. 2-1 US, who scored? Even though we have 19 minutes remaining on this tornado warning, it might be possible that that tornado warning just gets canceled. It might be possible. Well, visibility is starting to plummet. You can actually see the rain coming from right to left, too. Camera is definitely experiencing some issues. Might have just went out. Maybe. Lots of injuries according to the police scanners. Sheesh. Alright, I think pretty soon. I'm gonna heat up my dinner. I've got some pork steam buns. Let me do that. When will it hit Prattville and Montgomery, Alabama? A lot later on tonight. It will be... If I move this over here. Once again, up here is the time in Central. Montgomery and Prattville will be sometime around 3 a.m., give or take. A lot of strong gusty winds. Maybe the chance for a few spin-ups as well. Excuse me. Well, that is interesting. There's definitely supercells expected to be out in front of the line. That's at 5:30 Z, which is 11:30 Central. West Tennessee's looking good right now. Honestly, if you are west of this line, you're good. You can go to sleep. If you are west of this line right here, you're good. If you're still in like Savannah, Waynesboro, Selmer, Hohenwald, Waverly, Clarksville, I mean, you're experiencing storms either right now or soon. Internet died right at 11:54. Sheesh. It was Larkin. Sheesh. All right, I think the view from Clarksville is as good as it's going to get. Now we can look at Vicksburg. How's Itawamba County, Mississippi? That's a good question. Itawamba County, if I can remember where it is, I'm going to look through every single... Itawamba County is probably going to see their strong damaging winds a lot later on this evening. Well, not this evening. Later on tonight. We probably could start seeing some of that stuff sometime around 11 p.m., give or take. Might be a little bit earlier, might be a little bit later, but have you missed anything? Stepped away for about an hour-ish? If you're talking about over the past hour, then I don't think you have. The only thing that I learned is that the models still think that there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens, except it's going to be now in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama. Chad, I think I'm going to get my dinner. I could throw it in the microwave for 4 minutes, come back down, wait for the 4 minutes to get done, go back up, bring it back down, hopefully with some water, and then we should be good. Gonna go collect some more cameras for your camera map. There you go. How's it looking for Central Alabama near Prattville, Montgomery? You guys will definitely start to see your stuff at around 3 or 4. The only reason why I know that is because someone asked that earlier, but I'll show you here. Time is up here. And 2 a.m., 3 a.m., Montgomery gets hit by the line. 4 a.m., line just breezes on through. But the one thing about this line, it's going to create a lot of damaging winds and some thunder and some lightning. There is the chance for a spin up or two. It is definitely possible, in my opinion. But yeah, you'll definitely get a good bit of stuff. All right, I'm gonna go get my food here, chat. We have hit 51,000 subscribers finally, again. So thank you guys for all the people who have subscribed, liked the live stream, and stuff like that. Now, I'm just gonna put it in the microwave. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come back down, wait for about 2 minutes while I talk about weather down here still. Go back up, get my food, which is spicy barbecue pork steam buns, which is going to be pretty good. Get some water. Water is definitely helpful so that I don't lose my voice tonight. And then we'll go from there. All right. Yeah, that storm is still spinning. All right, I'll be back. Should be back in like, I don't know, 40 seconds. Maybe a little bit more than that. I'll be speed, chat. I'll be speed. What did I miss, chat? What did I miss? I'm coming with my water. My steam buns are in the microwave. They are indeed in the microwave. My food is getting ready. Well, that is a big thunderstorm. Big severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like the confluence bands are trying to do stuff near Raymond, but it's not working that well, so. Let's go to our storm. Did I move? Yeah, I moved to a different place. Different little space. It's in the same area that I live in, though. Ooh, it's an interesting little shelf cloud. This is in Vicksburg, Mississippi, chat. Vicksburg, Mississippi. Ooh. $700 millibar inversion really messed with this setup so far. It looks like it. Also looks like this event is split into two different areas. Now we are only down to 3 flash flood emergencies instead of 4, so that's good. Things have started to trend down there. And then the line of storms, I'm not sure about you, but as the severe thunderstorm warning started to kind of become less and less, I'm not sure if that's just because we're getting into Nashville's jurisdiction, but all right, it might be good for us to actually reset some of our radars. Let's go New Orleans, Jackson, Columbus Air Force Base, Nashville. My buns are done. Wait a second, chat. That's not what I meant. My steam buns are done. I did not intend that at all, chat. I promise you. I just heard the microwave go beep, beep, beep. That's all I heard. That is a new tornado watch. The prob game. Y'all can play the prob game while I go get my steam buns. Oh, man. Oh, man. For those of you that don't know how to play the prob game, the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center issues 2 different probabilities whenever they issue a tornado watch. First probability is I can't. Is the freaking buns. The first probability is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes to occur within the specific tornado watch. And the second set of probabilities is 1 or more strong tornadoes within that tornado watch. So this new tornado watch is for portions of Alabama into Mississippi and actually eastern portions of Louisiana and the western panhandle of Florida. So, for example, some of the probabilities in other watches, such as the one that is directly west of it, had a 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes within that tornado watch, and then a 30% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So 60-30. All right, while people do the prob game, I'm going to get my steam buns. Context matters, Nate. Context matters. Alright, my steam buns are done. I now have them. They look good. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to just shut up and not, get my words mixed up. Alright, let's see what they say. Probabilities are 60-40. 60-40, chat. 60-40. Who all in chat said it first? Oh, no. Darth Vader. Darth Vader, apparently, I dropped my phone, knows weather. I actually know Darth Vader in person, but, not in person, but, like, online. But you'd think that Darth Vader, if it was the real Darth Vader, was here. I can't do a Darth Vader voice, but Luke, it's a 60-40. Oh, boy. Yeah, 60-40 probability. Kind of crazy. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued recently for Dixon County. Still no tornado possible with that. We're starting to lose a little bit of leeway here, chat, with these storms. You'd think it's going to try and fix itself, but it's on the struggle bus at the moment. There are a couple storms that are over near Macomb. This is southern Mississippi. It definitely is going to be something we're going to have to watch. And, of course, our camera now is getting hit. Vicksburg is definitely getting hit by all sorts of storms at the moment. Luke, it's dropping down, Luke. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Whoever said we aren't goofy. Tisk. Yep, I did just see that they issued the tornado watch. We played the prob game. Only one person got the probs right. Alright, chat. What the heck went wrong with my steam bun? Why is it like that? Okay, that looks a bit better. Chat. Look at this. Now that's a steam bun right there. That's a steam bun. Make sure to eat it over the plate, which just so happened to be my my dunch. It's basically dinner and lunch. Tornado on the ground, Kentucky-Tennessee border. Definitely looks like it. And if it isn't, it's pretty close. That was a quick spin up. Well, if you know anyone that lives in Adairville, they need to get into this. Okay, maybe it was or maybe it wasn't, but it's close. On this new scan, there is no CC. It might have been on the ground for like a brief second. I kid you not, maybe for a brief second. It went down and then it went up. Yeah, bird fart, probably. It's okay. I think I'd like it more if it was not as barbecue-y, if you know what I mean. But it also doesn't help that I microwaved it. Bleh. See, this is what I meant about me being a picky eater. I kind of wish I went to Wegmans. I don't have a Wegmans near me, though. I got it from Sam's Club. Okay, yeah, it has a weird aftertaste. No thanks. Bye, Sam's Club steam buns. You are more than just steam buns. Actually, I'm sorry. You're not more than just steam buns. You are just buns. Goodbye, steam buns. Goodbye. Au revoir. This will be the last time I'm talking about my buns, chat. Last time. How many warnings? Well, we have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of which is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I did get bad steam buns. They're bad. Chaya, what's up? Mahalo. Title this buns coverage. How many people are watching right now? Hold up. 176 people are currently watching my buns. That is what the title. I should name it How I Got 176 People to Look at My Buns. Talk about a clickbait title. Talk about a clickbait title. What happened to the supercells? They got enveloped in the line. There's going to be some that are going to try and form in southern Mississippi and Alabama, but right now, they're just not there. There's this YouTuber on YouTube. He he was asked a question about if he had to apply for a job, what video would he send to his employer? Or what live stream? And he pulled up the video and it said, how I got thousands of people to watch me nut on stream. And it wasn't what you think it is. It was him opening peanuts and walnuts and stuff like that. It's such a whack way of getting people to click on the video, because from a YouTuber thought process, it's like, YouTube talk is fun. Now I'm going to get demonetized. That's the worst part about it all. I'm going to get demonetized for just talking about YouTube, what they allow. PDB, oh my god, particularly dangerous buns. I can't anymore. I can't. At first it was the ponator, because I was talking about potatoes. It was from the notification I got from DoorDash about a place in Rochester, New York I don't even live in. Now we're talking about my steam buns. Forgot about the goose emergent. How how much weird stuff is gonna happen in this on this channel for it to not exist anymore? That's the real question. Well, speaking of random stuff, the storm that's near Port Gibson and Hermanville, it's got a little bit of rotation, just a little bit. Just a little bit of spin. Nothing too crazy at the moment, though. The line of storms is now starting to get into the general vicinity of northeastern Mississippi. Do I remember the grill on fire? Of course I do. That was the first ever. Tupelo tornado coverage that we did, I believe. It had like a tornado emergency and everything. It ended up being an EF1. Then on the scanner, there was like this police officer. He's like, "Oh, there's a fire. There's a fire that's going on. We're gonna go check it." And then about a minute later, he said, "Never mind, it's just grill. Grill's on fire." Just in that accent. What is this light? Chat, can someone tell me what this light is? It's like shining all over the place. Is this a boat going down the Mississippi? And why is the boat going down the Mississippi at a time like this? During all these storms? Is this dude boat chasing, chat? Is that what this is? Is this supposed to be the new generation of storm chasers? On a boat? If the natometer hits 10, it's time to grab your buns and run. Of course. It's a boat. Whose idea was it to go boat chasing like this? Man, oh man. Man, oh man. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that's been said tonight that people just won't know the next stream. Or people just missed out. And then I'm gonna have to do a lot of explaining to Becca about how I talked about my buns on stream. You know, I'm going to get scolded. It's gonna happen. This is the entertainment you guys signed up for, by the way. All right. I hope you're enjoying this at the expense of me. I gotta do something to fill in the time. Oh gosh. Listen, I don't know, DDO. I just work here, man. I just work here. I just work here. What did I just see? That's unironically funny. You know what, chat? If this busts, if we have a bust, like if nothing happens tonight or during the stream, I'm going to change the name of the stream to How I Made Thousands of People Watch My Buns. How I Made Thousands of People Watch My Buns While Talking Weather. Or look at my buns. How I got thousands of people to look at my buns while talking about weather. There you go. There's something wrong with us. There is something wrong with us. Ah. I'm gonna have a lot of explaining to do. I really am. Now I jinxed it. Listen, I really hope there's a bus tonight, but I really don't think there is gonna be. I think at some point tonight there's gonna be something. So enjoy it right now. Enjoy it right now. But Aiden with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the bun coverage. This is why we need you back. Who else on YouTube's doing the stuff that we do? Who else is doing the stuff that we do? All right, we're not fully. Listen, we talk weather. We try to help people. We try to share our passion. But realistically speaking, all right, it's pretty hard to get the entertainment that we get, that we provide. A lot of people have storm chasers. Some people have real cool fancy tech. Some people storm chase. We just have my buns. That's simple. Simple fact of the matter. We just have my buns. Well, the boat is missing now. It is raining so much to the point to where the light for the boat is now very, very dim. This is in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Nickel. Uh Jeez. Yeah, the boat seems to be trying its actually, I think this is a barge. I think this is a barge. Look at the rotation south of Vicksburg. Well, that would explain why everything is going crazy on this current camera. Oh, you mean the one that was near like Tillman and Red Lick? Yeah, we've been watching that one for a bit. It's now starting to go a little linear. If it can just fix itself by well, I don't know how. Well, I know how it can fix itself. If it can be able to change storm motion, modify the lower level winds, it may be able to. Jeez. Gotta get your custom role back in the server. I'll have to think about it. Talk to Hunter. Hunter's the one that owns it now. Velocity, what's up? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. You really haven't missed a whole lot. We've had a couple of tornadoes. If anything, we've been joking more on this stream than anything. We were joking about how I got a random notification from DoorDash about this potato place in Rochester, and they said I should have some. Rochester, New York. And I obviously don't live in Rochester, New York, so people just started saying Pinedo. I am now potato or Pinedo. And then I was gonna have some steam buns for dinner, and I put them in the microwave. I heard the ding. I said, "Oh, my buns are done," and then I immediately retracted my statement before it was able to get memed, and it was too late. It was too late. So now I've made it so that way if our event here tonight and all the stuff that we have covered, if it busts, which it more than likely won't, so we're enjoying this while we can right now because there isn't really a whole lot to begin with at this time. If it busts, I'm going to change the title of this stream to How I Made Thousands of People Look at My Buns Live on Stream. I'll probably add something like while talking about weather. But now, we're just, I'm going crazy, chat. We're just like, anyways, that's basically where we're at. That's basically where we're at right now. This is my 4th day back on YouTube, and I'm losing it. It's already there. All right, my sanity, whoop, out the window, gone. Bye. Hold up. Can you see this window? I'm curious. No, you cannot. There's a window that's all the way up there. Out the window. Gone. Bye. Sanity. I'm glad I could do this for you and a bunch of other people, Tornado Clips. Glad to be at your disposal. We should call them tornadoes now. Oh boy. I feel like, all right, while we're at it, because everyone is just going at it now, as there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Mississippi. So we're going to pull up a live camera from there. How many things, how many words or phrases can one actually compile with N8? I'm kind of curious to try and figure that out. I don't think I'd be able to figure it out, but I think chat might be able to. Chat's way more creative than I am, apparently. And then while you guys do that, this line just continues to consolidate into more of a line. Up and down, realistically, there's just a lot of wind. There is some reports of trees and power lines down on the eastern side of Natchez. 2 different reports. We can also look to the west of Houston, Mississippi. There's severe thunderstorm warning over here for Pittsboro, New Halka, Algoma, Troy. That might eventually head over into Tupelo too, but I think that might be a wind maker as well. I'll look back at the storm that produced a little quick spin up. It's not really doing a whole lot, but it is heading to Franklin, Kentucky, and I-65. It's right on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. It's right on the border. It's just north of Nashville. Just north of Nashville by a bit. Why is this? Okay, that might be a bit better. I don't know. We'll have the view of Jackson, Mississippi up. Have that there. And then we also have this other severe thunderstorm warning here. Heading into Ashland City, Tennessee. Due west of Nashville. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, really. It's not too bad. Rotation by Bowling Green. Kinda. A little bit of rotation on the cell heading into Franklin, too. Just a little bit, though. It would probably be another spin up. How strong is the wind? About 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Welcome to the stream, Nakiran. Right now, we're just covering these severe storms. The good news for right now is that they don't seem to be tornadic at the moment, but if they do turn tornadic, we are here to cover it. I hate the fact that Nashville's radar always looks up so high, or at least the resolution from distance. It seems like the resolution lowers as you get further away from the radar, but like a much steeper or a steeper rate than other radars. That's just a gripe that I have, though. So ignore me being nerdy. Still think the storm that's over here near Carpenter and Utica, that was over near the Port Gibson area, is trying to rotate still. It's like a supercell that is trying to get a little bit crazier. But, yeah, be crazy. Using KOHX radars, Bowling Green CC drop, a hail spike, or an actual tornado. Well, I wouldn't be using KOHX for that. I would be using KHPX. KHPX is a little closer. I would say it's hail. I would say it's hail. I'm going to take a look at KOHX regardless, though, for you, just to kind of see. And that is definitely hail. That is definitely not a tornado. So if you're in Bowling Green, you might see a little bit of hail near y'all. All right. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is near Natchez. Actually, it's not that new, but it is there. It's probably, I probably just noticed it because the Port Gibson severe thunderstorm warning got canned. So very interesting. Computer, why are you buffering? Why are you doing this? I see it. It buffers. It's stupid. I don't know why it's doing it. Tell it not to rotate? Yeah, okay, I'll drive down there and just say, all right, stop it. Just get a solvent like Twisters and just launch it into a tornado. Okay, while we're talking about Twisters, can I go to Clinton's? I have no idea where Clinton's is. Unless if you're talking about Clinton. Clinton, Mississippi is definitely going to be seeing some storms here pretty soon. Some strong damaging winds. But while we're talking about Twisters, how'd you all like the movie? I thought it was okay, and it wasn't bad enough to ruin the old Twister movie. Tweak OBS settings. See, here's the thing. I have my streaming at like 3,000 kbs a second. If I have it any lower than that, it's not gonna, I'm not gonna do great. I think it's just the send and receive rate on my internet. Because my KBS, or my KB per second, kilobytes per second, it drops down to like 700 when it buffers, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm also at like a 11% frame drop per 2 minutes. That's gone up, which is not great. So I definitely think it's a send and receive thing. At least in my opinion. Is there tornadoes in Clinton, Mississippi? Not at the moment. There is a tornado watch. Tornado watch means that there's ingredients in the atmosphere, but the ingredients haven't came together yet. And there's a good chance that the ingredients may not ever come together. But yeah. Give me a second. There you go. Just had to make that claim. Another spin up trying to form in Kentucky again. If it's Franklin, that makes sense. We saw that a little bit earlier. Yeah. Franklin trying to get back in the action again. A little bit of a spectrum width spike in there too. Haven't seen Twisters? Oof. Should. Trust me. You stream at like 6,000? Then yeah, you probably have way better internet than I do. It's a good streaming movie. Wasn't really worthy of going to the theater. I get that. I went to a drive-in theater and a movie theater anyway. The drive-in was just for the experience. The movie theater was with my friends who had never seen it before. So I just did it to do it. Rotation near Ebenezer, Mississippi? That is a good question. Ebenezer is all the way near Newton and Forest, so probably wrong name. Well, it's still trying to do stuff. It may have the faintest bit of a CC drop, but if this thing were to continue to go into Franklin, first off, I hope it doesn't. But second off, if it does, it'll probably be a really strong gust of wind that might try and move on through. We're talking like maybe 100-mile-an-hour winds. How could those winds not be a tornado? I don't know, chat. That's just if the tornado's not on the ground. That's what I say. Sheesh. Yeah, all I gotta say is the latest Twister movie is not like the old Twisters movie. It takes some parts of it and moves it into the new movie, but it's basically its own movie, almost. Actually, it is its own movie. It's in the same timeline, though, but it doesn't even have the old cast. If that makes you feel any better. Man, that cell that is near Learned in Utica, and Byram is definitely trying. If only this radar didn't have a weird looking beam going for it. How's Nashville, Tennessee looking? Right now, you guys are good. There is a good chance that you guys could probably see some gusty winds a little bit later on, though. Time frame for that would have to be sometime in a half an hour to 45 minutes. That's when those storms could move on through. That is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Mississippi now. Likely for the one supercell that is kind of being nudged by the line of storms. So we're talking 70 mile per hour winds and nickel-sized hail. I don't see anything real tornadic with it, though, at the moment. I think it's just a lot of wind. We could see that change, though. We could. Is that possible to see 100-mile-an-hour winds without a tornado? Of course. Bunch of windstorms, powerful windstorms, definitely have gotten to that threshold and even exceeded it. There's been times in which we've covered those windstorms here on this channel, and we've had recorded winds of some big windstorms called derechos that would get up to 134 miles an hour. I can't remember if there's any that has gotten higher than that. I know that one has. I think that one was the Iowa derecho. Or not the Iowa, the Sioux Falls derecho that we covered. It was like right around the 4th of July. It might have been the day after the 4th of July. But it turned the skies really green. It was really gnarly. It was like way greener than a usual event. Because sometimes storms can turn green because of the light and how it refracts. But this was like stupid green. Like almost dark green. Yeah, there is definitely rotation within the storm. Absolutely. At the surface right now, it doesn't seem too crazy. Real moment! Team USA is likely to win against Canada. I have the Real Sports app, which helps me with a lot of sports. What's with the weird beam thing going from the radar? It's probably because there's something that's blocking the radar. My best guess is there is like a tower of some sort. It could very well be like a McDonald's tower, like a chain restaurant tower or something like that that's blocking it. It's the water tower. The water tower is blocking it. There's a water tower in front of the radar, and it's blocking the radar beam. That's what it is. That's a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for 80 mile per hour winds. Ouch. That's fine, Velocity. I appreciate you being around here. Have a good night, Velocity. Get some good sleep. Alright, we're changing the name of the title to fit what the warning is. So, National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag, which is basically comparable to a tornado warning. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is hurricane force winds, and nickel-sized hail. Sheesh. Jackson Storm really tried gusting out now? Yeah, I kind of figured it would now. I appreciate that, Wendy. Crazy thing about all of this, too, is that there is still the chance for maybe a little bit of rotation here. I'm going to actually try and make it so that I'm going to get a camera right where the winds could be, the strongest winds could be. Oh yeah, chat. Here we go. Whoo! It's already a little gusty out in front of the line. No, we'll have to go back here. Delete that. Delete that. Put that up right there. Man, that's a lot of lightning out there in the distance. That, we might see a tornado here, guys, soon. We might see a tornado spin up. I'm really thinking that the storm that's rain-wrapped just to the west of Byram heading into Jackson, Mississippi could very well produce a tornado here soon. I appreciate the thought, Darth Vader. I'll think about it. Probably not, but yeah. Yeah, I will say some dot cameras, camera websites are a little strange. But as I said, I definitely do think that it's possible we could see a tornado here soon. Byram and Forest Hill. And this could also eventually head into Richland. So south side of Jackson. There's a new scan. I do not see a debris signature, which makes things very interesting. What happened in the next velocity scan? Well, it's going to produce a tornado. It's going to. Let me see if this... No, this is definitely the way to go. Look at tilt 3. Well, it definitely looks interesting as you go with height. I will say that. I definitely think this thing could be producing a tornado very soon. I think what we should be looking at, though, is this camera. If you live in Jackson, Mississippi, Byram, Mississippi, Brandon, Mississippi, Richland, Mississippi, you guys really need to watch out. New tornado warning, likely for Rankin County.
Tornado
and
warning
Hinds.
for Rankin County in central Mississippi, southeastern Hinds County in central Mississippi.
Well, that's pretty typical, isn't it? So very strong damaging winds associated with this line, and likely a tornado that is going to occur as well. So Byram, Forest Hill, Richland, Jackson. We'll see the new tornado warning pop up here very shortly. Get this camera here for right now. There's the new tornado warning. No debris signature, which is very interesting. Is this camera not working? Well, the velocities died just a little teeny bit. I definitely think we might have seen one of the weakest tornadoes you could possibly see. If that's even possible. Let's pull up our live camera here once again. See if we can find anything with this. Maybe some power flashes or something. That was a power flash, I think. It's hard to say. But it would be right in this area. Yeah, you really haven't missed a whole lot gone chasing. You really haven't. Only a couple tornadoes in Tennessee. Yeah, that could very well have been power flashes. Could also have been one of the weakest or the faintest lightning strikes I've ever seen. But that looked like a power flash. That absolutely looked like a power flash right in here. Just the one singular quick strike. It's hard to say, though. We aren't exactly right next to where the tornado is. We're about, what? If I place a marker where the tornado is at. We're still a good 10 miles away from it. Well, 7 miles away now. So it's hard to say. Can I look up Arley, Alabama? I sure can. Let me know if you guys see anything, chat, while I look up where Arley, Alabama is. Arley on the, anything on the cam. And if I miss something on the cam, then oof. Arley is definitely going to see some severe weather tonight. It would be some strong damaging winds more than anything. They would probably occur. Let me just pull this up super quickly. Sometime around midnight. Sometime around midnight. Yeah, it looks like the rotational loft is just collapsing in on itself. Check Barry, Alabama? Sure. What's more accurate, 10 to 1 or... That's supposed to be Kuchera, but I get what you mean. It's Kuchera. Kuchera is the one that I would recommend. It takes into account better snow to liquid ratios that is fit for every event. Chuck Berry, Alabama. Is there another town that's around it? Because I just pulled up Google Maps and that is definitely not on there. Tornado on the ground near Tupelo? All right. Tupelo, why do you have to do this to me? Not off of that one. That one maybe. I definitely think regardless, this could potentially be tornadic and could be a strong damaging wind maker. Lamau. About Chapin, South Carolina. I haven't seen a tornado cross the interstate yet, chat, so it seems we're good. Chapin, South Carolina. That's a new tornado warning, likely for Pontotoc
warning
County.
For northeastern Chickasaw County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Lee County in northeastern Mississippi, northern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
The answer, Landon, is it's going to be pretty gusty in Chapin, South Carolina. If you're in any of those counties that just got called for a tornado warning, please get into your safe space immediately. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Now, this will be heading into Shannon, Smithville, and Tilden, as well as Bigby here in northeastern Mississippi. Heading into Itawamba County. There's a couple people that I know in the stream that live in there or live near there. So you folks definitely need to watch out for the potential of something tornadic over there. Possible hope near Alvaton, Kentucky. Yeah, there's a little bit of a hook over there. Not very strong rotation if there is anything there. So I guess that's the good news. If there is a tornado up there, it'll be just a quick spin up. Nashville's going to see some storms here soon, so folks that may be living in Nashville that are watching this live, they are definitely near. It looks like the tornadic rotation is fizzed away a bit and is starting to hit our camera here. So we'll leave this camera up for about another minute. while we talk about the other storm that's in Shannon, Nettleton. Yeah, it's close to being on the ground, but it's not on the ground right now. It's getting stronger. This is definitely an embedded supercell. Look at that. I'll tell you what, this camera is definitely shaking and baking. It is definitely, at the very minimum, doing that. Yeah, Jasper, Alabama would probably start getting stuff at around midnight, give or take. It's not an exact science there. That's a tornado on the ground now. That is definitely, absolutely, without a doubt, a tornado. The ZDR confirms it. Right there. Yep, so now it's on the ground. So now this is a tornado that is heading into Shannon. We'll go full screen with this here because this takes priority over looking at the camera there. We do have a camera in Amory. So we can try to see if we can spot the tornado in the distance. But Amory in itself is a pretty good distance away. Yeah, we're talking about 15 miles here. As I said, this is a tornado on the ground near Shannon and Nettleton here in Mississippi. So we just updated the live stream accordingly with that. Yeah, there's some significant flooding going on right now in the Ohio River Valley, or even just the Ohio River watershed. But there is absolutely a tornado on the ground here. You can take a look at the correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient shows us what is rain and what is not. And right there, there is some green and blue. You could pair that up with the velocities. You can see that we have something that is rotating counterclockwise. Green moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle, we have some pixels that are touching right next to each other with a delta velocity. That's what, 40, and that's 70. So that's right around a 110 mile per hour delta velocity. Latest correlation coefficient scan just fanned out, so looks like we had a very brief spin up, but we'll see what the velocity scan says here in a second. No, it looks like it just split into two separate rotations that are trying to Fujiwara around each other. I think we probably could still be dealing with a tornado on the ground right now. If you're in Shannon, do not go anywhere. You are still going to be safe in your safe spaces. That'd be the lowest innermost part of your building. Most would take a closet or a bathroom, but a basement is really good too. So just Shannon, continue to stay in your safe space. Shannon, Mississippi. Nettleton, you guys are next. You guys are next within the very near future. And then it'll be Tilden that'll be coming up in about 20 minutes. Tilden and Smithville. It'll be heading off into your area very, very soon. So please, if you haven't already, get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you're in Tilden, you actually have a little bit of time. If you wanted to, you can get in your car, take all the things that you need to, and head down south. You can go down south on 25 all the way down to Amory, and you'll be safe from that tornadic thunderstorm. There won't be anything tornadic back behind it. There isn't anything on radar as of this moment. So you guys, if you wanted to escape the path of this tornadic storm, you can go south on 25 from Tilden to try and escape it. Evan's a pretty good dude. He's a pretty good dude. Him and I have talked every now and then on social media, giving each other tips or just picked each other's brain about a few things. He's a pretty good dude. Yeah, that is still a debris signature, unfortunately. That is still a tornado in progress that just went through the south side of Shannon. Wow. So there's your debris signature. There's your tornado. Absolutely. So it is still in progress, still moving through right now. Hopefully the folks in Shannon were able to get into their safe space. This was fortunately just south of Tupelo. Very fortunate to be south of Tupelo. Nashville, anything gonna happen? Not really. The good news is a lot of the storms that are over near you is sub-severe, so it's just more or less a thunderstorm. I'll let you guys know if there is anything though. But for as of right this moment, the answer is no. Nashville, you're seeing a lot of heavy rain and some gusty winds, but nothing that is to the severe levels for the National Weather Service. You probably could see 40 to 50 mile an hour winds though. You probably could. You need 60 to be severe. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado on the ground that is near Shannon, Mississippi. It just went down through the south side of town. It is going to be heading next to Nettleton very, very soon. You can see we originally had our debris signature right here, and you can align that with where the radar picks up rotation, which is very near where that debris signature is at. And you can also see here on radar your reds and your bright reds, pinks, even tans. They go away from the radar. Your greens move towards the radar. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This might be a little bit better for most people to see. Once again, reds moving away, blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right within there. And right where these two are pixel to pixel right on top of each other, where there's the brightest greens, and then some of these reds, maybe some of the brightest reds, where they touch, where they meet, that is where the tornado is at. Once again, I'll circle this area. You can see right next to it, somewhere right within this area, seems to be a debris signature. We move to the next scan. You can see that there's clearly still some remnants of that. That rotation still follows. And then we can move on to the next scan. Even though the rotation has some of these grays, which indicate some weaker winds that are being picked up by the radar, we still see some debris right within that same area, indicating that there is still a tornado in progress in and around that area. We can move over and we can see it is not as colorful now. It is a bit more red with some oranges. Usually you'd start to see some of those blues and greens really be indicative of some debris being thrown into the air. Now it seems to be kind of leveling off a little bit more. There's still some debris in the air, so absolutely do not get outdoors whatsoever. I mean, even if there was no tornado on the ground at that moment, there's still all sorts of debris that is up in the sky. If you went outdoors to see if there's a tornado and that debris lands on top of you, that's more than unfortunate. That is impactful. So please do not go outside during this time frame. What about Atlanta? Atlanta's probably going to see a lot of strong gusty winds tomorrow morning. Let me double check. Yeah, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. Central. So this would be 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern, sometime around then. Still got some rotation within this storm. So still tornadic. Let's check it back up with our other tornado warning that is moving through Jackson, Mississippi right now. Hopefully the folks at Jackson, Mississippi are still indoors. We have a lot of very strong damaging winds that are moving through the area at the moment. While we have that Amory cell, I'm actually going to see why and where. There we go. It actually doesn't look too gusty on the northern side of Jackson. I'm going to see if we can find... Actually, I know where we can find one. That's going to be probably one of our better camera angles for these storms as this moves on through. This is on the east side of Jackson, over near Brandon, Mississippi. We'll keep that camera up for right now before the other tornado-warned storm that had produced a tornado starts to get closer. I think the storm that actually is near Nettleton is starting to go a little too far north for Amory to see anything if we were to go on that camera anyways. So definitely something to note. I'm trying to get something verified here for you all. I don't want to give any shady information. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information by hitting that thumbs up button down below, or by sharing this with friends and family and on social media. Helps us get the information out to more and more people who may need it. Man, the supercell is still going. It has not gusted out one bit. I'm looking up some stuff here just one more time. I don't think it'll be anything. Yeah, it's not. I don't need to report what that stuff was. We're good. It is James. It is James. It has been a while. Well, looks like we're seeing a new tornado here soon if this thing keeps up. We might see the remnants of the old rotation try to spin up a new storm. So definitely going to have to watch out for that. This severe thunderstorm warning that's over here in Adala County as well as Choctaw County, Winston County, and Webster County has now been upgraded to a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So watch out for that if you are out in front of that. Even into Oktibbeha County. Well, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Damage threat considerable. So now that includes Columbus, Mississippi, Macon, Louisville, or Louisville, Starkville. Starkville, I believe, is College Town, right? I think we have a camera over there, too. Maybe. Well, speaking of cameras, here's our camera in Brandon. As we start to get the brunt of this tornado-warned storm that just went through Jackson, Mississippi. I'll tell you what, the winds are a little gusty there. It does look like it is a little windy. It doesn't seem to be too crazy, though. Not from what I can tell. Interesting. Yeah. Not too crazy from what I can tell. Not too crazy. I don't see any real rotation within that line at the moment. There is a couple of things to watch out in front of it, like over here in Bay Springs, in Collins, and Columbia. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning over in Baton Rouge. What is that all about? Nothing really too much, to be honest with you. There isn't really a whole lot. Go back to our tornado warned storm up here just to the west of Tilden. This absolutely does look like it could probably produce another tornado. This absolutely does look like it could try and produce another tornado. If you're in Tilden, Mississippi, areas north of Smithville, Mississippi, guys need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Refresh this. Yeah, that Amory camera is now looking all over the place. Of course. You're in Zachary. Well, just continue to stay in your safe space. Continue to get in your lowest innermost part of your building. You'll be okay as long as you do that. It shouldn't do a whole lot though. It shouldn't do a whole lot. Are we going to see any tornadoes in Dothan, Alabama tonight? It's possible, but I think it's more likely for you guys to see strong damaging winds, and that would probably start to occur near your area sometime around 3 or 4. Probably 3 o'clock in the morning. We'll go back to that severe thunderstorm warning down in... Yeah, so Zachary in itself, you guys are pretty far away from the warning. Here's the warning. It's over in Watson. There's Zachary. So the storm is all the way over here and it's moving away from you. I'll play the loop so you can kind of see. And the best part about it here for you as well, Rick, is that this right here, this line is the end of all the storms. So once this passes you, you're done for the night. You don't need to worry about anything else when it comes to those storms. So that's the good news about that. We have been live for 7 hours. Sheesh. Report of trees and power lines down in Shannon. So, looks like tornado damage. Sigtor southeast of Jackson. What? Oh, sheesh. I don't think it's a Sigtor per se, but I definitely think it could be a Tor. Wait for the next velocity scan. Yeah. That thing came together quick too. But it could have potentially been a brief tornado. See a little bit of a debris signature, like a very faint one. Little spin up tornado, maybe. Nope, Illinois is good. Illinois is not going to be impacted by any of these significant severe storms. If Illinois is going to see anything, it'll be winter weather. But I think the storms might actually be moving out of your area. The snow. Well, there might be some remnants near you. But still. Looks like Kosciuszko just got hit by some storms. It's snowing in Barnstall, Oklahoma. Yeesh. There you go. Oh, wait a second. Macon, Adidon. It's right next to Starkville. Let's pull up the Adidon camera. Never mind, it is not focusing. Think Tilden is down? Back down on the ground? Yeah. Ooh. It's hard to say. I'd have to wait for another scan, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It looks like this thing could potentially be back on the ground again. Very weak. The only thing that isn't supporting this case is ZDR. ZDR would need to be lower, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's on the ground. It's the same thing we've been saying for the past few minutes. Past 10 minutes, right? Might be good for us to have the Macon camera up regardless. Macon's going to get hit by some strong winds here soon, more than likely. Man, that's so hard to say. If it was a tornado, it would have been one of the briefest tornadoes in a good bit. But it looks like if it looks like it was a tornado, it just briefly spun up. How long do I plan on staying live for? At minimum, probably another hour and a half to 2 hours. I definitely want to see what could potentially happen in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama. If there isn't anything that I really see that's favorable, like if things just end up not doing anything, then I'll probably end it. Probably. But we will see. It looks like it'll continue to be significant even past this. Yeah. It's we'll have to see. That's the best thing I can say. Still have that area of rotation that someone was talking about earlier that was south and east of Jackson. I mean, it's trying to be relevant. It's just not doing a great job of it at the moment. Still have that storm heading into Tremont and Tilden. So definitely are going to want to watch out for that. A lot of lightning, by the way, with this storm over here in Macon, Mississippi. I'm going to keep the camera on this for right now. I want to see something. Um, environment, instability. What makes this so... Huh. 0 to 6 kilometer shear. So that's what makes it interesting. It's the fact that the line gets so close is why it initiates so much. I can't get soundings from the WAFs. I don't know why. It's being a donut. You're in Macon, lots of wind, big branch almost hitting you. Storm is getting close. See a lot of lightning. Yep. You're basically seeing what we're seeing from our camera right now. It's a little bit earlier because this live stream is a little delayed. Starkville? Oh boy. What do you mean, Starkville? Oh. Yeah, absolutely. I really wanted this camera in Adaton to be able to see what could be in the storm, but it's not. There's not a single thing that is working for this. I don't know why this link isn't working. That doesn't make any sense. Could be that the traffic camera site is down. Could also be the case. I'll keep an eye on this, though. It looks like the rotation that was supposed to be there died out. See, this is what I was talking about here, chat. Last night, tornadoes are going to be brief spin-ups. They just are. There's not a whole lot you can do to sustain these tornadoes. Mainly because, at least in my opinion, your surface to 1 kilometer shear is unidirectional. Your surface to 1 kilometer shear needs to be streamwise vorticity. But more than that, it also has to veer. When you get 1 to 2 kilometer shear, that's when you can have crosswise vorticity and have long-lived tornadoes. This doesn't have that. I've seen so many studies about how the 0 to 1 kilometer shear has to veer with height. This doesn't. That is a new tornado warning, likely an extension into Alabama.
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in northwestern Alabama.
See, if I was on the desk, that's what I would do. Just in case, because that thing has tried to spin off 2 different tornadoes. That is also one of the skinniest polygons. Well, it looks like the severe threat in Tennessee and Kentucky is pretty much gone down significantly. Yeah, Longview and Starkville is still trying to form stuff. It's just taking a little bit. Excuse me real quick, chat. Okay, had to do that real quick. I might go get myself some goldfish here pretty soon, honestly. Especially since my... Well, it was supposed to be my dinner. Didn't really work out that well. Tornado warning from Marion County. Yep, absolutely. It'll be just to the north of Hamilton. Hackleburg is in the tornado warning if you're in Hackleburg. And Bexar. You definitely need to watch out if you're over there. Yeah, this is wind here, chat. This is absolutely some wind. Now, there are some storms out in front of this. There's going to be heading into Meridian, DeKalb. There's some new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Octavia County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Lowndes County in northeastern Mississippi.
That's, yeah. Starkville and Longview. Even though the rotation right now isn't exactly the greatest thing in the world, they kind of have to warn it because it's basically a supercell embedded in the line. You can clearly see a little bit of the hook in there. So they kind of just have to do it to do it. Rather be safe than sorry. Yeah, this is what we were looking at just a little bit earlier. I was really hoping that Adaton camera would work. Adaton's like right here. But nope. That doesn't work either. So we'll just settle with the Macon camera. Macon's currently right here. Here's our aforementioned tornado warning. I will say this tornado warning only lasts for 24 minutes. So not a long time. As a matter of fact, the top of the hour in 9 minutes will be when the 2 tornado warnings will actually expire. Man, my clock up there runs fast. I set it up last night, chat, and now it is 1 second ahead. And I was literally a half a second behind yesterday. Don't tell me I'm going to have to readjust my digital clock over and over again. That would not be convenient. What in the world are you? Well, you do have a little bit of rotation. It's not the greatest thing in the world. Watch out, Simpson County. You just have to keep in mind. Yeah, Jeremiah, it was close to you. Glad you were able to avoid that, though. Just went down to your south, just a little bit. Or I think it went just to your south. It went very close to Tilden and Tremont. So if you were in like Fulton or Fairview, Mintachie, definitely avoided it. Power flickered, that's it. Yeah. Appreciate it, James. Still have those 3 flash flood emergencies. We also have 7 flash flood warning considerables and 19 regular flash flood warnings. A lot of flooding up and down. Also a lot of severe weather up and down now. We had 4 severe thunderstorm warnings? Now we have 8. That is doubled. The whole line is just moving about. That tornado warning that was in Jackson has now been canceled. Jackson, Mississippi. I expect the one that is in Amory, so Itawamba County and Monroe County, I expect that tornado warning to be canceled relatively soon as well. All right, I gotta look. See, that looks sus to me. All right. Because I think there could be some rotation there, but it doesn't show up any rotation because the latest upper level scans haven't came in yet. Still taking its sweet old time. No, you didn't really miss a whole lot, Gabriella. There was a tornado or two that was north of Amory, not in Amory, but it was like it's north of Amory, south of Tupelo, near a place named Shannon, and maybe another one that was over near Tilden. So that's basically what you missed. Vina, Alabama. Yeah, I kind of see it. A little quick spin up of the remnants of the tornado warning. Yeah, I don't see anything on the ground, but that's, yeah. That's about right. Ooh, that lightning. Little bit of a kink over near Mendenhall. Kink in the line. As our camera is now spinning, I think it's looking north. In Macon, Mississippi. What direction are you looking at? I think you are looking north. I don't know. If you aren't, that's pretty disappointing. But I think you're looking north. So that's northwest. Are they going to try and see if they can find anything tornadic? I doubt it. They are zooming in so much. There you go. Zoom out. Thank you. Do us all a favor. Is that northern warning on track for Huntsville? Not the northern tornado warnings, but the northern severe thunderstorm warnings definitely could. But that is a new tornado warning for Vina.
Tornado warning for southeastern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, Franklin County in northwestern Alabama, southwestern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
I'm going to move one of my radars over to Huntsville just to have that available for us. But that is a new tornado warning for Russellville, Isbell, Phil Campbell, Hodges. We do indeed have a camera over there. I think. We used to. It is not there anymore. Brad Arnold is over there, though. He's definitely trying to drive away from it. He's in the jungle now. I'll tell you what. Good luck. Good luck. Hamilton, Alabama has a camera? They have a couple cameras. They have traffic cameras, don't they? I'm not sure Hamilton would be good for us, to be honest with you. It'll be a little too far south. A little too far west as well. Rain might have encompassed the storm or the rotation in Vina by then. That severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County has now been canceled. So the line is now officially moving in to Alabama. Weaken below severe limits. I was going to say, if it had weakened below severe limits, they probably should have canceled the severe thunderstorm warnings. But to each their own. Traffic cameras are up in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I did see that too. I have my camera map here. My camera map, I have filled every single traffic camera I can for places that that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Leake County in central
Really?
Mississippi, northern Newton County in east central Mississippi, southwestern Kemper County in east central Mississippi, northeastern Scott County in central Mississippi, southern Neshoba County in east central Mississippi, northwestern Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
Why is there so many? They issued such a large polygon for Mendenhall? No, for just this thing, for Walnut Grove. I don't understand. Why did they issue this warning? For this little thing right here? Is that why? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just work here, man. I just work here. I genuinely have no idea why it is such a large polygon, but if anything, they should have warned this thing near Mendenhall, because this thing actually looks like it's trying to rotate. True facts. That'll take itself to Raleigh, Montrose, Lewin, Bay Springs, Roberts, Paulding. Eventually, it could head up to Meridian too. This could be a little spin up. So we'll see. It is officially tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. At least where I live, it is officially tomorrow. It is 5:02:40 Yawn. Oh my gosh. Oh, Evelyn, you showed that on you sent me that on Twitter. Huh. That does look kind of strange. I got followed by the National Storm Chaser Summit. Look at that. I've done something, chat. I have done something. It may not be much, The hope is that this event still busts so I can change the name of this title to the title of this stream to how I got thousands of people to look at my buns live on stream. That's the goal. That's the aim. If that happens, that's when you know tonight was a good night and no one got impacted. But unfortunately, I will say, I don't think that would happen. Don't think that'll happen. Some significant flooding tonight, I'll tell you what. That at minimum is pretty hard. If you don't know anything about my buns, I had steam buns. I got it from Sam's Club. And I thought, oh, well, I got it from Wegmans before, like spicy hot pork, spicy pork steam buns. They're really good, by the way. The stuff from Wegmans is really good, is what I mean. So I got it from Sam's Club. And I took a bite. The steam bun kind of, at the end, after I was like, I'm not sure I like it, the taste of the barbecue kind of tasted like NyQuil a little bit. I was just like, that's what I was like. So, if I was really smart, I'd go upstairs and get some chicken nuggets and bring them back down. Some chicken nuggies. And tonight a bust. We are halfway through the event. I have no idea. I hope it becomes a bust, but I don't think it will. I will say this though. I applaud the National Weather Service for not turning this into a moderate risk. I truly believed with all of my heart that an enhanced risk was the perfect outlook for an event like this. And the best way I can explain an enhanced risk is it's basically a glass half full, glass half empty type of outlook. It can either do things or not, but it's right in the middle, so you can't exactly fault the person for issuing the outlook. And honestly, I feel like is one of the safest outlooks that you can have. Yeah, that was weird, Evelyn. I don't know what you caught on stream, but that was really weird. Do you love your NyQuil barbecue sauce? Yeah, no. No. I'm sorry. Be gone. No. Looks like a new little spin-up's trying to develop just to the west of Russellville in Alabama. I still don't see why this thing is warned down here near Columbus. It is dealing with every single merger in the sun and under the sun. You know what I need, by the way, chat? So I fully admit that I've been ignorant about the weather over the past 9 months that I've been off. I really need to figure out what type of studies have came out from people. Like, a lot of people are saying things about nudgers and stuff like that. And keep in mind, I kind of have an idea. I kind of have an idea as to how that works. But I feel like an old dude who's just like, I don't know what this new name is or these new stuff means. The only way I'll be able to understand is if I read people's research and stuff like that. Or if there's like videos of people's research and stuff like that. And that's weird to say, call myself an old person who's going to be turning 23 in April, but I mean, that's kind of how I feel. I'm just like, these whippersnappers are learning all these new tricks and gadgets and stuff, and I'm just over here still thinking about ZDR arcs and KDP foots. I'm still thinking about separation vectors and the way they are orchestrated, the way they're presented on radar. Have I heard about eCape? I have heard about eCape. I haven't read the research paper about it. I kind of have an idea as to what it means, though. It's basically like the essential amounts of cape that a storm can use in an environment. It's saying essentially that not all cape is used, only some. It's fully dependent upon the limits of the thunderstorm in a given environment. I think that's what it means, at least. I think. And if not, I'm going to have to read the research paper. I definitely want to learn it, at least. That's the one thing that that's the one thing that that hasn't changed in the 9 months of me being gone, is I still want to know more. I still want to learn more. I feel like there's never enough stuff that you can learn about this. That's the gist of it. Okay, cool. So then, if I ever wanted to get into eCape, I'll have to read the research paper. But that's basically it. Cool. Cool. I feel like you can do a bunch of other stuff with that type of thing. You can make like a parameter that dictates the like a ceiling of storms through eCape. Like, what's the ceiling with this pre-merger or pre-nudge or whatever? Like, if it's a lone, discrete, whatever. Like, you can make a parameter that's like that. Okay, well, it looks like Russellville is still trying, but not trying. Meridian Storm is going to get really interesting as the line pushes in. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. Jackson, that's what I want. Storms out in front still are trying to do stuff. It's not really doing a whole lot, though. Go to our Mesoanalysis here, see what's up. Well, our 3 cape is gone from Hattiesburg north. Pretty much gone. Good bit of vorticity. So basically, any storm that... Oh. Yeah. Alright. I know it doesn't really matter all too much because it's nighttime now. Okay, that's still pretty funny. That's like 5.5 degrees per kilometer lapse rates. Ugh. Disgusting. Disgusting. How's La Verge? Let's see. By the way, I apologize if I mispronounced that. I am uncultured when it comes to some town names. You're right. It is almost on top of you. It's right. You're right next to Smyrna. Nashville. So I'll play the loop for you here real quickly while I talk about it. These storms haven't been severe in the past hour, something like that. They've just been kind of progressing on their own lonesome. So, though they haven't been severe, I think the main thing that you should worry about would be the flash flooding risk of the potential for rain to exist in that area. There's just been a whole lot of rain that has fallen across the majority of Tennessee and Kentucky as something just happened in my house. Anyways, um, someone's heading down my stairs. I don't want to bother you. Anyways, flash flooding, definitely a risk. If you are going to get gusty winds, it'll probably be at maximum 40 to 50 miles an hour. Not severe enough, though. So that's basically the gist of that. Of course, Sam. That warning still exists for another 44 minutes. Are you kidding me? Why? Why? Just simply put, why? I understand it's a supercell in the line. Why? It's not doing anything. It hasn't been doing anything. Even back when it produced the tornado warning in Jackson. Why? Hey, as I said, a lot of quick spin-ups. A lot of quick spin-ups this evening. It's going to be. That's what happens when your wind doesn't veer from the surface to 1 kilometer. When it's all unidirectional. You don't really have a whole lot of fun. Sweethearts. Yeah, whatever's happening with these storms out in front near Meridian, it's definitely trying to do things. Just not well enough. What? Yeah, no thank you. I'm not gonna... That's funny. How does southeastern Louisiana look? They look kind of all right, honestly. There isn't a whole lot really to talk about with them because it's just really a bunch of wind, but it's not even severe wind. It's just wind, wind and rain. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, this is a real interesting vorticity axis right here. That's the only reason why this thing is warned right now. The only reason. That is lightning. Yeah, no problem, Sly. Nice to see you too. Alright. What is going on? Jeez. What is happening over here? Let us change this to tornado warning coverage. That is the sensible thing to do now since there aren't any tornadoes on the ground at the moment. Haddon camera just went down. Windy.com. Oh boy. Yeah, that line has passed through there. We're getting some storms that are moving on through. Actually, I wonder. We have some cameras that are out over here, right? Yeah, that's... This is a different Hatton camera. Yeah, this is another Hatton camera. We'll keep up there. Ah, thanks, Radar. Very cool. I'm glad to see that you are functioning properly. I was going to give you an opportunity, Huntsville, but no. Had to throw it all away. Alright. I'm going to be real with y'all. There might possibly could be a little spin up that could occur near Silligent. Could be. I'm not saying it will. But there's a very small chance. It would be southeast of Silligent. It would be near the Winfield area at some point. Am I feeling okay? I'm a little tired. It's honestly one of the latest I've stayed up in a long while. The main reason why is because of my full-time job. So I'm balancing two jobs. This one, which I'm going to do full-time, and then my other full-time job that I work 4 days a week, 10 hours a day for $22.50. Not bad. Not bad at all. And if you're worried about my cough, I've had this for the past 2.5, almost 3 weeks. I still don't understand how my cough and my congestion in my chest hasn't alleviated yet. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not at the stage where I have bronchitis. I need to recover by now. That would be great. But almost up to 8 hours here, chat. Almost been streaming for 8 hours. Arlette, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. I don't think this camera has moved. That is a new tornado warning. Lamar and Fayette.
Tornado warning for Limestone County in north central Alabama, Eastern Lauderdale County in
What?
northwestern Alabama, southeastern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, northern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
A line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado. We're located along a line extending. Okay, first off, that sounds like a sentence I would create, which means I know the person behind this warning is trustworthy in itself. All right, that's at least me. English is always hard for all of us. But yeah. A line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado were located along a line extending from 8 miles north of Killen to Littleville, moving east at 60. Okay. The best areas of rotation along the line were in areas from Muscle Shoals to Killen. Interesting. Well, I don't really see a whole lot of the rotation on the radar. I'll be honest with you. I really don't. It's there, but it's like it's not there. They're pretty much talking about this. That's what they're talking about. Yeah, I'll be fine, Arlet. Trust me, I'll be okay. Capable of producing a tornado. Well, no, I was more talking about a line of storms located along the line. They're getting really descriptive here, chat. As I said, this would be a sentence that I would make, which means I trust this 100%. Just right here. This is probably what they're talking about. Reports of damage now are coming out 8 miles north of Killen. Trees down at 110. County Road 341. Then there's also reports of damage in Florence. Trees down at 728 Sherrod Avenue. It's definitely something to consider there as well. There's been a lot of weird stuff that's happened tonight, chat. I'm over it. If we want to call that over it. Yawn. Yawn, man. Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the yawning man. Man. I might lose myself. Because the yawning man wants jam. This is the most makeshift song I've ever heard. Don't ask me, chat. At this point, staying awake is all I can do. Glad y'all are up with me, though. Glad y'all are up with me. We are definitely... We're definitely in it to win it. Just tuning in here right now, we have a couple of tornado warnings. Well, 3 to be specific, but one is pretty much in the same area as the other, and it also expires in 2 minutes until they issue a new one.
Tornado warning for southeastern Limestone County in north-central Alabama, northeastern Franklin County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Morgan County in north-central Alabama, central Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
Pretty valid. Pretty valid. I get it. I get it. Playing around on Facebook. Honestly, that sounds like something I would do too. So I don't blame you for that. I'd be scrolling on Twitter and listening. That might be a spin up that's near Winfield, which is. Isn't that what I said? Chat! I did say that! Southwest of Winfield, watch out. Or if you're near Winfield, or if you're near Highway 43. That is. What?
Tornado warning for northwestern Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southern Walthall County in southern Mississippi, southeastern Pike County in southern Mississippi.
Excuse me. If you are in Warnerton, Mount Herman, or areas north of Clifton here in Louisiana, or if you're near Tylertown and Lexi in Mississippi, you need to watch out. How long have I been awake for? That's a pretty good question. I think I've been awake since 7 this morning. So it's been a little bit. Yeah, that is an absolute valid tornado warning. It's also very surface-based. Goodness gracious. I think we have a camera down there somewhere. I think we do. Excuse me. Tylertown. Here we go. How do I get HDC again, like the radar? I think the radar, GR2 just updates, and you get HDC. You could also look on Radar Scope. It's on Radar Scope. Oh my gosh, what are they doing? They are moving that camera all over the place to try and find it. And this is our little storm that's in Tylertown. So once again, Lexi, Tylertown, Warnerton, right here on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. You need to get in your safe space, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, it really did sneak up on all of us. What the? Oh. Alright, what even is that place? Is that what? Just storage area? For garbage guys? The garbage. Look at the trailers, the garbage. Nelly, what's up? Welcome to stream. Right now, we are currently looking at a tornado warning right here at the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. With a little bit of rotation here. Right there is where I'd watch. Red's moving away and green's moving towards on the velocity right here. So those winds are creating some nice little counterclockwise spin. We got a camera that is currently in Tylertown. I believe it is looking south. If there was a tornado, it would pass just to the south of town. So I'm not too sure if we would be able to see it. But I want to check back up on that other tornadic thunderstorm that is southwest of Winfield. As I said, very good chance that we could be seeing the potential for a tornado over there. Possible that there could have been a spin up. Doesn't look like it did print though, but it was possible. Looks like Meridian is starting to get into the activity. A lot of these storms really are just kind of starting to get into the activity. There is still a little bit of rotation with that storm that was near Russellville. It ended up going to Hatton. It's actually right in front of Hatton. I want to take a look and see, did that camera go offline? If it didn't, we might be... You know what? Let's go full screen to this here, chat. Let's go full screen to Hatton, Alabama. There could very well be a good chance that if there is or was a tornado in this area, it could hit the camera. So, excuse me. How's the threat near Florence? That's a good question. Florence right now actually is starting to kind of get out of the risk. It might actually be done. Yeah, you guys are done. Lines past you all. All the major activity has happened pretty much. Nate makes me want to get more cameras. Trust me, you can never have enough. Me and a couple of my friends are gonna get into a voice chat and add more cameras onto the camera map. And eventually we're gonna turn that camera map into a nice little website, hopefully for as many people as possible. That way people can follow along. Okay, for real. Little spin up just to the south of Winfield. Just a little teeny one. There is just a little teeny one. And it looks like it underwent a merger with someone or with another storm. So, I don't know. That thing might die off or it might get a little bit stronger. Mergers are always a little tricky. As I said, a lot of people have this new terminology in weather called like nudgers and stuff like that. I honestly have a general idea of how it works. I don't know what the precautionaries or the setup it is for it to work. I need to look at the research or videos or whatever. I would like to learn. Ow. Might take me two or three times to process it, but I'll get there. It'll get it. I'm a visual learner. You're in Madison. You're trying to stay at the cell near Hatton. It was trying to come your way. Ah, gotcha. Well, Madison is definitely going to be seeing some of the strong, severe weather regardless. It would just take about at least 30 minutes to get there. Oh my god, the buns. Alright, well, Hatton has now been hit, and the camera is struggling. I think the camera is down. And yes, some might ask, what makes you think that? And to which I say, I don't know. Florence, Space, Memorial Parkway, Limestone, Madison. Decatur might be the best bet. for trying to find. Although I do not like the idea of this looking southeast. Or, no, it's just looking east. This is brutal. Just look west, forehead. Athens always looks northwest, so if we needed to see something from Athens, we could. Okay, I completely forgot. Where is East Limestone? East Limestone County. Duh! Makes sense. Makes sense. Nate, big brain. Yeesh. Power is out in Beaverton, Alabama. Well, hopefully, maybe able to help out. That still looks like we could have a spin up south of Winfield, Alabama, on Highway 43. Ooh. Okay, I'm curious. Could be something interesting that could happen over here in DeKalb, Porterville, Electric Mills, and Scuba. There's a camera in Winfield, you think? I was about to say, Logan, what in the heck? Let's go back to our tornado warned storm down south, heading into Tylertown. I don't think the camera has a real grip on on where the tornadic activity could actually be. Sheesh. Power flashing in Winfield. Yeah, that's not too surprising in my opinion. A lot of strong damaging winds. Doesn't look to be tornadic. Did have a little bit of a spin up, but died out. So now it's just a lot of damaging winds. How long will this take before it gets to Birmingham? Another hour and a half. Looks like we're gonna be up for a good bit, chat. Tuscaloosa in another 45 minutes. So we will continue to wait this out, see what the system could bring. We'll see. We'll see. We're still looking at Tylertown for right now. I'm going to pull up the WAFs. What? Really? Well, I did say we were going to be up by then. Maybe. Maybe, maybe. Mike Goodnow with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, how does the snow look in central Missouri? That is a good question, my friend. We can pull this up here. So central Missouri, depending upon where you're talking about, specifically in central Missouri, you do have some snow that exists from Springfield all the way up into areas that would be kind of near Lebanon and Waynesville. Now, this snow is kind of heading almost like southeast-ish, but it's kind of at like a curl. We have this low pressure system that is currently over Chicago at the moment. So we have a low that is right about here, and it's spinning a lot of this thunderstorms and this wind down and around. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. So this snow on the backside here is just kind of following the general trajectory of those winds. So for right now, a lot of these snow squalls are going to continue to kind of move through Missouri. But if you're in like Columbia, Warsaw, Sedalia, Eldorado Springs, Lamar, Joplin, you're kind of pretty much done. But if you're, Waynesville, Lebanon, Mountain Grove, Winona, Farmington, St. Louis, Cape Girardeau, Sykeston, you're still going to probably see some stuff. Do I think Columbus, Ohio could get a flash flood warning? Yeah, I think they could. There's a lot of rain that's going to be in that area. That is a new day 1 outlook. That is a new day 1 that I just realized. It is that late in the night that we get a new day 1 convective outlook. So, day 1 slight, this is for severe weather that can occur from 7 a.m. Eastern onwards. So there is definitely some risk for severe weather. The tornado risk exists in really just 2 areas. One is Delmarva Peninsula all the way down into the Outer Banks. The other is the border of South Carolina and Georgia all the way down to the Big Bend of Florida. So that's like Augusta all the way down to Tallahassee. Sorry for blinding everyone. Panama Beach, Apalachicola, Macon, Albany, Valdosta. A little bit of Jacksonville too. I said Prattville at 3, but it's going to hit us early. That's a good question. If anything, it could hit you a little late. It could hit you a little early, and it could hit you a little late. It's a little bit of both. It's possible. Krill fire index. Charcoal. What are we doing? Lighter fluid. Gas. Is that how we're doing the grill on fire index? There is a mesoscale discussion that has been issued out in front. Severe threat will continue shifting east across the central Gulf states. Damaging winds can be expected along with the risk for tornadoes. Let me see if I can oversimplify this for y'all. And I'll also put the radar on. And then I will do that. Perfect. Elvis Chuck Petty, 888, with the $8.88 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot. Yeah. A couple of years back, tornado hit Prattville. before the sirens went off. Tree smashed your house? Really? Whew. I'm happy I was able to help. I really am. All right, let's read what this thing says. Mature squall line developed at a cold front, leading edge. Cold front's undercutting much the QLCS. Severe modes become more linear. Scatter weak showers continue to develop ahead of the line. There is the chance for a few discrete supercells to emerge out in front of the line. Fully dependent, though, on how unstable the atmosphere is. And if it doesn't, damaging winds should be expected. So basically, they're saying the tornado risk is not as great. It's just fully dependent upon if the storms out in front of the line can do something. That's basically what they said. Which is some good news, chat, honestly. That's some really good news. I definitely think that lack of tornadoes, number one, is great in general. But on the other hand, that also means that these storms, when we're thinking about the potential for overnight tornadoes, obviously there still is the chance for them. But it's not the primary threat, or it's not going to be the most common threat in this. So, what can I expect in Madison, Georgia into the morning hours? Gusty winds. A lot of gusty winds. That's basically it. I'm going to pull up the Athens camera. There's something interesting that's happening in Athens that I want to watch. This is looking northwestish. This is right at the exit at Athens. At Highway 72, I believe. I don't want to say I'm bigger, but I definitely feel better, though. Feel a lot better than where I was 8 months ago, 9 months ago. I haven't been on in 9 months, but I was just not feeling great 8 months ago. June was not it. That is true, man bear pig. Jeesh. Tongue twister for me tonight. Anything's a tongue twister. Words are hard. Thank you, Mannion. Yeah, it definitely has been a little bit. The last time I live streamed, besides this past Wednesday, it was towards the end of May. It was this severe weather threat with some strong tornadoes that occurred in Iowa, I believe. I think that's the last time I live streamed. And then from then on, I skipped hurricane season. Skipped the majority of winter season. Do have an interesting storm that's going to be heading through the Gulf states, the deep south, the middle of next week. Could see either severe weather, or if it gets cold enough, it could see some winter weather too. And then that could turn into a nor'easter on Wednesday into Thursday. So we'll be talking about that. We have daily uploads at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. The only thing about it, though, is we don't upload videos when we live stream because this is, our way of letting you guys know what's happening. But, yeah, that's basically the rundown of what happens on the channel. We talk about weather. Pretty soon we're going to be having a How to Read Radar video series. We're going to have at least 3 videos. So one's going to be more of a beginner one, and then the next 2 are a little bit more advanced. It takes topics from the first video and adds them on. So it's kind of like a next level to a course, if you will. It's like once you get done with this one topic, then you head to the next topic. And I think that could be very helpful and beneficial to people who may want to, learn how to read radar. And I think with the first part of the video series, well, you know what? I'm not gonna unload all of the cards that I have on hand because that would be helping other people create content too. But yeah, I definitely I am pretty confident about what we have in store for you all this season. And hopefully our How to Read Radar video will be out sometime in April. Thank you, Evelyn. I appreciate you staying up with me tonight. Please get some good sleep. All right, get some good rest, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night, maybe in the comments or somewhere around. We might live stream the Nor'easter. Who knows? We'll have to see how my work treats it. I kind of hope work cancels, but my my workplace doesn't cancel for anything. No snowstorms, no cold air, no ice storms. You get there on time, you work. How hard is it going to be on reading radar? I've never done it before. It's not that difficult. It's basically what I'm doing right now. So, the very easy thing here with radar is you look at all these colors, right? You have green, you have yellow, you have red, orange, pink, all that stuff. And then you also have the scale on the left-hand side of your screen. That is right there. So that scale, from bottom to top, ranges how intense the radar is seeing stuff within that area, how much stuff there is within that area. And most of the time it's rain. So in this case, it's a very good sign for all that. What do I do for work? So because I stopped college for about 2 semesters, I decided to just find a job that pays well so I can just not go in debt. And I've been in and out of Penn State just, trying to keep my head afloat. So I've been working at a warehouse. I get $22.50 an hour. It's not bad. It's not bad. But anyways, big way to put it here is the orange, the red, the pink. That's some pretty heavy rain. And then I'll get into the velocities. I'll get into the correlation coefficient. And then I'll get into one more radar product that I think everyone needs to know about. And I do think I think it's time for people to start using this radar product because I'm about tired of the disrespect that is given to this one radar product. About tired. Is it Amazon? Nope. It's Target. It is Target. I did see that G Ferraro. I want to wait for those storms to get a little closer. I think this Athens view has a good shot. So. Absolutely, it is indeed ZDR. ZDR has been disrespected for far too long. It's one of the best radar products that you can use. And then it's a big drop off after that. Spectrum width is the next closest useful product. Oh no, I'm sorry. Scratch that. No, it isn't a big drop off. It is not a big drop off. I'm forgetting one crucial one, but that one is pretty advanced. And that's differential phase. Or on our GR2, it's KDP. And that is a new tornado warning extension for Huntsville.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northern Madison County in north-central Alabama, Limestone County in north-central Alabama, east-central Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama, southeastern Moore County in middle Tennessee, Lincoln County in middle Tennessee, southwestern Franklin County in middle Tennessee.
And you see, Norfolk, that is why we are going to have our how to read radar, because ZDR is very helpful if used correctly. Tornado warning over here for areas near Huntsville and Madison, as well as Athens, Elkmont, Harvest, Moores Mill, Plevna, and then areas in Fayetteville, Tennessee. So if you guys are over there, please get into your safe space if you haven't already. Just based off of looking at the radar, there are 2 spots to where there is rotation. One that is over here near Elkmont. That'll probably head towards Ardmore and Taft. And eventually areas near Fayetteville and maybe south of Fayetteville. And then there'd be another one right here, just to the south and east, or the south and west of Athens. But this one isn't really that strong as of this moment. So, we'll see. Favorite day was with you was in Europe, Canada, and can't remember where we ended. Long but great day. I think we ended in Michigan, didn't we? I think it was that the one PDS tornado that was in Michigan. Is what it was. It was like in northern Michigan. What was the name of that town? I think I know what you're talking about, though. It was after the tornado outbreak that was over in Germany. What storm was that? Gaylord. Gaylord. Does that sound familiar? I've only done 3 streams for Germany. So. I don't know. My memory's a little fuzzy, too. But what isn't fuzzy is the fact that we have 2 tornado warnings. What a change right there, chat. How about that? That is how you draw an audience back in. Wasn't that also a tornado warning in Hawaii? There was. I think it was last year, but it wasn't during that stream. Or at least I don't think it was during that stream. If it was during that stream, then I have issues. It just proves that weather is the weirdest thing known to man. Earlier this year, we also had a little water spout super outbreak that was outside of Hawaii. Actually, it wasn't a super outbreak. It was just little funny little outbreak of supercells that were outside of Hawaii. Produced like water spouts and all sorts of stuff. If that was over land, I guarantee you we would have had probably a nice little 10 hatched. But it wasn't. I still don't see a whole lot of strong winds going through Athens at the moment. Leads me to believe that the main significant threat is well north of that. That's interesting. We'll go I-565 in Madison. This is looking west, I believe. At least I think it is. If it's not, then we'll just find a new camera. No, it's looking west. So this is a camera that's looking out of Madison. Be looking towards Decatur. What? That's funny. Oh, really? That's crazy, Gwen. I'll tell you what, Alabama, Dixie Alley in general, that area of just Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, they're known for their crazy, crazy naters. Keep in mind here, chat, that pretty soon these storms are going to start approaching the Tuscaloosa area. Tuscaloosa is going to start seeing some storms here in about 15 minutes. So if you know anyone that lives in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, definitely going to want to watch out for that. Let people know. Interesting. All right, well, for most of you in Central Time Zone, it is officially tomorrow by 7 minutes. What am I thinking about Mobile tonight? I'll answer you after this comment.
Tornado warning for northeastern Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Waldvall County in southern Mississippi.
Really? Enough. How did that... What just happened? How did this thing come out of thin air? Oh, it's because it's a little mini supercell. Okay. It is a little mini. Yeah, okay. 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 If you're in Sandy Hook and Angie here on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, get in your safe space for this little rinky dink. It doesn't really look like storms are going to form out in front of this line now, does it? It tried to, and then it got merged. So I guess we're just going to have to wait to see if that line does something eventually. I'm going to fix my radars one more time, chat. We're going to go with Mobile, Actually, no. We're going to go west to east. West to est. Oh, crap. That Mobile, Birmingham, Huntsville. Yeah, Tuscaloosa is going to get some storms in about 15 minutes, give or take. Night tornado clips. Tornado sirens just went off in his town, about 10 miles north of Huntsville. Yep, that sounds about right. They are indeed going to get some strong damaging winds at minimum. There's a chance for a spin up, but I kind of doubt that. No problem, tornado clips. Have a good night. Get some good sleep. Get some good sleep, y'all. As if you were to do that. I'll tell you what. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm probably going to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and talk to Becca for a bit and then go back to sleep after she gets preoccupied. And then I'm going to wake up. I'm going to make my video. I'm going to go to my hockey game because I got to play hockey. My adult league game. And then I don't know what I'm going to do after that. Sunday night is a bit of a question mark as to... we could see a new tornado warning here soon in Tennessee. Petersburg, Howell, Lynchburg, Mulberry. This is Moore County, Lincoln County, Southern Marshall County. I would not be surprised based off of this little area of rotation right here. This honestly looks a lot scarier than any other tornado warning right now. And that includes this little dude who's spinning like a top over near Angie. How much longer am I going to be live? I'm going to at least be live for another 48 minutes. I'm going to at least be live for another then. There's a good chance I could be live for a bit longer than that too, but it's fully dependent upon what happens here in the southern environment. There is a confluence band out in front of the line, so that is something. See, that's wrong though. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Marion County in south-central Mississippi, southern Lamar County in southeastern Mississippi.
Really? An extension for the Angie and Sandy Hook cell? Of course. And it just died. How about them apples? How about them apples? That is a new tornado warning. For where, I don't know.
Tornado warning for southeastern Marion County in south-central Mississippi, southern Lamar County in southeastern Mississippi.
They just issued that? I don't know. I don't know anymore. What do I think about the storms? When are they going to hit Atlanta? Sometime around 3 or 4. Or yeah. 3 or 4. H triple R. Yeah, 4 around 4 a.m. Eastern, something like that. Never gonna end. You know how it is. It's weather. Weather is always gonna be like this. Storms are now starting to move very close to Madison. And the camera's shaking and baking as we're getting a lot of lightning. So let's go watch this for right now. See as the storm moves through into Madison. We just got a report from Spotter. 62-mile-an-hour winds.
Tornado warning for Southern Greene County in west central Alabama, Sumter County in west central Alabama.
What? What? It's the same reason why you warned the other one. It's literally the same storm and it hasn't done anything. Ah! That's what I gotta say. There is some rotation with it, though. It has gotten a bit better. It has gotten a little bit better. Just a little bit, though. If you live near Livingston, Lolita, York, Forkland, Epps, and Demopolis, I recommend you guys get into a safe space if you haven't already, and that rotation just oofed itself. Thank you. Very kind. You know, they really could tornado warn this one. If they're going to warn any storm that's along this line in Alabama, besides maybe the stuff in Huntsville, they probably could have warned the one that was right next to Tuscaloosa. Gonna be honest. They should consider the following. But hey, I mean, what do I know? I just work here, man. I just work here. I appreciate all the people who have liked the live stream, help us spread this information out. That helps us get onto the YouTube algorithm, helps us get this out to more people who may need it. So I appreciate y'all. A lot of people are going to bed. I definitely understand the reason why. I definitely understand why. How worried should you be in Mobile? Not that worried. If anything, you're going to get a lot of gusty winds. Yeah, this cell over here southwest of Tuscaloosa has a little bit of rotation, but it hasn't brought it all together quite yet. Okay, have to do this. There we go. I am now sane. It is a little chilly down here, I'll tell you what. Why did that just stutter? I just saw it on my stream there. Why did... It didn't make a whole lot of sense. That is a report of trees and power lines down south of Winfield. Maybe Well, I kind of doubt that it would be a tornado. Probably was just the straight line winds. Go back over here to the storms in or along the border. I still think they could issue a tornado warning on this cell in Petersburg. I still think they could. Yeah, there was a tornado today. Actually, I'm curious to see how many tornado reports we have. We have 0 storm tornado reports, which is pretty funny. I can guarantee you we had pretty much, I think we had close to 6 tornadoes, which means that would classify as a small tornado outbreak. If it was 5, it wouldn't be an outbreak. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama, northeastern Greene County in west central Alabama, northeastern Hale County in west central Alabama.
I think I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. As I was saying, tornado warning. Moundville, Knoxville, Cypress, Duncanville. If you're in those areas in Alabama, I recommend you guys get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, as there is definitely a little bit of rotation over there. Now I definitely have to stay up for another, how long? 39 minutes. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Louisiana. For the line of all lines. New Orleans might see a couple of thunderstorms here soon. How soon? The answer is about 45 minutes to an hour. Give or take. Give or take. Coming in telling me the severe thunderstorm warning south of Tuscaloosa was TOR possible tagged. Yeah, so they issued the tornado warning for the cells south of it. And I was like, you know, they could have issued the tornado warning for the one that it was a little bit north of it. And then they finally did. And speaking
tornado warning for Moore County in Middle Tennessee, northern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
I'll say it again. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. That is a tornado warning that was anticipated 10 minutes in advance. There's your rotation. It's still there. It is indeed still there. That is a lot more favorable of something tornadic than whatever this is. But what do I know? Storm in Huntsville is just a lot of gusty winds, my friends, the folks that are over there. As long as you stay indoors, stay away from windows, okay, it should be good. Should be good. I wonder, chat. Sheesh, this camera's getting a beating. I may need to put north side of that. Edge of the box, I don't know. Yeah, I think that might be a jurisdiction issue. Yeah, it is. It is, it is. Once again, strong damaging winds are expected. That is a lightning strike that we just saw right on our screen. How crazy is that? Oh. 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 Well, we might see something tornadic after all, chat. Let me take the damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings away. Reds away, greens towards. Absolutely. There is definitely something. Oh, I might put down a tornado right on I-20. Oof. That would be rough. That would absolutely be rough. They don't have that camera there anymore? Are you serious? Well, that's not exactly the greatest thing in the world. But still, even still, definitely have to watch out for that. The camera in Livingston is gone. So the next camera is the one in Greensboro, which is out ahead of this. So we'll watch out for that. We'll see what could happen with that. Uniontown. Oh, that is Centerville. That storm in Moundville could eventually head to Centerville. So, as I said, Moundville, Duncanville, definitely need to watch out. It really does look like we could be seeing some real activity here soon. At least from this. What is our camera doing? Oh, interesting. If we went to like Tylertown or Columbia, or do we have anything else? Well, we have nothing in Alabama, so that's pretty typical. But we do have some cameras that are over in Hattiesburg. Night, Paula. Enjoy yourself. Get some good sleep. Sheesh. That camera's getting hit in Hattiesburg as well. Oh, wow. The line just took over and ate that cell. That is 45 minutes remaining. I don't know why. 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. So all these warnings, except for that one that's southwest of Hattiesburg, will try to expire eventually. That's a lot of flash flood warnings. That's kind of crazy how many flash flood warnings there are. Let's check back on our cell here near Foster's and Moundville. Well, it could have produced a brief tornado. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it on that front. Lamau? It's kind of crazy. Huntsville camera getting hit by a ton of rain. Is it? Well, there's at least one cool thing about us right now. We've been live for 9 hours. 9 hours. Good bit of time. Been a while since I've done something like this. No, I don't want. Did y'all see that, chat? Yep, it. I definitely get that more. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Have a good night, Moore. Have a good night. Get some good sleep. Man, that's crazy. Sheesh. Yeah, I'd have to agree, Kaylee. It's a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust report at the airport. Some pretty gusty winds. Also, the chance of a little spin up on the north side of town. Looks like that old rotation that was near Petersburg has flattened out. Definitely gusted out and become a little bit more windy. Windy.com. Check back at these storms, and then we'll head south. I don't really see too much. Storm that went through Livingston. It was decent before. Now it's just kind of a shell of itself. Actually, it wasn't even a decent before. It was just, it was okay. There's elevated rotation with it. But that's pretty much it. I mean, what else can we say? Man, you know what? I really think the wafts went too intense on the convection out in front. I think they did. I think the wafts model was too bullish. Will the storm hit Augusta, Georgia today? If you're talking about Sunday, then yes. It would be at some point in the morning. Let's check back on our good old pal down here. Well, that tornado warning got canceled. There's a little bit of rotation down there. But it did weaken as soon as it did anything, so. We'll see. If there is a tornado down there, that'd probably be comparable to a strong wind gust. That is a water spout over Lake Pontchartrain, so that's cool. Any tornado risks? Do you need to stay up? You can always set an alarm, but I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be crazy to the point where you have to. If anything, it'll be early tomorrow morning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Washington Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northern Pearl River County in southern Mississippi.
Well, that's pretty typical, ain't it? They issued the tornado warning off of that cell. That'll expire at the top of the hour. That's at least a bit realistic. Alright, so you want my honest thoughts, chat? Here's my thing. I firmly believe that this is just probably going to be a trend. CC drop. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it did produce a little weak tornado. At least that's what it looks like. That camera just went all over the place. It does look like it did produce a tornado. So if you're over here along the border of Louisiana and Mississippi near Highway 43, that is due west of Poplarville, northeast of Bogalusa, south of Sandy Hook, and southwest of Lumberton. Or even if you are in Lumberton, I'd prepare yourself, get into a safe space if you haven't already. How about Rockwood, Tennessee? Any tornadoes? Not at the moment. Let me double check, but I don't believe so. Rockwood, Tennessee. Oh yeah, definitely not. You're good. You're way far east. Well, as quick as that tornado formed, it died out. As quickly as it formed, it died out. So something about quick spin-ups. Realistically speaking, chat, this is going to be a trend all throughout the night. So, if I'm being honest with you, I think the top of the hour sounds like a great time for me to fully assess as to what's going on and whether or not we could realistically get that strong tornado. Based off of my ideas right now and what I'm seeing from models in general, because I can go back to like the 18Z Saturday. It tried to form storms in front of the line, and it's not even doing that. I can go 18Z Friday for the overnight threat. This looks way more realistic. I'm going to do Saturday 0Z. This looks way more realistic with what's going on right now than anything else. It just... It's hard for me to say that this stuff is actually going to really do a whole lot. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled, by the way, in general. But we do have, as I put this back up, and there's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern Madison County in north-central Alabama, southeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, southern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
They decided to warn the little spin-up on the north side of the city. So that's pretty interesting. If you're near Plevna, Newmarket, Moores Mill, Pleasant Grove, High Top, Skyline, Sherwood, Stevenson, I would definitely watch out for the potential of something tornadic within that area. It does look like just a little spin up though. That'll end in 48 minutes, so it's 7:30Z. Sheesh. New severe thunderstorm warning for Birmingham. It's actually not that new, but got issued about 4 minutes ago. Watch out for this area here, chat. Along I-20, east of Tuscaloosa. Woodstock and Alabaster and Calera would be the areas that it would be going towards. I'd watch for that storm. But these spin-ups are just going to continue to occur over and over and over again. New prefrontals forming. They are trying to, but it's not going well for them, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. These prefrontals, they're on the struggle bus for a reason. And that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Hale County in west central Alabama.
So that's an extension into Greensboro. So yeah, there's just going to be a lot of rotation in and along the line. It's going to be pretty typical. Birmingham, you have about 15 minutes. So do keep in mind. That's another... For what?
Tornado warning for Moore County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, central Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
For the bookend vortex. All the way up there. That makes sense. All the other warnings were getting canceled. Do 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 do. Night, Joe. Yeah, I'll be honest, chat. Just by me thinking about it more and more, of course, we're getting very close to the top of the hour. We might start thinking about going to bed once these storms pass Birmingham. I really want to make sure that the major populace gets out of the way. And then after that happens, you know, sleepy time for yours truly. I'm gonna get up and stand real quick though. My knees. While I stand, I'm actually gonna go over, feed my chinchillas that are downstairs here. Hi, chins. You have now been fed. You still have water. You probably won't need water until tomorrow night. You're good. You have like about half. I'm gonna stretch. Stretch. You know what, chat? You know what we should do? We should designate a stretch time where everyone gets up and stretches. A long stream. It's been 9 hours and 17 minutes. Stretching is good. Stretching is good. Now, you may not even need to get up. You can sit in your chair and you can stretch. You can stretch your arms. You can stretch your fingers or whatever. Stretch time. Home stretch. I'll tell you what, I need a massage in my shoulders. Like right above my shoulder blades. Right around my shoulder blades. Absolutely. We're in. We're in the chair. Can I tell how long this line passed through McNeil, Mississippi? Yeah. McNeil, Mississippi. Oh, so the storm is just starting to get to you. It probably won't fully pass you until a complete 45 minutes from now. Remember when Nate would dance at the end of streams? I sure do. I don't know why, but Neo song that came out, I think it was in 2008. I just can't stop. What was the name? It wasn't I just can't stop. It was I don't know. I just can't stop. And I just can't pull myself away. But I don't want to escape. I just can't stop. Remember when Nate would dance at the end of streams? Just read that, Nate. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Sly. Any chance for severe storms in central Georgia? Not too strong of severe storms, if there is. Not too strong. I hope we see Morgan too at some point. Always at his flair. This would be the time in which he wouldn't be up this late covering it with us. So we would be we'd be on our own. But earlier, absolutely. Absolutely. Sly with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, as I said, just 45 minutes, hour at most. You'll still see residual showers even afterwards, but it's not anything like it's, like what you're going to be dealing with. Sportsbound going to come back, maybe eventually. It's possible. Triforce Hunter with the 45 months. Oh my gosh. It's almost been 4 years. That is crazy. That's like basically when I started getting my memberships. That's crazy. Welcome, Sydney. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. We've got a couple tornado warnings out and about right now. We're staring at this one that was over here on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. It's like northeast of New Orleans by a good bit. There's New Orleans. There's the tornado warning. There's also a couple in Alabama. Actually, there's quite a few in Alabama. Some of these do expire, however, at the top of the hour. So a lot of these will go poof. Well, speaking of one going poof, one did indeed go poof. Birmingham will probably start to see some thunderstorms very shortly. You're probably hearing thunder by now. You won't start seeing the real activity for another 5 minutes, and then stuff should start to move on through. You may not actually get done with these storms here, Birmingham, until a half an hour from now. And then once that's done, you'll still see some residual rain, but that'll be pretty much it. It won't be the thunder and the wind. Won't be like it was. I still don't understand why they issued these tornado warnings for that long. We have tornado warnings that are northeast of Huntsville. So if you're in Huntsville, you're good. You can go to sleep for tonight if you really wanted to. But folks that might be over here in Winchester, Interstate 24 eventually, maybe over into Chattanooga. Could see some stuff. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Perry County in central Alabama.
All right. That's your new tornado warning. I just hit 51 subs again. Yeah, it has been a little bit. It has been a little bit. We were at 52. Then we took the 9-month hiatus. And then now we're here again. By the way, just a reminder for everyone on the channel. First off, if you do enjoy the content, there's more where that came from. We're heading into the peak season, okay? Peak season starts to really get going from March to April to May. We have strong tornadoes and all sorts of stuff like that. The big thing to note for everyone is when we are not live streaming, we will have daily uploads at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. All right. So if you're interested in stuff like that, feel free to listen in. I try to make it kind of funny and interactive, like putting in there questions of the day or comment this and that. You know, just something interactive. And then, of course, whenever we have significant weather days like we do today, we live stream. We try and do the best we can with it. If I can, I'll try and get there as early as possible to try and stream. 5% tornado risks are probably going to be a little bit more common on this stream now on the channel. So just want to give you guys a heads up with that. There's your new tornado warning. As it looks like rotation has definitely gotten a little bit better here. Here on the Doppler velocities, a lot of the wind here that's being measured by the radar. We have a lot of greens moving towards, a lot of reds moving away. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. We'll update that there so you can see it a little bit better. What do I think it will do in northwestern Georgia near Rome? Just able to jump in? Well, that's fine. Don't worry about it too much. Just realistically speaking for you guys, it'll be a little bit more of a gusty wind threat and a thunder threat more than anything. I don't really see a whole lot of tornadic activity for you all too much. New mesoscale discussion has been issued. A severe threat for wind damage and a few tornadoes will move quickly across or quickly eastward across into western and northern Georgia, as well as across the remainder of southern and eastern Alabama during the early morning. A new weather watch will be necessary ahead of the ongoing line. They said a new weather watch. That's interesting. Usually they say tornado watch, and now it's just a new weather watch. 0 to 6 kilometer shears estimated to be 65 to 80. Widespread severe threat over the next few hours. Severe gusts will be likely. Along with a few tornadoes that are possible. Interesting. Nate needs to reclaim his throne. If I can be consistent and disciplined, then I should be able to do it. But I'm not too concerned with that. I'm just here for right now and just doing it. I'm doing it to do it. What's the rest of the night looking for Hart County, Kentucky, which is south central? Rain. I would say rain. There's also the chance for some snow, believe it or not. Early morning hours tomorrow. We're talking like 5 in the morning. 4 or 5 in the morning. It is absolutely possible. But it's really just a lot of rain. So make sure if you're in a flood prone area that you aren't, is the best way I can put it. If you have someplace to stay, I would definitely take up that offer. Speaking of taking up that offer, Birmingham is... No, I don't want to see that. My goodness. About done with my stream deck. I'll tell you what. Okay. Birmingham. We can take... that one. Pretty soon Birmingham will get slammed by the storms. Stuff like that. It is dealing with some rain, but not too much at the moment. I'm curious to see, though, because I would have expected a lot more lightning by now. But, oh well. Oh well, oh well. For those of you who live in Mountain Daylight Time, it is officially tomorrow for you all as well. New Bern, get in your safe space. If you're in New Bern, Alabama, there's a good chance that there could have been a tornado near your area. There may still be a tornado near your area. Yes, I'm still watching. Yeah, I don't usually like it when these pixels are as tight and compacted as they are, just like that. Yeah, it might be possible. Hopefully, if you're in New Bern, you're in your safe space. Marion, Subtle, and Sprott definitely want to continue to get in your safe space. Or stay in your safe space if you're in there already. Lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, okay. Don't be surprised if a new tornado warning gets issued for like Washington County, Alabama, near state line. It's always that area. Wayne County, Mississippi, always gets stuff. Always. If you want to see weather, move to Wayne County, Mississippi. Is that a penitentiary? It doesn't look like a penitentiary. It looks like a, I don't know. Now I'm curious. I found this random place on my radar. It is time to see what it is. This is south of McIntosh. It's a plant of some sort. I have no idea what plant. It's a rolling mill. It's a power station. Haha! The more you know. I look tired. I am tired. I feel tired. Ah, yeah. Flooding is absolutely a backbreaker. It's easy for me to say turn around, don't drown, but there's also some people who get dealt with some really unfortunate circumstances, such as living in flood-prone areas. And Yeah. It's a steel plant. Can be both. Huh. It can indeed be both. Yes, I am still watching as this storm starts to really go in to Birmingham. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be really comfortable in my bed this morning. 9.5 hours of us streaming. How about them apples? Let me double check something on my phone real quick. Whew, sheesh. It is dropping like a fly. Cool, I'm okay with that. Camera is definitely starting to take a little bit. Yes, I'm still watching. You should get the OBS plugin that refreshes browser sources. There's something that can do that. I have just the regular Google Chrome plugin. That's what I use. That is what I use. It's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, southwestern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Oh, it's like up there. Yeah, there it is. A little bit of rotation over there. Sheesh, Birmingham is getting it though. I'll tell you what. Let me show you guys what's happening on Birmingham. Look at that. They are really getting it. We do still have a lot of rotation here near Douglas, Boaz, and Albertville. According to the National Weather Service here, they have their tornado warning as well. And a lot of very strong damaging winds up and down the line too, but right here, I guess this embedded supercell, if you look above me, is it's trying to create some form of quick spin up right on the leading edge. Now, most of the time these storms have tried to do it tonight, they've actually gone a bit more outflow dominant and have gusted out. So that means that the storm ends up becoming a pretty strong wind maker. So regardless of what happens downstream, there is going to be something that is a little bit stronger than just your typical severe, your severe wind. You might get a little bit more than that. Found a solo leveling meme on TikTok. Cannot not share it. I won't watch it on stream. If it's the solo leveling abridged, that stuff is pretty funny. It's like blank leveling. Yes, I am still watching. I appreciate that, Bane Season. I appreciate that. Though we all still try to do the same thing, but some people have their preferences, and I understand that. You should really start using browser sources instead, just so the still watching stuff doesn't come up. If I use browser sources though, then see Alabama Go traffic has this automated so that this always happens. See this loading bar down here? It's always going to fill up, and that by the time it gets to the end, it'll keep saying that as well. Someone said new tornado watch for Atlanta. That is absolutely correct. It's time for the prob game. Remember, if you don't know how to play the prob game, it is simple. There is the chance for tornadoes, or 2 or more tornadoes within that particular tornado watch, and then the chance for 1 or more strong tornadoes to occur within that tornado watch. So this tornado watch that was issued for Alabama, the majority of Alabama, and portions of Mississippi, Florida, and Louisiana. This was a 60-40 prob. So 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, a 40% chance of seeing 1 strong tornado within that tornado watch. So this one right here, from Chattanooga all the way down into Cordele and Americus. What are the probs? Some people say 40-20, 30-10. 30-10 is pretty bold. 25 is pretty bold too. That's usually a severe thunderstorm watch, but that's also pretty funny. Okay, we have our tornado watch. The probs are 40-20. So Freedom was the first one to get that guess correct. If I had a cookie or if I had a little gift, I would get it for you, but unfortunately, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't. When does the storm hit Augusta, Georgia? That's a good question. I'll pull this up here real quickly so that you'll be able to see. Boom, boom, boom. And that is a new tornado warning in Tennessee.
Tornado warning for northwestern Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, central Warren County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern White County in Middle Tennessee.
So someone asked for Augusta, Georgia. Timing is up here. So you can see at around 8 a.m. Eastern. That's around the time in which you could potentially see some strong damaging winds. That's the main threat for you guys, honestly. Strong damaging winds. It's not really too much, honestly. The tornado watch that got issued just now is literally bottom of the barrel type tornado watches, where usually, honestly, those type of tornado watches sometimes don't even produce tornadoes. It's just wind, rain. So yeah, Atlanta will definitely get some stuff. Sometime around 5 a.m. Eastern. Sometime around then. take a look at the new tornado warning that is up here in McMinnville and Morrison. That'll head into Campaign and Spencer. There is a little bit of rotation, but once again, it's suffering the same fate compared to its compadres. Reds moving away, greens and blues moving towards. Somewhere right here is where the rotation would be. The only thing that I will say is that there's a lot of this gray in between, which means nothing's really tight in the middle. This is the radar registering some weaker winds that are moving perpendicular, or perpendicular to the radar. And that's not exactly, saying a whole lot. If it was tighter, it would be more consolidated. It would be pixel to pixel, bright color on bright color, and it's just not doing that.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, southeastern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, central DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Now this is a little bit more realistic. This storm right here near Langston, this definitely could try and do a little spin up. What's happened? Not really too much. Just spin ups along the line. It's basically, if you watched my video on Friday, chat, it's everything except for the storms out in front of the line in North Mississippi. That's it. This is pretty much just spin up city. Spin up gusty wind city. Sounds good, Gabriella. Well, technically on Twitter it's Ella as well, but flip a coin. Have a good night. Get some good rest. Talk to you soon. Any ideas on how bad it'll be in Tallahassee, Florida? It's just gusty, pretty much again. Why does this happen over and over and over again? I'm so done with my Stream Deck. It's not even funny. Not even funny. QLCS spam or just QLCS here and there? I mean, it's QLCS spam, but the spam is embedded supercells that struggle because the lapse rates are at 5 degrees Celsius per kilometer. That's the best way I can put it. So yeah, this cell near Langston is doing a lot better than the tornado warning that we just talked about in Tennessee. That's because a lot of these greens and pinks are actually trying to get closer to each other. If it was something like this, this would be bad. If it was something like this would be bad, all right? That's not doing a whole lot. It's when you start to see the consolidation of the higher values get next to each other. That's what you want to look out for the potential of something tornadic. So, Rainsville, Powell, Sylvania, Dutton section, Hennigar, Valley Head, Eider. Definitely something that you're going to want to watch out for. If I can remember, Ella, I shall. Should know by now, most of the time, 10 Sig Dixie events never live up to the hype. Some do. It's just, I feel like people's expectations are always higher than it's supposed to be. 10 Sig events are never supposed to be do or die. It's people's fault for making their expectations that high to begin with if they're gonna do that, but yeah, this line up and down really is pretty gnarly wind maker. It's just wind, it's wind, it's wind, it's wind. Birmingham is now starting to get through. their bit of storms. Cell near Marion and Sprott is still going. It's kind of rotating. It's an embedded supercell in the line. But it just hasn't been able to wrap up, period. It is still looking to try to do that. And that's some of the things that I think about too, is if it hasn't now, then when will it if it does? That's always, you feel like it's always the same old rinse and repeat where, you think it does and then it doesn't. You think it doesn't, then it does. How bad do I think it'll be in Dothan? It won't be too bad. It'll be a lot of strong damaging winds. You may not start seeing that stuff until probably 5 east or 5 central, 6 eastern. So I would definitely make a note of that as well. But it doesn't look like it's going to be too crazy. You can even see here, it's just skinny line. Maybe some storms out in front of it that could hit your area before 6 a.m. Eastern. So be 5 Central. Maybe even a little bit before 5 Central. You guys can get some stuff like 4 or 3. But the main line, the main attraction would start to move on through at around 5. Hey, listen, chat. All I gotta say here, because soon there is a very good chance that I could be getting off. All right. All I can say is if we don't have any significant tornadoes that occur between now and the time that I get off, or even in the overnight hours, and I'm going to check National Weather Service tornado to double check, I get to change the title to what we agreed to earlier on in the stream. Do I prefer people donate Cash App or other? Honestly, you don't need to donate, but if you do, it's user preference. All I'm going to do is just use it to help support my livelihood or upgrade stuff and parts to the stream. That's really all I'm doing here. I feel like if anyone was going to try and support me and stuff like that, the best way I want people to do so is just come into the stream when you can, bring some friends or bring some people along. You can do that by sharing on social media or sending text messages to people. And then just hitting that thumbs up button. That helps us get on the algorithm. I'm sure a bunch of you found this live stream through the YouTube algorithm. So you guys know how it is. If we can boost the algorithm, we get more people to join in. Hope Augusta will be safe. Me too. I think they will, though. Found me because of the other weather streamers? I don't know how that happened, but that's pretty cool. If I'm them, I think this tornado warning over here near Subtle probably disappears here soon. But then again, I'm not them. So, who knows? Go back to the tornado warning up north. See if the storm that was over here near Powell did something. It doesn't look like it, but it looks like it's gonna try. What is my Cash App again? My Cash App. Is give me a second. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
That.
northeastern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama.
What? They've added 2?
Tornado warning for DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Yeah, that's very convenient. Thank you. Found Nate. Found Ryan. True. I've been here before, Ryan. So, I'm the longest tenured on YouTube. I feel like it's only fair for us to, by the way, get past the 10-hour mark before we even think about calling it quits. So we have another 6 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I appreciate that, Christopher. I totally get that. Hogansville, Georgia. Let me look. Hogansville, Georgia. What tribute amount do you prefer? It literally could be 99 cents and I would be happy. I mean, I don't... Money is not an issue with us here on this channel. I've seen people do $2. I've seen people do $5. I've seen people do $8.88. That happened earlier on in the stream. 10, 20. People are crazy enough to do more than that. That's happened too. But I mean, it's just, realistically speaking, it's not that. I don't need it. I don't need the money. I just need people. I need a community. That's what I need. Hogansville, Georgia. That's north of LaGrange on 85. Yeah, someone was crazy enough to help support my channel through upgrades and all sorts of shit like that. Sent me $1,200. My gosh. That was mental. But it did help. Okay, let me pull up the radar. So, storms, once again, if you look up here at the timing, storms will start to approach the LaGrange area sometime around 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern. That'll continue to move on through. You'll be done pretty quickly, honestly. It'll be still lightning and maybe thundering after the main line passes, but the main line will definitely be out of your hair by 6 in the morning. So yeah. Where have I been? I will be explaining as to where I have been in I will be explaining as to where I have been at sometime this week. It's It's a complicated story. Was that in stream? Yes, it was. It was in stream. Uh, Chris with a 10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. It says for your please and allowing me to view. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. And then Xbox with the $1.11 donation. I like the 111. That's pretty tough. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Where do Ryan's donos go? Dude gets thousands of dollars per stream. Goes to him. I mean, it fully depends upon where people send their money. Because if they send it through super chats and stuff like that, that's his money. The only way the money goes through that the nonprofit that he set up is through the website. Otherwise, that's his monetary marketing and making money and stuff like that. So it's fully dependent, and same thing goes with memberships and stuff like that. It's fully dependent on where it was. Supposed to say for your pleasure. Gotcha. I'll spend it on, I don't know, coffee, something like that. But I appreciate it, Chris. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's got like 2 houses. He has like his studio and then he has like his main house. So I'm assuming that does cost a pretty penny to run both. Does YouTube take a percent of every super chat? Yes. Yes, they do. Those scrubs. Just kidding. I am SWS Roblox. I am. Listen, I'm not going to be sending. That's my thing, all right? I am never going to ask for money unless if it's a goal to help better the channel. I did that last year. That's probably the only time I'm going to do it. The only way I set goals is if chat asks me to, and it has to be consensus. So I appreciate that, Gabe. I really do. One thing that I do pride myself with this channel is I really like going in depth and trying to translate what the radar says for people. It's like speaking a different language. That's how I view it. It's how you are able to get that across to people is what makes you efficient. That's what I believe. Maybe Christopher. Maybe Chris. Maybe. If there's anyone that might buy me a coffee, it might be Becca. Becca might buy me a coffee. I talk to her almost every day, so we do all sorts of weird shenanigans. Uh, yeah. Can you sleep, or do I need to stay up in Augusta? You should be fine. The storm should hit you sometime around 8. So, if you get up around that time, you should be fine. But even then, I don't even think the storms are going to be that crazy once they get to you. So, heck, I'm thinking about going to sleep here soon as well, guys. I'm definitely thinking about it. Have a good night, Bane Season. Get some good sleep. Get some good rest. You can also explain it by microwaving buns. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the point here too. We can end the stream and I could, as soon as I wake up, I'm going to check the National Weather Service tornado Twitter. And if there was no significant tornadoes between the time I end the stream and the time I wake up, that's it. I'm changing the live stream name, and you had to have been there in order to see it, because this was earlier on in the stream when I was heating up my dinner that didn't even taste great because it tasted like NyQuil. The name of the live stream will be how I made people look at my buns live on stream. How I made thousands of people look at my buns live on stream. And for reference, people might be asking, what the heck does that mean? I had steam buns that I was supposed to eat for dinner. And it tasted like NyQuil. The aftertaste was just so bad. I was like, no. Now, I went to Wegmans before, and I got their spicy pork steam buns. They are so good. Honestly, top tier food. So, it's just like, I wanted to try this. I got it from Sam's Club. I wanted to see if it was decent. It was okay. It was below okay. Like a 3.5 out of 10. I didn't care for it. Some people might care for it. Some people might like it. But I did not like it. So. Oh well. Have fun explaining that to Becca. I I don't care. At this point. At this point, I will sacrifice myself for the greater good of memedom. She missed out. She left at like what, 8? It has been 6 hours, 6.5 hours after. Yeah. Chris with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, for I am a cash submissive. I enjoy being used for money. Well, I appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you so much. I definitely get it. I definitely get it. But, no, I do appreciate it. I spoil Becca with my own money because she is a donut. She's my donut, so it happens. But I don't spoil her with the money that I get from this stream. This stream goes back, any stream or any money I make from YouTube goes right back into the channel, or it's on my living expenses. That's pretty much it. The money and also the giveaway that we're gonna have for when we upload the How to Read Radar, but that's besides the point. There's rotation in Boaz, Alabama. Can't call anyone, no sirens. I got you. I will be able to help. I believe Boaz is... Hold up. Let's double check where Boaz is. I've seen Boaz before. Oh, it's the tornado warning. It's northeast or northwest of Gadsden. Yeah, I got you. I got it. You guys are actually good. Boaz, you're good for the night. The line is past you. Yeah, it got pretty gusty. It got some, got quite a bit of rain, got a bit of wind. The main line is past you already. You guys are good. Boaz is right here, right in that circle. So this line has passed you all. Remember when Becca gave Nate $100 on stream for graduation? He cried. Don't remind me. That was actually for my birthday. She gave it to me for my birthday. She gave me another $100 right afterwards, too. Oh, boy. Do I live alone now, or do I still live with my parents? So I live in an apartment space that's near, well, near/with my parents. So I pay rent, I pay electricity, gas, other stuff. Oh, absolutely not, Chris. You did not offend me at all. You did not offend me at all. I accept when people want to support the channel and stuff like that. I'm just here to do it just because, I want to help. I want to have fun. I want to hone my skills, all sorts of stuff like that. How do you calm your nerves? Storm stressing you out? I would watch a YouTube channel that is not mine or not anyone that's talking about weather. Find a YouTube video or genre that you like and watch that. Because I'm telling you, stuff that is in Augusta is not going to be that crazy. On the other hand, if you want to go the other approach, the best way I can say it and how I can describe storms are basically nothing but water. Everything in weather is nothing but water. Tornadoes, just fast moving water. Hurricanes, larger fast moving water. Snow, frozen water. Hail, larger bits of frozen water. New tornado warning, more water.
Tornado warning for southwestern Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, central Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern White County in Middle Tennessee.
The best way to think about it is just, it fully depends upon how you approach looking at water. You absolutely, I hate that. I hate this stupid I'm going to uninstall Stream Deck and then reinstall it. I'm going to do it. What I think about Auburn, you guys could definitely see some stuff. I'll pull it up here in a second. Cartersville, Georgia, I'll pull that up here in a second as well. What's up, Godfather? Nice to see you. It's been a little bit. Is it getting weaker? Yeah, these storms are definitely getting weaker. It's been predominantly more of a wind threat more than anything. So the tornado threat has been going down. That's why I see, that's why I say it's getting a little weaker. It'll still be a lot of winds. All right, let us pull up our nice little magical radar. It's actually not a radar, it's models. And they can try to predict the future. It's not 100% accurate, but it gives us a general idea. Auburn, once again, time is up here. It changes from central and eastern depending upon where and what state we're looking at. So, Auburn can see their gusty winds sometime around 3 to 4. It'll be completely out of your hair by 5 a.m. in the morning. So, really just not that crazy. Got to get an apartment tour. I mean, honestly, it is a pretty nice looking place down here. So I definitely could do that. People have been asking for a room tour for the longest time. This might be the time in which I actually do it. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Walker County in northwestern Georgia, southwestern Dade County in northwestern Georgia.
Well,
Tornado warning for East Central DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
those are some new tornado warnings over there. Cartersville, Georgia. That is northwest of Atlanta. So let's pull up our trusty little thing here. Once again, timing all the way up there. Storms will start to move into the area sometime around 4 or 5 a.m. Will definitely be out of your head a little bit after. I'd say 5:30 a.m. is when it's pretty much out. But I see a lot of damaging winds. The further north you go, the further, or the more of the wind threat actually is rather than anything else. So that's what I would say about that. Yeah, true that, Chris. True that, true that. Any sort of cartoon comedy does kind of make things a bit better. Oh yeah, absolutely. These storms are definitely some real gusty wind makers. Yeah, no problem, Sly. Thank you for sticking with us. We took out the Japan command. We took that out. But that is some OG stuff right there, too. Hammondville, Alabama is currently getting hit with stuff right now. Let's pull that up. Or at least I think they are. Actually, I think you guys might be good. Hammondville. Yeah, you just got out of the risk, honestly. You're in a tornado warning, but honestly, you guys are in a pretty good position. Even though they just issued a new tornado warning randomly east of Fort Payne. But a couple areas of rotation over near Blanche and Sentry, as well as Cedar Bluff. If you know anyone that lives over there in the portions of Cherokee County in Alabama, I recommend you guys get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. I do agree with that. I do agree with what they are saying in chat. Weedowee, Alabama? Let's pull that up. That is way further down to the south. You guys will probably see that activity here in about an hour. about an hour is when you guys could probably see some stuff. So that would be what? Sometime around 3 Central, give or take. Can confirm there is a cumulonimbus. There it is. There it is. Of course. We're running out of cameras. We're gonna keep this over here in Boaz. This camera over here in Boaz. Has there been tornadoes yet? Just woke up from the UK. Yeah, there's been quite a few. Not too many. We're talking probably on the upper end of single digits. So this event definitely has been a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. It's been pretty safe. How's Russell County, Alabama looking? Russell County is looking fine right now. They probably could see some stuff later on, though. All right, I'm moving this radar from New Orleans over to Montgomery. Just for right now. Hopefully the radar is not dead. Taking a trip down memory lane. Seems legit. And the radar is not dead. So there you go. Storms could be heading into the Montgomery area here over the next 30 minutes. So folks that are in Montgomery, definitely going to want to watch out for that. Prattville, maybe a little bit earlier than that. We're talking about 15 to 20 minutes. Was the Iowa tornado event of March 5th of 2022 a very interesting synoptic setup? Did I find that tornado event kind of scary? Yeah, it was. That was probably. Was that 2022? Or is that 2023? All right, let's get on the same page. Which Iowa event are we talking about? I think it might have. If we're talking about 2023 with the high risk event, that high risk event was absolutely absolutely a crazy event. Probably one of the craziest. 2022. What event was that? Which one was the one in Iowa in 2022? Chat, help me out. I think my brain might be fried. We've been streaming for 10 and a half hours. Can you blame me? Can y'all blame me? No, it was the moderate event. What moderate event was it? My brain, it is fried. It had was it the Winterset event? Hold up, chat. Was it the winter? Is just before? Oh boy, I can't remember which one it was. Which one was it, chat? Oh geesh. Pipe busting cold weather in the south behind these storms. Hate it. Yeah, I've had a couple of stories about that too. My pipes bursting during winter events. Back when I lived in West Virginia. So I definitely understand that. Nate is getting tested. No, it's not even that. I'm just done being tested. My brain is not. I've done so many events. I have really done so many events to the point to where I just don't know anymore. I don't know. I do not know. Derecho? Was it the Sioux Falls Derecho? The Arabi New Orleans tornado was about 2 weeks after Iowa violent EF4. I remember that. I remember the New Orleans tornado. Which EF4 tornado was in New Orleans during that time? I cannot remember, to save the life of me. That tornado warning that's up in Van Buren, by the way, not really doing a whole lot. It has a little bit of rotation, but not enough. They canceled the tornado warning in Cherokee County. That's pretty typical, honestly. There's not a whole lot. A little bit of rotation over here in Walker County, but once again, still not a whole lot. Winterset was a 10 non-sig tour? See, I'm learning stuff even when I've been there. I was watching that. I cannot remember that Iowa derecho to save my life. I really cannot. You know what? This was what? What day was this? This was the March event? What was the new tornado warning?
Tornado warning for northern Coosa County in east central Alabama.
Alright, if you live in that area, that's what? South of Sylacauga into the Rockford area. Consider the following. Oh, it's a little spin up. A little hook echo. Absolutely. That might actually try to produce a tornado. That's definitely interesting. County Road 55, US Highway 231, US Highway 280. Definitely need to watch out. What day was this, chat? This was... What day are we talking about with that specific event? I appreciate that, DKO pack. Oh, my brain. March 5th, 2022. Okay. Let us... Storm reports. 2, 3, 05. Get data, please. What day was this, chat? Adams, Madison, Iowa. Winterset. This was Winterset. That day... Goodness gracious. There was something that I saw on the models that was interesting. I think it was like some shortwave, honestly. I'd have to look at the, I'd honestly have to look at my, my forecast video. I think I did a forecast video. I'm sure I did a forecast video for this event. I definitely live streamed. I know everyone knows we live streamed this day. Filtered reports, there were 43. There was a tornado report in Ohio that day. You know what? No, it was the derecho. You're right. There was the tornado that happened in Winterset, and then it was like a derecho that occurred. There's like this wind bag. Yeah, I listen. I'm trying to process my brain. It is 3 a.m. in the morning. You cannot expect me to remember all this stuff. I've been live streaming for 10 and a half hours. My brain is trying to process it all. Speaking of processing it all, this storm might try to produce a tornado in Alabama. So if you're near Stewartville, here, you need to watch out. Definitely need to watch out. Good water, Kellyton. I mean, we've got some pretty good velocity stacking. This is what I call stacking. And still stacking. You don't basically stacking is when you don't really have a whole lot of grays in the middle and your velocities kind of just kind of square up a little bit. Iowa outbreak wasn't a derecho, it was a real large tornado outbreak. No, we didn't. There hasn't been an EF5 in forever. The last EF5 was more in 2013. God, that's kind of crazy to think about. That is absolutely crazy to think about. Yeah. Oh well. I'll think about it. I'll probably look at that event a little bit later on, figure out. As I said, it's 3 in the morning. My brain is trying to figure stuff out. I've been streaming for 10 and a half hours. It's not the longest I've ever streamed in my life. But I am starting to get back into the swing of things, you know? Greenfield should have been. Listen, it's. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And the enhanced Vegeta scale does what it does. Looks at damage. Still got this tornado warning here. This is Coosa County heading into Stewartville. Good water. Kellyton. Got to spin up in and along the line. Definitely got a little bit of a kink here, a little bit of a notch. Little bit of a hook echo. This is as typical of a QLCS as you can get. So I might be the last weather tuber standing. Really? That's kind of surprising. Well, for the folks that may have been joined from whichever channel it is, first off, I gotta say, I appreciate what they do. We all try to do the same thing, and that is either save lives, try to inspire other people to, you know, be interested in weather or whatever. So, good to see y'all. That is if y'all are part of the stream right now. Evan, Ryan, and Max, I'll call it a night. Now that's kind of surprising. Usually someone's still live after Ryan streams. Usually. I know it's been like 9 months since I've done this, but usually someone's trying to leech off of each other. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. I'm just here because this thing probably could try to produce a tornado. I will say, people, as I said, we all try to do the same thing, but staying up until 3 a.m. for some people is pretty hard. Especially since my sleep schedule is all sorts of messed up. Yeah. Nice to see you, Billy Ann. Been a long time. Good to see you. How's Atlanta looking? So Atlanta's probably going to start seeing their stuff at some point in the future. I can take a look at the models, be able to show you that. So sometime around 5 a.m. is when it's going to start knocking at your door, and you can be able to see the time, of course, at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Sorry, I am stuttering all over the place. Once again, 3 a.m. in the morning. That does happen. But please stay live for a while. I've got about another hour, well, half an hour to an hour left in me. I will say, if you let me go get my goldfish, I definitely will. Right now, I'm just surviving on sweethearts. But yeah, Atlanta, sometime around 5 in the morning Eastern. You guys should be good once those storms pass. It's really going to just be a lot of gusty winds anyways. So, well, the good news about this storm is that in the duration of us talking, it is kind of weakened a bit. So that's good. Anything really along the line, we're just going to continue to see this up and down for the rest of the night. Rome, Georgia. Rome, Georgia is currently experiencing some thunderstorms, as you may know if you live over there. So, hate to state the obvious. But we do have a little bit of some gusty winds. It may look like a little bit of rotation, and sure, that may be the case. There may indeed be some rotation. But this rotation isn't really that significant. So what this may instead, geez, my brain. What it may try to do instead is it may try to create some gusty winds. We might see some winds on the leading edge of this bow echo right here, and usually on the leading edge of that bow echo, that's where the main concentrated winds are located. So based off of the trajectory of this would probably hit right around Rome, if not the southern side of Rome. So if you're over there, just severe storms, talking about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you're north of that, south of that, may not be as crazy. Right around Rome would be probably the strongest winds. Listen, I'm trying to function, period. All right, I live in the Eastern time zone. It is 3:09 right now. Yeah. I'm getting there. Tornado warnings in Atlanta likely? I wouldn't say so. I really wouldn't say so. It wouldn't be as much. Realistically as well, for Georgia, the further east you go, the less likely there is for you to probably get tornadoes. Things are really translating into more of a wind event as that continues to, move on. Move on further east. Welcome, Chrissy. Nice to see you. Give me an estimate on when it will reach Crestview, Florida. Absolutely. Let me pull that up. Do I get the big boxes? I get the bulk boxes because we get it from Sam's Club. So I take the bag out of the bulk box. Crestview, Florida. Could probably see some of that stuff if I pull up the map. So Crestview is northeast of Milton and west of Defuniak Springs. So how I'd be able to put that up here? I guess the best way for me to visualize it for you all would be got it. Okay. So where he's asking is right around here-ish, I believe. If we go over the models. Once again, timing, top left-hand part, right up here. So as the storm moves on through, right around 5 a.m. is when you could probably see it. Now, once this line moves on through, you might still see some residual showers. It really won't be that crazy, though. It's just this line and then done. You might see a couple, thunderstorms even before then, over the next hour or so, like little popcorn cells. But really, it's just not too much. How does Kingsport, Tennessee look? I believe you guys are potentially going to be seeing the same line at some point soon. Yeah, 6 a.m. I think is what it is, if that's where I remember Kingsport. I believe, yeah, that is Kingsport. It's like next to Bristol. So yeah, sometime around 6 a.m. Gusty winds, not really too much. I'm still alive, surprisingly. Wind has picked up in Gulfport. Gulfport seems to always get its name mentioned somewhere, right? Somehow in some of that stuff. Chris with the 10 again on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says for the privilege. Getting you more goldfish. Listen, as I said, I can do this for a little bit longer. I just need like a little snack. Don't know how bad Central Georgia is going to get hit. A lot of strong winds, if anything, honestly. It won't be too crazy. How bad will Atlanta, Georgia get hit? As I said, there's a lot of gusty winds. I'll pull up this here and then we'll go back to the models. But just this entire line here, as I said, timing up right there. It's really just a lot of gusty winds. There's a chance for a spin up or two in and along the line. It's not really too crazy though. I mean, there hasn't really been a whole lot of strong tornadic activity recently here. The general trend has been downtrending. Channel growth, being live, the events, the bigger guys. So here's the thing. I used to do that. I'm the longest tenured YouTuber in the weather community. Check it out. I've been alive on YouTube for almost 6 years now. Almost 6 years. It wasn't until last May that I took a 9-month hiatus. I just wasn't feeling great mentally. A lot of stuff happened. I just wanted to reset. So, but I definitely get it. Sup, some acid. Nice to see you. What do I think the worst of the weather is? Well, actually, before I do that, let's get on the radar. Show people what the weather is. The worst of the weather as of right now probably has to do with what's happening over in central Alabama at the moment. Central Alabama's got a lot of strong gusty winds. A lot of these thick yellow polygons with the black borders. This actually indicates damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which instead of it being 60-mile-an-hour winds that it's being warned for, it's now 70. So it's getting all too close to the hurricane force wind meter, but it's not quite there. But this is also pretty widespread too. It's extending all the way from the border of Georgia all the way down to Montgomery and Fort Deposit. So that is some pretty gnarly lightning there too. There's also storms that are going to be moving through Montgomery here very, very shortly. And it seems the storm that was over near Goodwater, I don't think it produced a tornado. It just kind of went through, produced a lot of damaging winds. So, yeah. Here in Cohutta, Georgia. Storm just kicking in now. Yep. Gulf Shores, Alabama. How are we looking? Gulf Shores is like right on the coastline, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I think I have a radar for you all. I sure do. Haha. Just a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms, and honestly, that may be pretty consistent throughout the night, all the way until the thing actually passes. So we'll look at the model again. Right around 4 a.m. is when you guys can start to see your line of storms, give or take. And then once that line passes, you guys are pretty much done. You might see some residual, showers in the general area, maybe some lightning, maybe some thunder, but the main activity, gone. Bye. Done. Dunsky. Sylacauga, Alabama. I think I just looked in that general area. Hold up. You guys are over here. So one thing, you guys have now gotten past the line. So you guys are west of it. The main threat is now done and over with for you. There are some reports of some trees and power lines down over there, so some reports of wind damage being possible. Hopefully you are okay. Hopefully you are okay over there. But if that should be anything for people to try and listen to and interpret, people out in front of this should get indoors, stay away from windows, get in the lowest innermost part of your building if you can, or just get in a sturdy building. It's just either or, and you should be fine. There might also be a little bit of a spin-up tornado that could occur near Goodwater. I'm going to take the severe thunderstorm warning away just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about, and pull up the regular area of radar. Goodwater, Alabama. Little bit of rotation here. Green is the wind moving towards the radar. Red is moving away from the radar. So right in here, just right in there, there's a little bit of rotation. Definitely something to watch out for within that. I don't see anything else along the line at the moment, so I'll just put back the warnings. There might be something that tries to spin up north of Montgomery near Wetumpka, but it's not anything worth warning right now. Not right now, at least. Any idea if Pascagoula, Mississippi needs to worry? You guys should be fine. You're in Montgomery. Is it okay to sleep now? Give it 15 minutes. I mean, I would sleep, but I know some people have, some people can't sleep during storms, so I get that. If you really want to be super safe about it, 15 minutes. Once the main heavy rain starts to settle, you're pretty good. Treat for you, enjoy it. Oh, that's crazy. I might actually steal that. Athens, Tennessee. I'll take a look at that. I'm going to try and get through as many people as I possibly can. By the way, Rick with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says Gulf Shores, Alabama. How are we looking? I'm like 15 miles north of there in Alberta, Alabama. So yeah, as I said, same thing as the person in chat who asked about Gulf Shores. You guys really are going to be seeing your activity sometime around 4 in the morning, 4 a.m. Central. Give or take right around that. A lot of wind. Maybe a spin up or two, but I doubt the spin up part. I think it's really going to be wind and thunder maker. What's your Cash App? It might be in chat somewhere. All right, someone mentioned Athens, Tennessee. I'm going to look up Athens, Tennessee. Oh, that's like northeast of Chattanooga. You guys, honestly, I think should be okay. You guys are just dealing with a lot of rain. You might get a little bit of wind here pretty soon. About 15 minutes from now. But that should be it. How bad storm's gonna get in Byron, Georgia? Yeah. Byron. Oh, you guys are like Warner Robins. So Warner Robins, the good thing about you guys is you're a little bit further east of where the storms go. So sometime around 7 a.m. is when storms start to get to you. And if there's anything that you should pay attention to while looking at this, notice how thick the yellow and orange line is compared to when it gets closer to you. It starts to shrink down a little bit. And so that's a clear sign to me. And of course, if I were to go a little bit further in depth with it, which I will spare the time because I have a lot of people to get through, of course. But the basic gist of it is, to me, it looks like it's weakening. And that's exactly the case. It'll start to weaken as it continues to move on through. Don't get me wrong, you'll still get some strong winds in your area and a lot of rain. It's not going to be anywhere near what it is right now. So, that's what I got. Will Montgomery be hit by strong tornadoes? No. You'll be good. You'll be good. Can I check Biloxi? I sure can. I can check Biloxi. Biloxi is currently just getting some thunderstorms, honestly. I mean, there might be a little bit of rotation that's nearby. I don't see anything that's detrimental at the moment. I'll keep an eye on it, though. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll jump in here. I'll jump in when I can. Karen, thank you so much for the 25 on Cash App. I really do appreciate it. Says, thank you from Cardi Lee. Well, thank you, as I said. That really does mean a lot to me. I appreciate your support. I appreciate everyone's support by being here. Whether you're just watching, you hit the like button down below, or whatever. You know, I appreciate company. I appreciate you guys. You guys are helping me build this community. We're building it right back up. Ryan can only do a 12-hour stream. That's why people came to watch you. That makes sense. YouTube doesn't like it when you try to go past 11 hours and 50 minutes. Trust me, I know. I tried going for 36 hours straight back in 2020. This was before Ryan. There was an Easter outbreak. It was a very prolific outbreak that had over 140 tornadoes, I think it was. I tried going live for 36 hours straight. It didn't save the live stream. So some of the more famous tornadoes that I was known for at the time was lost. No one could ever watch back what had happened. So you're in Griffin, Georgia. You're anxious about tornadoes, and it says it's supposed to hit at 6. Trust me when I say the tornado risk is not that significant as you get further east. So if it's supposed to hit you at 6, it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as what it's at right now. And for reference, we have no tornado warnings at this time. So, that's another thing. How bad do I think storms will be in coming Georgia? Let me find out. I definitely get that. Hulu for Carew. I definitely get that. And that's why I'm here, at least for the time that I've got. Let's put it this way. The best way I can give you an idea as to what is happening with storms and how storms go through and how to kind of try and calm a little bit of anxiety is storms are basically water. Whether it's a thunderstorm, loud water. It's basically loud water. The funny part about it is that's 90% accurate. Hurricanes, large amounts of spitting water. Tornadoes, small amounts of spitting water. Hail, frozen water. Snow, very fine frozen water. All of this stuff can be traced back to water. And the one thing that I know about water is that I take showers in them. Showers or baths, water's pretty nice. And so if you know how to deal with that, you'll know how to deal with storms. Storms, all it is just falling water. And the second you think that showers are literally showers, you'll be cool. Trust me when I say you'll be good. And I know that may be hard sometimes. That may have just been my attempt at just, saying, oh, X, Y, and Z. But coming Georgia is going to be seeing their stuff sometime around 5 to 6. Once again, not a whole lot of stuff. Might actually be broken. The line might actually be broken by the time it gets to you. So you might not even see a whole lot of wind. It's possible. Spalding Pike, Lamar County. What state? I appreciate you being here, Blonde Vulpix, or Blondie Vulpix. Either word, how that is. Let me check Biloxi. Again, I said I would check Biloxi. I'll do it again here just to double check to see if that area of rotation is still there. I mean, it is, but it's significantly weaker. I'm looking at this area right here in particular. This happened about 15 minutes ago. There's a little bit of rotation with red winds. So reds are winds moving away from the radar. Greens are winds moving towards. So there was a little bit of activity over there. But now, as we fast forward, it's not really as organized as it once was. I don't really think it's too much. It seems legit, Chris. Jackson, Georgia? Yeah, of course. Yeah. You guys could see your stuff probably sometime around 5 or 6. Yeah, 6 in the morning. It'll just be gusty winds at that point. It really, if you're that worried about it, I recommend setting an alarm for that point. You can get some sleep in between now and then, but I really don't think it'll be too much. What should you expect in Milton? Not really too much, to be honest with you. The same thing as a lot of people are going to be seeing in general. Milton, best way I can put it here, is really going to see their stuff sometime around 4 to 5. But notice how the line isn't all really that solid. It's kind of all wavy and wonky and stuff like that. That's because it's not really as well defined the further south you go. So now that only applies when you're actually like near the coast, but as I said, it's just kind of gusty winds, heavy rain, thunder. Yeah. Best way I could put it. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. We're kind of all over the place right now, but it's fine. You guys know how it is. Chattanooga, by the way, major populous area. You guys can go to sleep. Realistically speaking, storms have passed you. It's just raining. You guys are good. You can go to sleep. Birmingham, of course it's raining, but you can go to sleep as well. Let's go check out our friends over in Montgomery, Alabama, as I try and find the right radar for this. There it is. Storms are almost through Montgomery. They are definitely through Prattville, so Prattville, you can go to sleep. You can go to bed. Sleepy time. Get some eepy time. I'm not going to answer that, Christopher. I'm not in it for the money and stuff like that. I'm just here to try and grow my community, try and help some people, maybe help people get interested in weather and stuff like that. I was always told that I never know if I may be the type of person to inspire people to become the next generation of weather people. I know it may not seem that I'm that huge or whatnot, but even from the smallest things, I want to make sure that people always have a good experience when it comes to stuff like this. So money's not that big of an issue. Chat is zooming. Were there any tornadoes in this outbreak? I know there are a lot of warnings. I feel like only 1 or 2 touched down. There was definitely some that weren't acknowledged by the National Weather Service, to be honest with you. There was a couple in Tennessee that I thought were not acknowledged. There was one near Paris. It looked like it was contamination at first, but then it looked like there was some debris fanning during the process of its occlusion. So it'll be really interesting to see what the National Weather Service does with that damage rating. How is Russell County? Still all right. You guys still have a little bit before you guys get some activity. Russell County might actually not see stuff for another 45 minutes to an hour. Think we're good in Knoxville? Yeah, you're good. You can go to sleep. I appreciate you coming out here, Chrissy. Thank you so much for clicking on the stream. What's the highest tornado by category in this outbreak? We wouldn't be able to know until they do their damage survey. That's the one thing about the enhanced Vegeta scale, because everyone talks about EF5s and F5s and stuff like that. EF5s need to be assessed through how much damage and what type of damage it does, because the damage rating scale is basically an evidence scale. So it's like, all right, well, this thing did this much damage, or this damage. Well, how strong did it have to be at minimum in order for it to be able to do this damage? And then they do the survey, they look at all the damage across the board, and then they take the highest of whatever it was, and then they put that as the rating. So it's flawed in a sense because it could potentially snub some tornadoes that could have been stronger than that, but it's also kind of one of the only ways that they know how to do it at the moment. And so they're kind of just... It's a double-edged sword for people who look at it. Tallahassee isn't really going to see a whole lot of stuff, but I'll show you anyways, because I feel that is also important. The only weird thing about this all is that the way I show Tallahassee is going to be weird. But you guys know where Tallahassee is. It's all the way down here. So storms won't actually pass through Tallahassee until sometime around 10 a.m., honestly. Sometime around 10 a.m. Actually is a little bit past that, a little earlier. Around 9 a.m. maybe. 9 a.m. seems a little bit more realistic. You can see the timing, by the way, the top left-hand part of your screen. I'm going to keep reminding everyone until everyone in the world knows what they're looking at. But time is all the way up there. Sometime around 9, honestly. Right there is Tallahassee. And if you have any other areas that maybe in Georgia or in Florida, and if you know where you are on a map, I'll just slowly play this through for you. When the yellow and the orange pass you, you're pretty much done. That's the best way I can, best way I can put it. Any strong tornadoes today? Not of what I've seen. Strongest part of the storm? It definitely has to be the updraft. Updraft or mesocyclone. One of the two. Does Fulton County have a risk for a tornado? So technically, yes, but it is almost as close to near zero as you can get it. Pretty much. Montgomery, you're starting to get out of the risk. You're good. There might be a little spin up southeast of Montgomery. If you're over near Pike Road, Cecil, Hardaway, Mitchell, Fort Davis, Tuskegee, and Shorter. Guys might have to watch out for this little guy right here. See that? A little bit of a kink in the edge. It kind of tries to spin around right in there. So we want to watch out for little stuff like that. You can see it did have a little bit of rotation. Not the strongest thing in the world, but it did have a little bit of it. Green's moving towards, gray's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So, watching out for that. Chris, I'm not sure if this counts, but I would actually, if I were fortunate to survive it, I would say the 2011 tsunami in Japan. It wouldn't even be a hurricane or a tornado. It would truly be a tsunami, one of those, either the one in India that was in the early 2000s or the tsunami in Japan. especially with the nuclear power plant, the failure. That would have been scary to live through if I lived in that area. Thank you for the sub, Binksy. Do I think we'll see more tornado warnings, or are we done? I know the last one was 40 minutes ago, but there's still a few watches. I think, honestly, if you had to ask me, there probably could be one singular tornado warning between now and probably 8 in the morning. But that's a lot of time to cover, and I really don't think that would happen all too much. Although there is another area of rotation near Red Hill here. It's right here. Just a little one. Just another one. There's going to be a lot of these areas of rotation just up and down the line. So this is just something that wouldn't be surprising to me if it got tornado warned. But if it didn't, I'm okay with that too. As long as it doesn't produce a tornado. Ozark, Alabama? Ozark sounds familiar, but I'm going to have to look it up. Ozark is like Dothan, right? Oh, it's close to Dothan. I was kind of right. Ozark, you still have a good bit of time before stuff ends up getting near you. Yeah, sometime around 4 a.m. You can see up here it says 4 a.m. Sometime around 4 a.m. is when I would expect you guys to get some stuff. Some strong damaging winds is probably likely. But tornado, that's hard to say. I check Spencer, Tennessee. I'll check all of Tennessee and say probably the same thing, but we'll do it. I have no idea where Spencer is. Let's figure that out. Spencer, Tennessee. Yeah. That is south of Cookeville. You guys are good. You're starting to lose even a lot of the rain. You've been done for the past few hours. So yeah, you're good. Is Prattville and Montgomery, Alabama in the clear? Yes, you are. You can go to bed. One thing I also will say as well, for people who may have anxiety during severe storms and stuff like that, it may also help, especially since there's a lot of time between now and presumably when people can get hit, especially if you know how long it takes. It may help to watch like a TV show or watch like a movie, because sometimes you may not just be able to sleep. You know, it's easy for some other people, including myself, to say it. And that is a new tornado warning, ladies and gentlemen.
Tornado warning for northwestern Lee County in east central Alabama, southeastern Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama.
Well, I did say there would be at least one. Well, we got our one. It's also right around the same area where it was, we last saw it, too. We talked about this area. We'll see the tornado warning here soon, of course. But any day now. Any day, Mr. Radar. I believe it's the storm, at least. It is, I think, Red Hill. The warning should come up soon, but it's this storm right here. It's this Red Hill storm. It's this Kent storm. It's going to be heading into the Camp Hill area and the Waverly area. So if you know anyone who may live in that general vicinity in Tallapoosa County, heading into Lee County, Chambers County, definitely watch out for that. All right, this storm definitely looks like it could try to produce a spin up. We have a stacked rotation, is what I like to call it, and that's basically where the highest values of each other are centralized within one spot. All right, I know we have a lot of these pinks. That means kind of higher values and stuff like that. But if we look at the just near area of this, all right, we have a lot of grays. We have a lot of, a lot of dark greens, a lot of dark reds. We have bright red here, bright green here. It's stacked right next to each other. And that's usually indicative of some tightening of rotation, which ends up being, of course, why the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning. And what is... Oh, there it is. Oh my goodness. Well, it is on the ground. That is a lot stronger. What the heck happened in the past few frames to make it do that? Well, there's your stacking, ladies and gentlemen. Chris with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the help. For donation match from chat room. Yeah, this is a tornado on the ground. This is absolutely a tornado on the ground. And this is what you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about when we talk about stacking. You can absolutely see how those values have stacked up right next to each other. And we do have a little bit of a debris signature here on the correlation coefficient. This basically determines as to whether or not things are rain or not. So all this area here in red is pretty much rain. This right here, if you can align it with velocities, 9 times out of 10, it is a debris signature. And the National Weather Service agrees that this is indeed a tornado in progress. This blue stuff out in front over here, this is actually air associated with some rain as well. So sometimes just because you have a CC drop or a correlation coefficient that shows some greens, some yellows, oranges, and blues, doesn't always mean that it's debris. So if you're thinking that, the entire forest is being absolutely shredded at the moment, that is not the case. I can reassure you that is not the case at all. All right. Instead, this is more or less just a really confined area that could very easily continue to be producing a tornado. So if you know anyone that lives near Highway 49, south of Dadeville, or north and east of Tallahassee here in Alabama, that is where the tornado is at. And I recommend you guys get into your safe space if you haven't already. That could be a bathroom or a closet in the lowest innermost part of a building. Well, I'm not sure if this is a strong tornado, so the title might still be valid, but we'll see, chat. We'll see. Got to get there first. Mr. Trauma Boy with the member, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's been a long time for you to have that high-risk badge, but really do appreciate it. Night, Cardi Lee. Nice to see you. So Auburn is not going to see this particular tornado in question. I know the county got warned for a tornado. This is going to head to the north. All right, so you have Opelika and Auburn all the way down here. This is your storm in question, and that's another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Macon County in southeastern Alabama.
Oh, what? Macon County is Tuskegee. Wait a second. Did they warn this cell, the Cecil cell? They did warn it. So we're 2 for 2, chat. We're 2 for 2. How many tornadoes do we think we got so far? Upper end single digits. That's what I believe. Yeah, it looks like they warned the Cecil Pike Road cell, which is what we talked about earlier. It looks like our cell that crossed State Highway 49 has started to run out of a little bit of gas, which is good. That means that the tornado is not in progress, not on the ground anymore. This, however, is a separate story. This Cecil cell, oh boy. Uh, uh, well, there's your debris ball. That's another tornado. That's south of Shorter, south of Milstead. That'll be heading into the Tuskegee area. If you know anyone that lives in Tuskegee, Alabama, it is recommended that you get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building, bathroom or closet, if you can, with no windows. If you have a basement, that works too. But that is absolutely a tornado. You can see the velocities here. Once again, that stacking, very familiar stacking signal that we're seeing here on radar, to where we have the highest values and the highest values right next to each other. Greens are winds moving towards the radar, reds are winds moving away, right in there. We can actually go back a scan, and I'm sure it'd be, yeah, it's actually a little bit better for you to see. Once again, stacking. Big thing here is the stacking of the velocity couplet. And so that actually confines the rotation into one particular area. And that's a pretty telltale sign of a tornado that could potentially be in progress. As I said, it looks like that storm that was over south of Camp Hill, south of Dadeville, has started to dissipate. The tornado has started to dissipate, I should say. The storm is still there. It's still producing, gusty winds, but it's not as crazy. Noonan is not expected to be hit too hard. Sometime around 5 in the morning is when you guys could probably see some gusty winds. But that's pretty much it with that. Man, that debris ball is still there. Look at that. As I said, we're looking at the correlation coefficient right here. This is a radar product that is able to determine as to whether or not we're looking at rain. If it's red, pretty good chance it's rain. Pretty good chance. Or some form of precipitation. If it's blue, yellow, orange, green, then it might be rain mixed with some other stuff. This blue out here, this is just air. Air with maybe some moisture, some precipitation in general. This down here, if you match this up with a velocity couplet, which we can indeed do that, this tells us that there is likely a tornado that is ongoing in this area, south of Shorter, Alabama. So folks over there definitely need to watch out. If you haven't already, please be sure to help spread this information with people who might need it. You could just share the live stream on social media, or if you would like to help us get onto the YouTube algorithm, I'm sure that's how most of you found me. You can hit the thumbs up button down below. It does help out a lot. So feel free to do so if you please. Lake Lanier. Montgomery is in the clear. You guys are good. Lake Lanier, Georgia. You guys actually might even be good even if you did get hit by storms tomorrow. There'd be sometime around, what was it? I think it was 5? Oh, I hate this. As I said, I'm going to uninstall Stream Deck and reinstall it. That's what I'm going to do. Cannot convince me otherwise. I'm so done with that stupid thing. Enough. Fix that. Put that over there. Yeah, around 5 to 6 a.m. is when you guys could see some thunderstorms. Really, it wouldn't be too significant by then. And this is a good way for all of you all who might be watching. I know a lot of you have questions about specific areas. Looking at Georgia to be specific here for right now, so that way you guys can see the timing. I'm hoping most of you, and I trust that most of you know, where you guys live, specifically in Georgia. So all I'm going to do is just say which areas might have the strongest amount of severe weather and how strong they may be. Now, to be able to try and, you know, get my point across with this, let me first say that the severe weather that's going to be moving into Georgia isn't going to be really that crazy. So all I'm mentioning is if you had to make me choose, because I would rather not choose because it's just not that crazy, I'm going to still point out which areas could probably see a little bit more than the other. So you can see these storms start to move on through Atlanta and Noonan, talking about 5 a.m. You see all the way up here, right above my cursor. That's the time frame right there. All you have to do is just pay attention to that. That'll continue to move on through into Columbus and Macon. Notice how the line gets skinnier as you move further and further east. All right. You see what I mean? It doesn't really get too crazy the further east you go. And by the time that line leaves, it's really not all that much. So, honestly, the further west you are, the higher the chance you have at stronger winds. And even then, you might not even have a whole lot of chances to get brief spin ups because these storms are going to be weakening as it continues to move east. So, just, keep in mind, hopefully, may be able to kind of understand what I mean by when I talk about that. I want to go over to Alabama now, so you guys may be able to see what I mean by this as well. Right now, according to the line, and this is technically wrong, we can skip to this right now. This line is thick. I mean, we're talking about a long orange, yellow line right in there. But notice how as you continue to move east, it continues to get skinnier, right? So we're talking about Dothan at around 5 a.m. Central. Line's not going to be as strong as it once was. So just something to note, all right? The longer you go into the night, the longer it goes into tomorrow morning, it doesn't really get that crazy. So I know some people are going to be going to bed. I can't shout out everyone, unfortunately. I would be able to if I could, but people are dropping like flies in the chat. So all the people who are deciding to go to bed, good night. I hope you have some good rest. I will talk to you guys at some point. We upload videos every single night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. So we're going to have an upload tomorrow as well. And we'll have uploads all the way up until we decide to live stream again. So we're going to be doing this every single day. Not live streaming every single day, but uploading videos every single day. Unless if we're needed. Then that's different. Let's go back to our radar here. As it is now reported that there is a tornado on the ground. Of course, that is not too surprising to us. We mentioned that this is a tornado on the ground earlier. And this continues to be that case to where tornado continues to show up here on radar. I'll tell you what, this past radar scan right here stacks. Just the stacking of it on radar is just absolutely textbook. We have some very strong blues over here. We have some lighter reds. We're talking about a delta velocity, which is how fast the winds are within this area of rotation. 82 on top of 38. I mean, that in itself is 120 miles per hour. All right, 120 miles per hour within that area of rotation according to the radar. That constitutes a strong. All right. So we might have just had our strong tornado, but we'll see. We'll see. Still tornado on the ground here according to the correlation coefficient. So still tornado in progress. That'll be heading off into the southern portions of Tuskegee. If you know anyone that lives near Tuskegee, definitely send them a text message or call them and say, hey, listen, please be safe. When does this tornado warning end? In 30 minutes. Well, unfortunately, we are getting close to where I might actually have to end the stream because YouTube won't let me have my my recording of the stream after a certain time period. Everyone has to abide by that. It's around 11 hours and 50 some odd minutes, something like that. Right now we're at 11 hours and 30 minutes. So we've been streaming for quite some time. That other tornado warning, by the way, has now been canceled. That is good news. This tornado warning, this particular tornado is starting to weaken gradually. So that's also good. Someone said, can I look up north? I can. I don't really see. They said they saw a hook. I don't really see a hook in and along the line, but I'm going to try and see if I can move some of my other radars. I'm going to move my Birmingham radar over to Atlanta. Close out, start new stream. I would if it wasn't for the fact that I have anything and everything to do tomorrow. If I were to do that, I would only probably be live for like 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, I have my hockey game that I have to play at 5:30, and I have to make my YouTube video before then. Make sure you guys know about the potential severe weather that could occur on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then we have a nor'easter that's going to be coming up Wednesday into Thursday. So I don't see any hooks along this line at the moment. There definitely could be some quick spin-ups possible. I see one that might be near Kennesaw. But that's really it. Atlanta. I know people have been asking about Atlanta. Around a half an hour at the earliest is when you guys can start seeing your storms. So there you go. Yeah, trust me, I would if I could. If I had nothing to do tomorrow, I would absolutely live stream until I pass out. Absolutely. I've done it before. I had my mom come in my room when I was 18 years old and streaming the Easter outbreak of 2020. It was...
Tornado warning for northern Meriwether County in west central Georgia, northwestern
Did I
Pike
really
County
just call
in west
that?
central Georgia, southern Heard County in west central Georgia, northern Trupp County in west central Georgia, southern Coweta County in west
I don't think
central
I
Georgia.
did. I don't think I called it. I didn't call it. What is this? Why? Oh, really? Oh, foo. There's your rotation right there. It's just not that great. A lot of greens moving towards, some reds, right in the middle. I mean, for reference, to understand how insignificant this rotation is, I'm going to do that same delta velocity that I mentioned earlier with that strong tornado that had 120 mile an hour winds. 43 on top of 10. Okay? That is 53 mile an hour winds within this aforementioned rotation where this tornado would be. That wouldn't even classify as the EF0. That's just wind. So people should continue to watch out for this as this continues to move on through, but it's going to head south of Franklin, Georgia, into Corinth, Hogansville, Lone Oak, St. Mark's, Louise, Grantville, Luthersville, Rocky Mount, Alvaton, Greenville, Luis, and Gay. So watch out for that. Yeah, this is 46 on top of 8. And the other stream went down due to power outage? What? Any danger left in East Tennessee? Flash flooding, but that's it. That's really it. Any wind and hail, tornadoes? Nope. You guys are pretty good in my opinion. Cell heading into Tuskegee is weakening further and has no debris signature left. So I don't think this is on the ground as of right now. This thing could definitely still try to produce a tornado, so don't just say, hey, I'm done with this. Society Hill and Tuskegee still need to be in their safe spaces. Lowest innermost part of your building, whether it's a bathroom or a closet. If you have a basement, that's good too. But just don't. For right now, let the storm pass. When the storm passes, then it'll be good. Then you'll be fine. Yeah, as I said, Tennessee should be fine. I know someone's asked about La Follette. Someone asked about Nashville. Someone asked about another area, I believe. Trust me when I say, it's your main risk is going to be flooding now. You also have a chance of some snow tomorrow morning, too. So, how about them apples? How the turns have tabled. Nate is still alive. I'm still alive, yes. Any more tornadoes up north? I know those produced a lot earlier. Seem to be weak now. Yeah, there isn't really a whole lot up north. There really is not. Someone's asking about Columbus, Georgia. These storms will be getting to your area in about a half an hour. I appreciate all who have come into the stream, by the way, the people who have subscribed. It is greatly appreciated. Helps grow the community, and of course, if there's any type of severe weather that may occur for you guys in the future, guys are welcome to come back. Guys don't have to come back, immediately. You guys don't have to turn on notifications if you don't really want to. But that does it does help out. Northwest Georgia, okay to go to bed? Yeah, you're good. You're fine. Bedtime. No, I did not say there's a lot of tornadoes up north. There was earlier. Now, no. Night. Good night. Dothan, you guys are probably going to start seeing your stuff sometime around an hour and a half to 2 hours from now. So, long ways away. Good ways. Lacey, what's up? Long time no see. Hello, hello. When's the storms hit Augusta, Georgia? Sometime in the mid to late morning. And it won't be as strong as what it is right now. The trajectory is going to start to weaken as it continues to head east. Or not the trajectory. The intensity will weaken as it continues to head east. Can you tell that I'm tired? It is 4:09 right now, chat. We have been live streaming for 11 hours and 39 minutes. Woof. Woof. Can Biloxi go to bed? Had to walk your puppy? Yeah. Yeah, you can go to bed. You're definitely fine. Gulfport, Pascagoula, Biloxi, good. You're fine. Same with Mobile, too. If there's anyone that lives in Mobile, you guys can go to bed. If there's anyone that lives along I-65 from Mobile to Montgomery, and then all the way up. Actually, anyone that lives along I-65 can go to bed. I-65 is good. Did I have LASIK? Yes, I did. I did have LASIK. It was about a year and a few months of change. Something like that. Can Columbus, Georgia go to bed? Technically, you guys can. But if you have like anxiety over thunderstorms and stuff like that, the storms won't be in your area for another half an hour. So if you wanted to, wait through it, you guys could. Just make sure, if you can, have emergency alerts. It doesn't hurt to have them. If you have a weather radio, make sure those things are turned on too. Get batteries in them. Birmingham's good. Birmingham's fine. All right, one thing I want to also mention here too, we are getting pretty close to the end of our coverage that we will be able to provide. So I'm sorry if people want us to be able to stay on forever. Unfortunately, we can't. Moultrie, you guys are probably going to see your stuff tomorrow morning. Let's go through everything here real quickly for you all. All right, let's make sure that you guys are able to see as much as you possibly can. All right. So this is where we're at right now, Central. Okay. Big line of storms are moving on through, starting to march its way into Georgia. Our timing is right up here. See this? It says 3 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. So, line will continue to move on through, start to move into the Atlanta, Georgia areas sometime around 5 Eastern, 4 Central. Columbus, Georgia, sometime around then as well. It'll be heading into the Dothan area sometime around 5. And even areas around Ponce de Defuniak Springs and Ponce de Leon. And it'll continue to march its way further and further east as it does that. Move over here to Georgia. Once again, storms continue to move further east. And notice how as you get further and further east, the actual line starts to shrink in size. It starts to get skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. So folks that may be over in Albany and Macon, they're getting their stuff sometime around 7 a.m. Augusta around 8 and 9 a.m. Statesboro, 9 a.m. Valdosta, 10 in the morning. Savannah, around 11. And then St. Mary's, sometime around noon. So, something to watch as that continues to move on through. Can I check that tornado in Heard County? I can. I can indeed. All right. Keep that tornado warning up for right now. You've been live streaming this whole time. Would have been here. It's fine. A lot of people still don't know that I'm back. Which, that's going to be a separate video, but sometime this week. Probably on Monday. Might even be on Tuesday. Heard County. Oh, that's in the tornado warning that's up there. All right, let me take a look. There is a little bit of rotation that is north of LaGrange, but it's not really too crazy at the moment. But I do definitely see a lot of the storm trying to jut itself out. So you can kind of see this has a little bit of a hook. but you can also see a little bit of a gap back in here. This is the rear inflow jet that's coming in. So a lot of strong damaging winds. They're going to try and force this part of the storm outwards more and create a lot of strong damaging winds. So that's going to be heading specifically, if there wasn't a tornado, to areas near Hogansville or south of Hogansville, about north of Luis by a little bit, and it'll head into the St. Mark's area. So definitely watch out for that. As for the potential of a tornado, it's hard to say as of this time. There is a little bit of rotation here. We can see the bright greens into the blues. That indicates winds moving towards the radar. We have some reds, maybe a little bit of grays that are moving away. So right in the middle, if I can take a storm motion, that might be a little bit better, and it is. Right in the middle right here is where the rotation would be, but there isn't really a whole lot. All right, if anything, it would be a lot of strong gusty winds that could be comparable to just severe winds, like 60, 70 mile per hour winds. That's what I'm thinking. Someone asked for Smyrna, Georgia. Within the next few minutes, they're going to be seeing some damaging winds. Nothing tornadic, from what I see. So as long as they just stay indoors, stay away from windows, Smyrna should be fine. Same thing with Atlanta too. I don't see anything tornadic along any of this line that could hit anywhere within the beltway of Atlanta. I don't see anything tornadic as of this moment that could be heading into Atlanta in and around the beltway. There might be stuff that is just a little bit southwest of it, but even then that seems to be relatively weak too. So I appreciate you guys being in the stream as well. A lot of you guys have hit that subscribe button too, which means that you guys are totally okay with coming back for my coverage in the future if I am just so happen to be covering it. And I appreciate that. Thank you for helping me grow my community, making it larger. So thank you. Power outage map. You know what? That sounds like a good idea. Single site. Here's your power outage map. Lot of power outages over here in central Alabama. Absolutely a lot of power outages. Also a lot of power outages over here in southwestern Mississippi too. 5,200 out in Coosa County. That's where the one tornado was at. Hale County, 4,168. Fayette County, just a little shy of 3,000. Tuscaloosa County, little shy of 19,000 people without power. About 13,500 people without power in Jefferson County. And about a good 2,000 to 4,000 people without power in all of these other areas that are yellow and orange. So this definitely has been a heck of a wind maker. And it definitely has done a bit of its damage too. But the one thing I will say here for everyone here in chat now, as this storm now starts to march its way further and further east, this is really not that crazy anymore here, chat. Trust me when I say the wind threat, although it is expansive, the tornado threat has started to diminish more and more, so it is not really going to be as much of a tornado threat. It hasn't been a tornado threat ever since 9 Central. So the tornado threat really isn't the main priority. It'll be just the damaging winds. It'll sound pretty scary outside with the lightning and thunder. It won't really be all too much with that. There might be a tornado warning or two for a quick spin up. If anything, that may just be an even stronger gust of wind. We're not expecting anything catastrophic tonight. Anything catastrophic. And I know a lot of people might say, oh, well, weathermen are wrong half the time and all that stuff. There is in no form based off of any sort of parameter that anyone sees. And I've been looking across social media. I've been looking across professionals and what they see. No one is anticipating anything that is going to be catastrophic to the levels of an EF5. So if anyone may think, oh, there's the chance of an EF5, no, it's not going to happen. I'm guaranteeing you, guaranteed, there's not going to be anything in the levels of that. It'll just be a lot of damaging winds, a lot of heavy rain, maybe a spin up or two that could be close to something that is, similar to a very strong gust of wind. Maybe some flash flooding. That's it. That is truly it. Tennessee, you guys are good. If anything, your main risk is flooding. There is not really anything severe at all over there. So watch out for that. Trust me, Weather Watcher, I'm getting off here myself, or else YouTube's gonna kick me off. So I highly recommend that if you guys are going to stay up and watch weather, I have no idea who may be still live, but if you do have a weather app or if you have a weather radar, make sure you look at that every now and then, and make sure that you guys have ways to get weather warnings. If the National Weather Service issues warnings, make sure you are able to get them, so that way you know what you need to do in any given moment. That is the best thing I can recommend for you guys. Other than that, we will have a video up tomorrow night. As I said, daily uploads, unless if we're streaming, then we can't upload because we're, streaming. But yeah, that is pretty much it for us, guys. It is 4:23. I need to go to bed. I need to get some rest. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like. Subscribe if you're new. That definitely helps grow the community. Share this with friends and family as well. People who may think this is interesting, or people who may be interested in joining our community as well. The more the merrier. Follow me on social media. As I said, we've been live streaming for 11 and a half, almost 12 hours. Almost 12 hours. So, good long time. I will see you guys later on tonight, technically, because it is tomorrow. And we will have our upload at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Chai Kai with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thank you for helping reassure me and for being here. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much. Have a good night's sleep, everyone. Have a good night to anyone who has donated, anyone who's liked the stream, anyone who's just watched from home at the comforts of your home. Anyone who's been on the road. All right. Stay safe, everyone. I will catch you guys next time. Peace out.